Mic check, mic check. Test, test. Okay, sorry about that. Hey, Swanson, welcome to the stream. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Um, yeah, I am doing Thorns in a moment. Yeah, sorry, I just had to make sure that my mic's working because sometimes it doesn't actually go through. Hey, Nocturnal, sup, dude? It's good to see you too. Yeah, so yeah, how are you folks doing? I didn't expect people to be here from the very beginning. Um, yeah, I was in the middle of working. Like, just yesterday, I was on the season 9 PTR, and I went from level 1 all the way to Torment 4 on a fresh, like, brand new companion druid with nothing unlocked. So now today, the next character I'm planning to do is the Thorns Barbarian. I don't think I'm going to make it all the way to Torment 4 tonight. I don't have the time. This morning I was busy working on putting together the build guide for my companion druid before I basically deleted that character because I need to copy over my account from the live servers so that I have a fresh start. So, yeah, that was the plot. Like, that was what I did. So I purged this account essentially, and now I'm about to make another character. And in fact, I'll show it. This is going to be the Thorns Barbarian. Yes, Swanson did indeed catch on correctly here. Let me just. I have a preset that I always use when I do my characters, or at least the ones that I do, or I've done multiple times in a row. So give me a second here. Yeah, so what's up with you, Swanson? Yeah, I am doing Thorns. I'm gonna, like, part of the reason I want to do Thorns is I know that there is a lot of people who enjoy Thorns, or Thorns-based builds, especially Thorns Barb. And I'm hoping that once I put this character together, I clear Torment 4 with it, I can do a video and then release it to YouTube close to when the season starts, and I can kind of cover how I put this Thorns Barbarian together and what I use and what I needed to get into Torment 4. So that is my goal here. If you have questions, as I always like to say, please go ahead, right ahead and ask. Yeah, I'll try my best to make your stay as fun and enjoyable as possible. But of course, there's only so much I can do here. I'm not the most entertaining person in existence, but I do try to compensate by putting out some rather unusual and fun content. So that's kind of the goal that I have, more or less. So I'm almost done putting this all together. I just gotta get these little claws here. There you go. And this is the thorns. This is the thorns that I usually have. Okay, nice and easy. All right, good. Wow, that's a lot of people who are here right off the bat. There's Swanson, Nocturnal, Medivh, Man of the Hour. Yeah, I made sure to message Medivh because I know he always loves to tune into these. And hold on a second. Why? I think my computer froze here. I can't. Trying to scroll through chat and I can't. Give me a second. Yeah, you love Thorns? Dang? Dang what? Nothing much, playing some TLI. What's TLI? I want to say The Last of Us, but that's TLOU. You're locked in? I see, I see. That's good. No, I'm glad. Nocturnal, you asked, you couldn't make Companion Druid yesterday, wanted to see how you did. Oh, yes, right. You were able to knock out Pit 85 with Companion Petrify. Nice, but not sure how much further I can take it. That's fair. I'm gonna tell you this. There is, like, I was doing some digging, and there was another guy who did a Companion Druid build, and he made it all the way to, how far did he make it? He made it to Pit 101, but he's not running pure companions. He's running like, well, he's running like companions with like werebear. I don't know exactly how that works, but he was able to clear Pit 100 with it a couple days ago, and then I think he cleared Pit 101 like 1 or 2 nights ago. Hey, Lee Burgess, I see you're here too. Wow, a lot of people coming in hot on Twitch and YouTube. I'll be here today for however long I can hold on for, but again, I'm probably not going to push myself as hard as I did yesterday. Yesterday I was really desperate to clear Torment 4 in one sitting, but today I'm probably gonna take it a little bit easier with a Thorns Barb. I will break all the way into Torment 1 at a minimum, but I'll probably save the Torment 1 to 4 grind for tomorrow. Like I'll probably play a bit of that grind and then I'll continue it tomorrow. I mean. Lee Burgess, sup man, nothing much. I'm just about to do Thorns Barbarian. I think I see there's at least a few people who are excited for that. Your rogue death trap build is OP, dude. I melt bosses on Torment 4 like crazy. Yeah, I've been masterworking my death trap your day. Nice. I think they just rolled out some changes to masterworking too, so you chose a good time to try and masterwork your equipment. And yeah, it's true. Death trap rogue is quite well known this season for being a very powerful build. So yeah, I'm with you on that. Rogue Death Trap is very strong, of course. That is quite true. Now, um, I wanted to here. Are you guys gonna be here for a bit? Because I want to take a moment to. Well, actually, no. I should reply to you guys now because if I actually start my recording, you guys are gonna be waiting for like 15 to 20 minutes for me to get through all of the opening comments that I have for my recording. You guys know, like, you guys have seen my YouTube channel. I mean, I think some of you have. When I actually make my character, I kind of talk about the preliminary things that somebody who's watching the video need to know about. Uh, like whether it be a part of the season or changes the build, whatever, and what the goal there would be. I talk about that all in succession, and then that way I can get all of those remarks out of the way right away. That usually takes like 10 to 15 minutes. So but with regards to, yeah, interesting. Might have to go check that build out. Yeah. I'll tell you what. Let me go fetch it for you real quick. Diablo 4 Companion Druid Pit 101. I think is the. Yeah. Okay. I think it's this one here. I'll show you. This. Here you go. This is the Pit 101 clear. So yeah, I'm just gonna toss that your way. Okay, the rest of the stuff that you folks were talking about. So Torchlight. Oh, okay, I see. Torchlight Infinite. Ah, I gotcha. Okay, nice. Dang, to going level 1 to 4 on the Companion Druid. Oh, yeah. I mean, Companion Druid is my bread and butter. Companion Druid is my #1 favorite build in this game. Okay, like I am the Companion Druid. Like I love the. Oh shoot, I can't show you, but um. Yeah, I mean, I love the Companion Druid so much that my entire account is all Companion Druids. I delete all my other characters, but I keep the Companion Druids specifically because I love Companion Druids. Yeah, no worries, no worries. No need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. Uh, oh, nice. Yeah. So, yeah, back to filling you folks in, especially Nocturnal, on how I did. So yesterday with the Companion Druid, I hit Torment 4. Um, it took me a little over 7 hours to get from level 1 to 60. Of course, I spent some time running Nightmare Dungeons. That includes the time I took to prep for Pit 10 and, well, push all the way to Torment 2 with that level of well, yeah, basically I had to prep all 750 item powers to clear Pit 10 and go beyond that. And then I like, there were some things I had to test out here and there, right? I think that now that I have a good feel for how the PTR operates and different bugs to look out for, the upcoming 1 to 60s will be quite a bit quicker, I would imagine. So yeah, I mean, overall, it took me like 7 hours to do the 1 to 60. And then to get from Torment 1 to 4, it took me 8.5 hours. Okay, I was like, you probably can't tell on the video, but I was like dying by the time the video was done. I was so happy that it was finished and I was ready to go pass out. So yeah, if you're still here, Nocturnal, you were asking about you wanted to see how I did. I think it went really well. With the level of equipment I went into Pit 10 to unlock Torment 1 with, I was able to push all the way to Torment 2 outright. And then I went and got myself Storm's Companion and Irida's. That brought me to Torment 3. And then from there, it really was just boosting up my damage. That's the thing about Companion Druid. There's very well-defined goals, and it is actually exceedingly easy to get all the components that you need for the Companion Druid to function and reach Torment 4. So, yeah, in total, it took me 15 hours, I guess. I was able to do that all in one day. Other people, it might take 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 days, maybe a week, whatever. But just in terms of raw playtime, it took me roughly 15 hours, 15 to 16 hours, yeah. So I hope that that gives you some insight onto Companion Druid. And then Medivh had a question here. How are you, brother? Oh, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. I'm a lot more well rested as compared to when I dropped the stream yesterday. I can tell you that for sure. I'm feeling really good today because I was productive. I put together the companion druid build guide. I will be probably releasing that closer to when season 9 launches, although again, some of the information might be just a little bit outdated because they still have some adjustments to make from PTR to the live servers. So we'll see how that goes. My yesterday run was great. I actually cleared Torment 4 all in one evening. Really happy about that. And yeah, it's for me Torment 4 certified for when the next season begins. So that's pretty exciting. Yeah. It's funny because you were even saying that hold on a second. Lee Burgess said I'm get back on Diablo 4 like in an hour to do some Nightmare Dungeon. Okay, yeah, please. Please do. Yeah, that's great. But I think that you're on live servers. I'll be on like I said, I'll be on PTR all week. I'm grinding PTR. I'm sorry, I'm not hopping back on live servers. I'm expressly interested in PTR because I want to record as much gameplay as I can, and then take that content, and then tell people about what to expect when the live season actually comes out. So yeah. But with regards to Medivh's comment, yeah, crazy. Yeah, so it's actually quite funny because much earlier in the stream, I remember I think you were saying, "Wow, you're making like 1 to 60 pretty quickly with the companion druid or something like that." Maybe it wasn't level 60. I think I was like level 50 at the time. To tell you the truth, my companion druid run was actually relatively slow. I'm not really trying to like speed run with a companion druid. I'm trying to experiment and play around with different things. Even when the season goes live, I'm usually trying to prioritize the seasonal quest line because I want to experience everything that the season has to offer with my build, me, the companion druid. Okay, I see myself as the companion druid. It sounds kind of weird when I put it like that, but you know what I mean. It's my favorite build. So all the like cool stuff, I want to do it with a companion druid. Anyway, you get the idea. I've done enough talking there. But the gist of it is really the real challenge was going from Torment 1 to 4, and I think that with my companion druid, I was able to make it in Torment 4 very comfortably. So, yeah, that's not really a nod to my skill level, although, yeah, I mean, I have a relatively high level of familiarity with Companion Druid, I would say, compared to all the other builds. But all the same, I have a lot of fun, like playtesting the Companion Druid and showing people, I guess, how to, you know, reliably make it a Torment 4, even like within a day or two. That's kind of the goal. Okay. Cool, man. I can't wait to play with you again. Me too. No, I'm excited to go back onto the live servers because I don't think I'm going to be doing any more build guides for season 8. I think I'm going to save those for season 9 because that's coming next month. But I would still, like, there's still some things left that I'd like to do. I do want to abuse overpower and all that while it's still available. I'm not going to be able to do it next season, I don't think. Well, that's debatable. Anyway, yeah, I don't know if anyone's still hanging out in Twitch chat aside from Medivh. It's kind of strange because Nock and Swanson were here, but it says that the viewer count is only 2. I presume myself and Medivh. Uh, so yeah, I think that now that I've kind of gotten that all out of the way, I'm gonna mute myself for a moment, and then I'm going to actually begin my recording. And oh, you're here. Okay, nice, nice. Yeah, no pressure, by the way. I just it's kind of odd because it was like 4 viewers, so I assume it's myself, you, Medivh, and Nocturne, and then all of a sudden it dropped down to 2. So I assumed that it was just myself and Medivh at that point. Like I understand, I probably put people to rest with all of the yapping I was just doing. But yeah, I needed to go over that though because that companion druid stuff, dude, I was so happy to see that I could clear Torment 4 with minimal. I want to say minimal difficulty, right? But people are actually scared that this upcoming season, oh, I don't have access to my overpowered build, so uh, you know, I don't know how I'll be able to reach Torment 4. Well, I already have a game plan. And in fact, there's some small part of me that's like kind of tempted to just grind and push as far as I can go with a companion druid and see how long it takes for somebody to overtake me or something like that for next season. But that's for me to figure out later. Okay, folks, I'm gonna stop the yapping here just for a moment. I have to begin the recording, and then I will talk to you guys momentarily. Okay. So yeah, don't go anywhere. I'm gonna begin my Thorns Barb, and I'm gonna give some deets or some details on how to properly, well, how I would build my Thorns Barbarian to clear 1 to 60, and then thereafter Torment 1 to 4. Okay, so I'll see you folks in just a second. Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here, bringing you another 1 to 60 on the Diablo 4 Season 9 PTR. Season 9, known as Sins of the Herodrim, has to do with obtaining Herodric powers and includes Nightmare Dungeon reworks too. I took a look at the new powers and Nightmare Dungeons already on my previous level 1 to Torment 4 journey with the Companion Druid, and I found that the Nightmare Dungeons are pretty lackluster when it comes to leveling, but are much more useful when you make it into Torment difficulties. As for the powers, I found them surprisingly useful, even if they're not as flashy as the Witch or Boss powers from the last 2 seasons. With that said, I'm making a seasonal character to access the seasonal content. You'll see here it says Season of Witchcraft, and you'll see that the description is for Belial's Return. But yeah, these are outdated. I don't think that, or these aren't up to date. I don't think that they've filled in the tooltips yet for the next season. So just disregard that. This is the PTR for Season 9. So I'm making a seasonal character to access this seasonal content. Campaign is still one of the fastest ways to level to 60. If you're trying to just speed run all the way into Torment, you would want to start with Vessel of Hatred campaign, not completed, and then you would go through the Vessel of Hatred campaign. You can get a lot of XP that way. But having said that, I want to experiment with a few things using my Thorns Barbarian for leveling, which aren't tied to the campaign. I'm opening up with normal difficulty for aspects, but with more tempers and upgrades to my Barbarian, I'm eventually planning to up the difficulty to Expert or even Penitent difficulty. I'm actually quite excited to run this Thorns Barb because they adjusted the Outburst passive to grant at least 1 Thorns per bonus maximum health regardless of player level. In other words, that seems like a pretty big deal since now my max life tempers will also give Thorns. So I'm just going to take a look at this to confirm. Yeah, so here we have Outburst. Okay, maybe it's not 1 to 1, but what this essentially means is that right now I have like 20 life, right? So if I have like some items, some rare items that I start tempering, let's say max life on with these tempers here, if I can just find it, it would be defensive. Yeah, like this one. If I tempered something with 10 to 15 max life, that would be like 5 thorns by itself. So just to give you an idea as to some of the changes they made, at least that's my understanding with the patch notes. When this is all done, when I reach Torment 4, I'll put together a build guide that you can follow to reach Torment 4 when Season 9 actually goes live. Right now, this is PTR. There are some things that might change between now and when the season goes live, but I think that by and large, this Thorns Barb should be largely unaffected by those changes. If there are changes, then I'll make mention of it when I put together the build guide, or I'll write something in the description of the video, in the comments, or maybe in the build planner. I don't know. I'll figure something out. But yeah, so that's to start off. Oh, and as far as I know, the seasonal powers are not available on the PTR without the vendor of cheats. So for the PTR, I have to actually unlock them in Kyovashad by talking to Emrak. That's the vendor of cheats. And having all these powers at the start of season 9 is a bit of a stretch. Hold on. It would be... Hold on, let me just check a couple things. Okay, so I have my renown rewards, that's right. That means that everything carried over, except I think for my pet, right? Okay, yeah, they still didn't let me have my pet, but... so yeah, seasonal. And then I would just want the Roderick spellcraft. And that unlocks this entire tab, because I tried to use this on my druid, my companion druid. I ran Nightmare Dungeons to try to unlock the powers, but they aren't anywhere to be found in the Nightmare Dungeons. And then when I tried to access them, or when I tried to find like a vendor that might unlock some sort of quest line, I couldn't find it in any of the major towns. So I can only assume that the Herodric powers here are activated once you do the seasonal questline, which isn't available on this PTR. So, as I was saying, having all these powers at the start of Season 9 is a bit of a stretch, so I'll hold off on using them until a little bit later. But there are some powers that help the build quite a bit. I'll talk about that a little later too, but I think for me, I would run like Repulsion, and then, I mean, I can attach this to one of my skills, maybe like Challenging Shout. That would make the most sense, probably. And then I could... The thing is, my Thorns is physical damage, so it doesn't really combo very well with any of these infusions. But who knows? Maybe there's there might be some ways to utilize their like damage reduction from this one, chilling effects, all that. But the Arcana that I actually really excited to try is here it is, Jagged Bramble. Damage from your catalyst has up to a 50% chance to deal 130% of my Thorns damage. So I'm going to be stacking a ton of Thorns on this build. I'll be able to rank this all the way up from 130 to like almost 200%. And then what that means is that every time I invoke my Propulsion, it will convert my Thorns into raw damage as kind of an alternative method of dealing damage, so that I don't have to wait for bosses to keep hitting me over and over to kill them. So this is going to be interesting to see how well we can do with this Thorns Barb. And then, of course, there's other things that I can pick up too. I can pick up Barrier from Bottled Wind. I can get Fractured Core to disable DR Aura. I can apply Vulnerable, although I think that I already have some ways to apply Vulnerable. So that's all for me to figure out later. But just to kind of give an idea, I'm thinking to do like Execute with Vulnerable and like yeah, Jagged Bramble or something, with like some small AoE attack. Though that should work really nicely with Thorns. Yeah. Okay, that was quite a lot to talk about, but hopefully you folks are still with me. As I usually do, I have to go over the character starter checklist. I just showed that I can't equip a pet. If this were Season 9 and it actually officially started, then for sure activate your pet. It makes your life way easier because it'll automatically pick up materials for you. And then, of course, I need to hire a mercenary. Last time I tried to avoid using a mercenary. I can see now that that is the pretty... I don't want to... It's a pretty dumb idea, at least while leveling. I actually really enjoy Subo because even just having him, I get access to the Seeker Mercenary perk, which is basically like a map hack, right? Like you can see everything on your mini-map. And then... yeah, then eventually I can pick up some of the other modifiers. And then much later, if I want, I can try to level... or I can try to use Subo... or... no, sorry. I can try to use Rahir as my main man when I make it a Torment to try to round out my resistances if I'm lacking on resistances or if I just need it in general. So yeah, so I'm gonna run this Rahir here as a reinforcement, and so whenever I get injured, I guess I can use shield charge. Yeah, this is nice. The reason I have it like this, Subo Rahir, like normally I run Aldkin as my alternative, as my reinforcement, but with this setup, I can use Subo to give me map hack to make it much easier to uh, figure out where I need to position myself relative to monsters. And then I can level up Rahir at the same time, because if I don't use Rahir even as a reinforcement, then later when I have to actually use him as my hired mercenary, he doesn't he won't be high enough level for me to get the 15% resistance to all elements. So I'm going to use him as reinforcement in this case. Okay, so that's for mercenaries. Now, talking about the reward caches, smoldering ashes, and saving renown. Now, there are normally these. Okay, I can't. Well, I mean, the tab isn't here, but normally there's like a season journey, and then each part of the season journey you do, you get some reward caches, and you get some smoldering ashes, and you're able to get some like XP bonuses and whatnot. Right now, it's the PTR, so those are not available. What is available is renown. Do make sure to save your renown until much later on. Of course, the initial rewards are pretty worthless, but later on, the third reward actually does give a pretty sizable chunk of XP. So I usually save those until I reach level 59, just to just to get from 59 to 60. And well, yeah, that's like the most efficient time to use it, I would say. So then next is skills. Ah, yes, skills. So, hold on a second. Huh, interesting. Okay, I thought that this would be enough to level, but I guess not. So when it comes to skills, well, I'm gonna start off by getting this. This is like the only way to get thorns at like level 1. But then later on, oh yeah, right, I'm supposed to get upheaval too, because upheaval is nice because it gives me, at least before I actually start pumping up my thorns, this gives me a nice source of damage to take out monsters early on. And then here, in this case, I can, well, I guess I can go, oh, hold on. Yeah, 2 thorns is fine. And there. Okay, so now I have like 2 thorns from Outburst. I think that they buffed that because previously at like level 1, I would have like 0 thorns off this for the first couple levels. So it seems that they've changed that. And then of course I gain 1 thorns for each 2 bonus max life. That's actually pretty massive. I'm going to be taking advantage of that later. So yeah, I'll be pretty handy. I'm going to get Warcry for now, but later I'll sort out my skills as needed. So that's for skills. Obviously, later I would like to have things like Leap and Kick to grant me Berserking, and as I level up my character, I'll probably make some adjustments. Eventually, I'll probably have Warcry, Challenging Shout, and maybe Rallying Cry. I have to take a look at the build planner. I don't have my Thorns Barb memorized by heart, unlike with the Companion Druid. But yeah, for the time being, I'm going to work towards getting Berserking, and then I'm going to combine that with Death Wish Aspect. And I'll talk about Death Wish Aspect in a moment. Barbed Carapace will be the key passive that I'm working towards, and of course, I use Steel Grasp to pull monsters in to make it easier to have Thorns activate on all of them at once. So, yeah. Okay, aspects and tempering. So, aspects and tempering. Well, tempering... Okay, so tempering is kind of weird, because normally I talk about, like, oh yeah, the most important temper to look out for offensive, or for any character, is, like, natural finesse, like, when you're first starting off. But for the Thorns Barb, as you might imagine, the recipe that's actually most important is actually plus Thorns. Thorns is way more useful for me because, well, yeah, if I have like 50 Thorns, I could basically dog walk everything all the way up until level 30, even on Penitent difficulty, or something like that. I don't remember the exact numbers, but you get the idea, right? With the right setup, I can breeze through the game like it's nothing. So definitely, natural schemes is super important. Natural finesse is really important because it also gives damage, right? And then now with the changes made this season, I would normally run total armor on my equipment, but actually max life would be more important here because that directly boosts my thorns. And probably when I make it to like level 60, the value of max life from this tempering recipe would drop off, but at least early on it gives a very sizable boost. And then of course, for like well, I don't care much for the mobility and the resource tempers, but sure, it can help to have some movement speed too, or like leap cooldown reduction or something. But yeah, those three that I mentioned are the big ones. So damage, life, and thorns. Okay. Now aspects. There are two aspects in particular that are super important. I'm just gonna type in thorns to make it easier to find. Death Wish and Needle Flare. Death Wish is thorns while berserking. I always like to open up by picking this aspect up first, because, well, yeah, it's one way to guarantee that I'll get Thorns outright as long as I activate Berserking. And then, of course, there's Needle Flare, which gives me Thorns in an AoE. I don't really think there's much else to be said there. It's an extremely useful aspect for this particular build. But if we take it one step further, there's quite a number of other aspects that can help us too, especially while leveling. So aspect of elements, aspect of inner calm, aspect of retribution. So like inner calm is just raw damage. Retribution is damage to stunned or knocked down enemies. I don't think. Oh yeah, conceited aspect. That's another one. I get more damage while I have a barrier active. And I mean, there's, well, I'll have to figure that out later, but I think that there's one Arcana that gives me barrier, but I haven't decided which ones I would use. I had to play around with that a little bit. Edge Masters sounds nice, but it's only skills deal up to 5% increased damage, and Thorns is not really a skill in this case. Exploiter's aspect, maybe. I'll think about that one. And sure, maybe I do Vehement Brawlers or something. Again, that's something for me to figure out later. So, yeah, this is a good starting point. Any one of these could be quite useful. Any of the ones that I just marked as favorite. And then, of course, there are plenty of unique items that can assist me as well. Things like Fists of Fate that can boost up my overall average damage. So, yeah, that's the gist of it. I don't think I have too much more to say there. Then, oh yeah, resource aspects. I think some of these are actually even more important than the offensive aspects. In particular, Bold Chieftains is super useful. Whenever I cast a Shout skill, like if there's like a big group of enemies, then the cooldown of it goes down drastically. So, for example, I think Challenging Shout, that's going to be a big part of my build. I get Thorns equal to percentage of my max life. Right now, the cooldown on it, base cooldown is 25 seconds. I can, with that aspect, bring it all the way down to like 7 or something. So I can just keep spamming it. It's like pretty much always up. So yeah, that resource aspect for Bold Chieftains is super important. And then I think defensive aspect, I usually run, well, there's like a few options. I could do like Disobedience. I could do Aspect of Might. I can do Iron Skin. Well, there's a whole bunch. But yeah, I think one of the ones that are pretty important is Juggernauts, since that'll help cover all my, like I'm trying to reach like the armor cap of 1,000, even in Torment 4, and Disobedience will help quite a bit with it. That's like 500 armor by itself. They still haven't really nerfed that, so that's totally fine. Sure, whatever. Yep, so that's for aspects. I think that's pretty much it. Oh, there is one other aspect I'd forgotten about. It is... I can't find it. Okay, maybe it's on mobility. Yeah, here it is. Aspect of Perpetual Stomping. This used to be a utility, I think, and I believe it got moved to mobility. I could be wrong about that, but either way, yeah, aspect of perpetual stomping is pretty important. Because if like for the early levels until I make it into Torment, usually my build rotation, I would leap first, I'd kick second, then I'd leap again, and I'd kick again, and then I would leap again, and I would ground stomp again. Is how the build usually operates. And the reason I would do that is to perpetually keep up berserking, which triggers the Death Wish aspect I showed a moment ago. So that's for aspects and tempering. Then elixirs and incense, obviously make sure to have an elixir up whenever you can. That helps quite a bit. And then same thing goes with incense. And then lastly, the leveling process, which I'm going to talk about in a second, involves, or I'll talk about it more in depth. I'm going to unlock the most important aspects from the codex, those being the two Thorns aspects that I mentioned earlier. So it would be Death Wish and Needle Flare. Death Wish I get from Penitent Cairns, so I'm going to head there first. And then I know this Ishari Sanctum for the Needle Flare aspect. So I'm going to head on over to Penitent Cairns first, and while I run there, I can talk about the overarching leveling process I have in mind, okay? So that was quite a bit to say, but I think that's the... that was like 20 minutes of talking, but hopefully it's at least somewhat interesting to get some insight onto how I start off my character here. Anyway, yeah, so Codex, unlocking Codex powers is always my #1 priority for most builds. Well, yeah, it's my #1 priority for most builds. Thorns Barb is not an exception to that rule. I like to get access to one reliable source of Death Wish right away. And same with Needle Flare. Those just help a lot while leveling and throughout the entire game, because otherwise who knows when you'll get those aspects. Of course, once I unlock the Codex, normally I would do the seasonal quest line, but of course on the PTR that's not available. And then after the seasonal quest line, or like during the seasonal quest line, I guess I would do the class-specific quest. Well, at least I used to. Whenever there was like a class that I hadn't yet cleared the class-specific quest on, but now I think I've done it on every class. So, and they've made like it so that once you've cleared it on at least one character, then you don't need to keep doing it again. So that's a change they made. Then after that would be Nightmare Dungeons, Helltides, and Whispers. And then lastly, I would end off on Strongholds and Renown. So, long story short, for the PTR, I'd do Codex first, NMDs, Helltides, and Whispers second, Strongholds third, and Renown last. Alright. And I'm going to talk about why I opted to play the Thorns Barb in a second, but I did leave some people in chat hanging, so I'm going to take a moment to respond there. Hey, David. David Mustaine, how's it going? It's going all right. Thanks for asking. How you doing? Yeah, I'm just trying to go over the preliminary like information for this character. That's pretty much it. What's up with you? You're here, always just watching your stream, don't want to interrupt you in your stream. Oh, no, please. By all means, you're never interrupting. I mean, if there's ever something that, you know, I'm really in the middle of trying to finish talking about, then yeah, like, I'll probably just be... Whoa. Yeah, if there's ever something that I'm, like, in the middle of discussing that is... like really important, or like I'm in the middle of a discussion with somebody, then I'll always just circle back to your comments. So no worries, you can always just write whenever. This applies especially to when I'm doing my recording, right? Like the first 20 minutes of it. Anybody who's watching this gameplay might want some preliminary information, so I don't want to, you know, bounce back and forth between talking to people in chat and talking to people on YouTube who might just be watching this post-recording or whatever. Okay. We got some bug damage again. Oh, yeah, I saw. I know exactly what you're talking about. I did see that. You got bug damage again. I was watching. I worked yesterday for a little bit on my phone, playing Flay. Oh, yeah, was it Flay or was it Rupture? I thought it was Rupture he was using. Well, infinite damage numbers is definitely not gonna make it live in season 9. Yeah, I always love seeing when it says like 2.1 or rather negative 2.1 billion. That's just kind of hilarious. Yeah, clearly there was probably some sort of unintended interaction there. No worries, man. TYT. Yeah, no worries. So yeah, no, I saw that. I saw that. That's probably not gonna make it into season 9. That would be completely ridiculous. I mean, they would never have bug builds in the live season, right? Anyway, Lee, you said you love watching me play. Hey, man, I appreciate that. I mean, that's good. I would say that I don't really think that there's too much about my content that I genuinely believe is like, you know, it's not like I consider my content to be like something that, oh yeah, it's like great or anything like that. But if people enjoy it, I guess that's like the most important thing. Yeah, because me personally, I'm really just playing, right? Like I'm just putting out Diablo 4 gameplay, and if people want to watch it, then great. And if not, then all good too. I actually really enjoy kind of sharing with people the, you know, like filling you folks in on like well, things you might not know about the game, right? Like with this Thorns Barb, for example, like a lot of people are under the impression that perhaps Thorns Barb is pretty like bad. I mean, like obviously in comparison to, oh, I don't know, let's say like Lightning Spear Sorcerer, like it's not going to be that good in comparison. But all the same, people have to keep in mind that just because Lightning Spear exists doesn't mean you can't play other builds in the game, right? Even for like, of course, it's a little more complicated than that. I'm not trying to downplay how important it is to have a balanced game, just so we're clear here. But there's plenty of builds, I think, that a lot of people just downplay. I think Incinerate's like a perfectly good example. A lot of people are stuck all the way from like Season 0 or Season 1, where Incinerate was lackluster in some ways. And then, so word on the street was that, yeah, it was basically unplayable, but in reality, it's actually been playable for quite some time. Anyway, so I'm here just to collect my aspect. Of course, there's some dirty work that has to go into this, but I'll finish this off soon. There. And finished. Nice and easy. I usually run Frenzy with this, but I did want to actually try running Flay this time around. Because Flay gives thorns. 2 thorns for every hit, and then it stacks up to 5 times. So that's like 10 thorns, right? 3 thorns here, increase my thorns by 9%. So actually, with the adjustments they've made to the game, there's a chance that I might be able to just go pure thorns from the very beginning. Well, when I say very beginning, I mean obviously with like basic attacks and whatnot, but yeah, it's a starting point. I'm gonna throw that on. Fury per second, that seems pretty important. And yeah, I think the next place I would need to go to is, of course, here in Yashari Sanctum. Okay. How's it going, Lee? David Goodman. Nice. You played your Quill Volley a bit last night on PTR, got to pit 65. Wow, and then you had to sleep in to try Rob's build. I was still just messing around with an SB1. Yeah, that's good. That's very good. Yeah, I'm glad that you have a build that you very much enjoy. BRB, bro, getting something. Okay, sounds good. I'm surprised. I thought you would be heading off to bed pretty soon, right about now, since it's getting late where you're at, Medivh. But yeah, I'll see you in a second. I appreciate that, David. Yeah, I mean, chill or not, right? At the end of the day, I feel like even if I'm like a really chill player, if I'm not like, you know, if my content is like, if I don't really have as much to offer in terms of like, oh yeah, here's like some end game builds that are like super broken, then I don't know if it's enough of an allure to pull people in. Maybe, well, yeah, maybe I'm mistaken about that, but it's just, I guess some things I'm thinking about. It's a bit of a complicated discussion for me, but yeah, I'm just always surprised. Like, I'm surprised that I'm not. Like, at the same, like, on one hand, it wouldn't make much sense for me to have kept doing this, like, doing these, like, gameplay recordings, like, level 1 to Torment 4, whatever, if I didn't really think that anyone cared much for it. But at the same time, I'm surprised that there are so many people who like I put out those build guides this season, and I was getting like a couple thousand views on each one, right? And that was unexpected. Don't get me wrong, because especially prior to this season, it's not like I was swimming in like thousands of views or anything like that. But yeah, like a lot of my content, either whether it be the gameplay getting from Torment 1 to 4 for a specific build, or doing like the build guides and telling people how the build functions under certain conditions, I feel like, yeah, I mean, a lot of people have kind of been getting in on it. Well, I say a lot of people. I'm not talking like, it's not like I got like hundreds of comments on my videos or anything like that, but I'm actually quite impressed that there are so many people who actually are willing to kind of come on in and just check it out, at least, if nothing else, right? Alright, so hit these. Okay, 18 remain. I think that after I clear this pack, they should all get pulled at me. Okay, crude cudgel. Yeah. Getting on. How far did I get on my druid last time? Oh, I'm done, dude. That's why I'm playing Thorns Barb. I'm finished. Yeah, I thought I mentioned the goal was to make it straight into Torment 4. Day 1, no questions asked. Or well, when I say day 1, I mean like the first 24 hours of the PTR. Yeah, it's finished. Done like dinner. I don't want to have to look at it again for another half season. Well, that's a lie. I'm totally okay playing on Season 8, right? But I'm just joking about the fact that, yeah, like, on to bigger and better. Or, well, on to other builds that I think other people might be more intrigued about. BRB. Okay, so you guys are talking about, gameplay. Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. By the way, before I talk to you guys some more, I needed to... this is a little bit late for me to mention, but I wanted to talk to any YouTube viewers who've made it up to this point, like on the recording, like on the video. Why am I playing Thorns Barb? This is it's actually funny. This actually ties in directly with what I was just discussing with people on the stream. But okay, well, this is distracting. So. Yeah, like, why am I playing Thorns Barb? What's so special about Thorns Barb? Well, there's a couple of reasons why I'm excited to play Thorns Barb. I find that Thorns Barb is one of those builds that I feel like there's a fair number, like there's a fair bit of demand for it, right? Like, you folks know about like supply and demand. You know how there's like plenty, like right now, Hydra Sorcerer, or well, Hydra's a thing, right? And everyone is interested in playing Hydra, so I don't really see much of a reason to go and myself play Hydra when everybody else is already playing Hydra. But for some reason, maybe because Thorns Barb is generally considered to be one of the weaker builds in the game or something. Well, that would be it. I mean, what else would it be, right? Even though Thorns is a very cool archetype for a build, I think the simple reality is that not that many people are running Thorns. So that's one of the reasons why I like to do Thorns. It seems to be a build that there seems to be a fair bit of interest in, but that most people aren't really willing to try, or that if they do end up trying it, that they don't really... There just isn't very much content for Thorns. So yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna be like, okay, this is a shout out to Do Not Hit Me, by the way. Do Not Hit Me, the Thorns Barb guy. He consistently plays Thorns every season, but his content is like, you know, pushing for like endgame and stuff, which again, there's nothing wrong with that. But for me, I think the main interest for me is whether or not I can get the build to Torment 4. That's a perfectly reasonable goal. I think that kind of lines up with what most people would be aiming for Thorns, which is just to even touch Torment 4, right? And then, of course, there's some people who would want to go and, like, pit push. Then, at that point, they can actually go and check out Do Not Hit Me's channel or something. I don't know. So, that's the gist of why I'm playing Thorns Barb. So far, I've done Companion Druid. And, like, this time, I'm, like, using the Thorns Barbarian and hoping to put, like, a build guide for this. For reaching Torment 4 before next season begins officially. Yeah, Yeah, because like that's what I'm trying to do with each of these characters. I'm trying to prove that I can make it through Torment 4 and then show the minimum level of equipment I needed to get into Torment, right? With whichever build. So having said that, uh, my next character I'm thinking of doing is a sorcerer, probably running Incinerate since that's a lesser used build that got some buffs and everyone else is playing Hydra already, as I just mentioned. Then I'm thinking of doing Minion Necro, Dance of Nizroke, and Thorn Spiritborn if time permits. Although that's a little ambitious. And when the season officially goes live, I'm thinking of playing other builds too, like Whirlwind Barb, but that'll be for me to figure out later. So that's all the stuff I wanted to talk about very briefly. I have 3 more skill points, so let me toss those in. I'm going to get Kick here. Kick and Leap. I think those are usually what I start off on. And then eventually I replace Upheaval for Ground Stomp, but... Or maybe even Steel Grasp. I can't even remember, but whatever. Doesn't much matter. So, yeah. I'm gonna... I guess, throw on highest item power, items across the board. I should probably just do max life. Max life, probably most important. Max life on everything except for, if I can get, oh, movement speed. Okay, yeah, movement speed or fury, probably movement speed in this case. And yeah, I'll just salvage everything. Beyond that, trying to pump up my life as much as I can get. Because of this outburst passive, 1 thorns for each 2 life that I have. So now I have 12 thorns. Okay, I really like this change. This is a great change. I don't have to rely on some non-thorn skill for the first 10 to 15 levels of the character. So yeah, this is excellent. I'm gonna now go to the Helltide. I might actually consider switching it to hard mode, but yeah, I think I'm gonna wait until I get my aspects first before I switch it to hard, and then yeah, I'll kind of like incrementally boost up my character. The reason I'm tempted to switch to hard mode now is so that I can get more XP, but I think it might take longer to kill these monsters. So David was saying Twister WW will be the way to go in season 9. Would it really? I thought that Dust Devils and Earthquake NATOs are being like nerfed this upcoming season on like the live, well, even on PTR it's like this, right? I'm a little burnt out now by WW now. I've been playing it since season 2. Okay, I got respect for you that you actually been playing it for that long. That's impressive. I mean, for me, I've been playing Companion Druid since... Well, yeah, actually, same as you. I've been playing Companion Druid all the way since season 2. Yeah, I believe it's been that long. Oh, wow. Hold on a second. Can't... Okay. There's so many of them. I don't like that they keep splitting themselves up. I can't take out all of them at once. And they're going in like different directions and I have no damage. Imagine if this were hard mode. I think I have to choose one and just run with it. Like, I can't... Shoot. Oh, I got one of them at least. I wanted to kill all of them. Like, every one of them gives like 1 legendary. That would have been very useful if I could have gotten all of them, but yeah, that's all I have to do for now. This is my first legendary item. Later, like, I'd love to temper on this right away, but I need Veiled Crystals to temper, or to even attempt to temper. And I think more importantly than that, I would need some Veiled Crystals to temper the Death Wish aspect to get more thorns, so that's that. So yeah, that's just my thoughts on it. You've been playing Diablo 4 since beta? Oh yeah, as have I. I've been playing since the beta too. I actually had my first character on the live server, like Unseen Elder, since like that was like all the way since like season 0, but then I think I eventually deleted that character like last season to make room for others. I had no choice because it was just way too outdated by that point. You'll probably mess around with the OK Rogue again too in Season 9. Ah, I see. Yeah, yeah, that's... Sounds like a cool plan, except I don't... I thought that Dance of Knives Rogue is pretty weak in this upcoming season. Yeah, Dance of Knives Rogue is pretty weak, isn't it? Like, even right now in the live server, it definitely... I struggled more with it by far than any other uh, character that I had to play, including Spiritborn, including... Well, I mean, all the other classes were roughly within, like, the 6 to 10 hour range, really. 7 to 10 hour range, I guess. Like, especially with the boss powers, but even with the boss powers, I couldn't even... It took me 16 hours with Dance of Knives Rogue this season, and I think next season they're keeping the health pools of most mobs the same, but they're reducing the strength of the Dance of Knives Rogue, is my understanding. So I don't know how that's gonna work. Yeah, maybe weak, but it's still fun to play. No, I'm with you on that. It is a lot of fun to play. I just have to, you know, keep people well informed that, yeah, like Dance of Knives Rogue is going through it for next season. At least right off the bat, just look like I have to actually try it for myself when the time comes. But truth be told, I'm kind of dreading it. Much in the same way I was dreading the Thorns Barb. But Thorns Barb was actually okay because I had boss powers to like as a source of damage against bosses. But I don't know what Dance of Knives Rogue, like what I'm gonna do this season to deal with. To actually deal with these. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do with Dance of Knives Rogue to deal with, like, anything, really. Bosses, pit. Yeah, all of them. What build Poison Rough build? I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure what you said there, or what you meant. If you're asking, like... If I'm asking, or if you're asking, like, if Poison Rogue might be good, truth be told, I don't really know much about Rogue outside of Dance of Knives. I pay special attention to Dance of Knives because it's a really fun build, and yeah, like, even if Dance of, like, this past season, Death Trap is, like, super popular, right? And I think even the season before, like, Dance of Knives was great for leveling, but I think a lot of people switched out on endgame for, like, Rain of Arrows, if I recall correctly. Like, okay, fine. But this upcoming season, I think that Dance of Knives, like, even though, you know, similar to what David was saying, like, David is saying that, oh, it might be weak, but it's still fun to play. And I think that a lot of people feel the exact same way about Dance of Knives, so I'm gonna have to see, well, yeah, I'm gonna see just how well that character works and if there's any easier way to build it up in such a way where... I'm just curious to see if there's a way to make the Dance of Knives Rogue feel, like, really strong. I guess is just what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, that's the gist of it. Oh, this trap build you're playing is going to be gutted in Season 9? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they're definitely gutting that. They're gutting, like, a lot of stuff. I don't even know where to get started with all the gutting that they're doing. Alright, what other things were we... Oh, there. Oh, I have 2 points here. Let me just get this in real quick. Gain 40 Fury. Makes them vulnerable. Actually, wait, what am I doing? I'm actually supposed to get Berserking with these. That was the plan. I'm trying to get as many sources of Berserking as I can. Not going to be good Season 9, David. Yeah. I wouldn't expect it to be. Where's the... Oh, I have a nice little chest armor here. I need, like, Veiled Crystals. You know what? I just realized. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. Maybe I should actually be trying to do Whispers to get the Veiled Crystals that I need. To make it much easier for me to go through all these. I'll have to think about that, but... Oh, or maybe I just do the Ore Veins. I don't know. Eventually I'll start to get some rares. I'm actually pretty upset that I couldn't clear those treasure goblins, because those treasure goblins were... Well, yeah, those treasure goblins would have been very useful. let's just say. No reason I don't want to play it, it just looks so boring to play. I don't really have any particular opinion about Death Trap specifically. I just know, okay, it's really choppy. It's just PTR things. I just know that that it's like ridiculously strong, like way too strong. You know, there's like no way that they could keep it in its current state for next season. But I mean, I guess a similar argument could have been made for Lightning Spear and like Cataclysm. Cataclysm and Lightning Spear are still the same, and with like Earthquakes too, right? Are like still some of the top dogs, exactly the same as what they were from like a couple seasons ago, or from like season 7, right? So, yeah, I don't know. But this time it looks like they're actively trying to, you know, let other builds shine. I think somebody else, I can't remember who said it, but somebody pointed out this is going to be the season of like a bunch of mediocre builds, and then like one or two really strong builds is what it's starting to shape up like. I think there's still people trying to find what the really strong builds are, but by and large, I don't really see like any build crossing pit 150, like pit 150. Definitely. I don't even know if a lot of the builds are going to cross pit 100, let alone 150, right? Like, if there were, like, Season of Witchcraft, there were some builds who actually did make it all the way to, like, pit 150. And then this previous season, I think the highest was Mikuna's Lightning Spear Sorcerer at like, pit 121. That's about it. I don't know if it goes much beyond that, but anyway. I don't really care about any of that. Really, I only care about one thing, right? Torment 4 is, I think, for me at least, where you get access to like pretty much all the content, because beyond, if you're pushing pit, like, oh, if you can clear pit 95, it doesn't really mean that much more than if you were to clear pit 90. Maybe to you it would, but it's not like you're unlocking anything new in the game. It's not like, you know, you're really just running the pit again. Whereas with the bosses, whereas when you're like doing these like layer bosses and all that, there's going to be some people who want to actually make it into Torment 4 with their own two hands, and that's kind of the content I'm trying to, I guess, show off to people. That's the gist of it anyway. Yeah, too strong. I dog walk Torment 4 easy. Well, yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, keep in mind that for as crazy as that build is, like, there were a lot of other very egregious kind of builds from 2 seasons ago, right? Like, I think my personal favorite was Bloodwave 2 seasons ago. In this, like, not my favorite build, but in terms of how ridiculous it was. Because, when it came to the... why am I not wearing this? Yeah, like, like, 2 seasons ago... 2 seasons ago, when there was the Bloodwave Necro that was dominating, the way Bloodwave Necro dominated was that you just needed one item. I think it was Kesseme's, right? Yeah, there's that one item, it's called Kesseme's. As long as you have Kesseme's, you can, like, you can go from Torment 1 to Torment 4 with just Kesseme's alone, and that makes no sense, right? Like, from a balancing perspective, like, people will whine and complain that their build feels weaker, but there is no way to justify, in good faith, that it made any sense that you get one unique item and suddenly you can, like, essentially bypass all of the challenges that the game has to offer, right? That made no sense. Like, yeah, I reached endgame in 1 day because of one item. Like, in my case, yeah, like, I actually ran the Companion Druid by hand all the way from Torment 1 to Torment 4. I think that's fair, because I actually had to spend, like, 16 hours on it. I had to level glyphs, I had to, you know, get the right uniques, and I had to level some witch powers. You get the idea, you get the point. But obviously with Bloodwave, back then it was just get one item and yeah, you're in Torment 4. And yeah, there's even some builds now that are still too strong, hitting for hundreds of billions or maybe even trillions of damage, rather, or as compared to some builds that are barely struggling to scrape by like a 100 million or like 1 billion hit. That's kind of a very big gap between builds. But I think that this is fairly obvious. Yeah, 100 will be the aim. Yeah, that's fair. I think that 100 is a good number to work for. Really, I only care about one thing, and that's to reach pit 55. I would much rather, like, think about this, right? Think about how much time investment goes into getting a build to clear pit 100, assuming that the season is, like there's no outliers like Death Trap or Lightning Spear or something. And in that amount of time, right? Let's say that it takes you. I'll throw out a random number. Let's say it takes you 100 hours. No, let's just say 150 hours for yeah, just to make things a bit easier for myself. Okay, so let's say it takes you 150 hours to make it into pit 100, right? In that same amount of time, I could get 10 characters to go from Torment, or from level 1 to Torment 4. And I think I value that a lot more, because that way I can help a lot more people. Because that's what's most enjoyable of the game for me, right? Like, I have a choice between either pushing pit and grinding super hard, or I actually try to prioritize making content that actually helps people, because I really enjoy being able to tell people, like, oh yeah, you want to play, you know what, like, the thing about Diablo 4 is that you can take most builds and get into Torment 4 with it, but I think most people don't really know how. I've mentioned this before. I mentioned it a few times. I want to help as many people use the build that they want to get into Torment 4 as possible, right? That's basically it. I'm trying to fill this sort of need, I guess. What a lot of other people will say is, oh yeah, just get into Torment 4 with one of the leveling builds we have. But what, not everyone wants to play like that, right? Like, I see that all the time. Not everyone wants to play like that. What if I really enjoy playing Dance of Knives Rogue? Why should I have to play Death Trap to get into Torment 4? In fact, that defeats the purpose. I have the most fun progressing from Torment 1 to 3 with Dance of Knives Rogue, and it's after that where things start to really get dicey, right? And so, yeah, with that in mind, yeah, I would much rather focus my efforts on just showing people how to level, how to, like, not just level from 1 to 60, but go like Torment 1 to 4, what to aim for, that kind of stuff. And testing the minimum level of power to get from one Torment to the next with each and every single build that I bother to try to use, right? And if I had limited time, yeah, I'd love to, like, for example, with Sorcerer, I did, what did I do for last season? I actually don't even remember. Oh yeah, Ice Shards, right? But then there's, like, so many other Sorcerer builds too. I could play Firewall, I could play Meteor, I could play Incinerate, I could play Hydra. And every single one of these, I feel like, could be something fun and enjoyable for people to play. But obviously, there's just not enough time for me to do a build for every single character, for every single build. And, well, yeah, that's essentially it, right? It does take time for me to put these together, and I have to go and, like, play test everything. And I mean, like, I could just do, like, a half-baked build. Like, I have a copy and paste sort of Paragon board for Sorcerer. I could do that. I could copy and paste that and make build guides for builds that I never have even played, but I don't really like to do that. I'd rather, if I'm gonna actually, like, put out a video, then I should have some baseline level of knowledge rather than hypotheticals. Like, I'd actually like to put it into practice and be like, okay, well, this is what I use to get to this specific point. That way, people have some sort of, like, viewers have some sort of benchmark that they can use as for what to expect when they're playing their builds. Yeah, right. And it's not just like, oh yeah, just go play build X that's, like, super overpowered this season. Just go play Death Trap Rogue. Yeah, just go play Death Trap Rogue. You don't need to play anything else. Yeah. I wish this game had gear sets like Diablo 3 was. That's fair. I know some people have, like, I've talked to some people who would like to see sets too. I don't think there's anything wrong with not having sets. To be honest, this is a hot take. I actually just think that, well, yeah, I don't really have an issue with there not being, like, proper sets. I think that the real issue is that the existing itemization by itself is not great. I think that's, like, a bigger problem. Yeah, that's, like, a whole different discussion in itself. I don't even want to, like, begin talking about that because, yeah, that's, like, that'll take a while to kind of, like, cover my thoughts on. But, I think that there's a lot of people who would like to see, better designed items rather than just, oh yeah, here's item sets. Because like, why do people want item sets, right? They want item sets because it was in like what, Diablo 3, right? I think Diablo 2 had it too. But I do feel like there are other ways to make the existing items in the game interesting without having to rely on going to make sets. Although they'll probably eventually make sets. That's probably going to be for one of the upcoming expansions, I bet. Now it would just make the most sense. And the reason why I can't help but emphasize that, hold on, damaged, injured, and healthy. Yeah, I should do that. Okay. All right, sure. The reason I can't help but emphasize that is that level 3. Okay, inventory's clean, so now I can actually pop the threat meter, and that should be okay. I feel like there are actually some really cool, well-designed uniques in the game that are a lot of fun to use. They're not all balanced, and not every unique is useful. But I mean, in one game, you know, how often is it that every item in the game is useful? Like, no one uses Mother's Embrace. I tried to use Mother's Embrace on some builds. I couldn't make it work, right? But as a good example, the new gloves that have come out recently, like that are coming out this season, where you can turn your skeleton mages into skeleton archmages. I think that's a really cool unique. Like, that's the kind of, you know, those kinds of uniques are what we should have in the game. Similar situation with the unique gloves for Fireball to some extent, but I mean, I want it to be sort of like not mandatory. I don't know. Itemization is its own whole discussion within Diablo 4. I think that part of the problem right now in Diablo 4 is just that the items themselves, like a lot of the uniques and legendaries, are like must-haves for certain builds. Like, if I'm going to play Thorns, I have to take Razorplate. There's no question about that, right? And in addition, I think that there's also a problem of some builds will not be able to function unless you get those uniques. And I think that's relatively poor design. I think that it would be a lot better. I think that the game would be a lot better if they made it so that the effects of certain uniques were actually attached to the skills of those specific characters in the game. So, like, just to give an example, like Sorcerer, I run Starfall Coronet, right? Like, Starfall Coronet makes it like go from being like one meteor to like several meteors that all fall around you. Okay, sure, that's fine. But wouldn't it make more sense for that to be a way to shouldn't that be something that you have access to? Okay. Wouldn't it make more sense for you to have access to that when it comes to actually putting your build together, right? Rather than, oh, I have to wait all the way until Torment and then I get access to it. Like, wouldn't it make more sense to have access to that when you're going through the game? Like, you can say, oh yeah, I'm a Starfall Coronet Meteor Sorcerer, and that's like something baked into your skills, rather than in... Oh, I have to slay a Hellborn? Okay, fine, I'll try then. Rather than in the game's current iteration, where you have to wait all the way until you get into Torment, then you have to get your uniques by farming specific bosses, and then you can actually start playing your build in its proper form. I don't think that makes much sense. I think that it would make way more sense if the items themselves are what increase the strength of your build, but the adjustments within each of the skills, like the modifiers on them, are what change the behavior of each individual skill. Kind of like what Diablo 4 had. Or Diablo 3 had, sorry. Yeah, because, for example, like, what if instead of shooting out 5 ice shards, or what if, like, ice shards by itself is just 1 ice shard, but then I can turn it into 5 ice shards that all go in a line, or I can make it 5 ice shards that shoot out in a cone, right? Like, kind of like Quill Volley. That would be kind of cool, changing the behavior of skills like that. Same thing with Meteor. Either have one meteor, like one really big meteor, or having like multiple little meteors. You know, having people adjust the behavior of their skills like that, I think is way cooler. Of course, then that begs the question of, well, you know, there's going to be some builds that are just way more popular than others, right? Based off of their level of power, but I mean, at least then the option is there, like they can rebalance it however they want. So yeah, there's some options there. Hold on, I see there's a bot in my Twitch chat. I gotta remove that real quick. Yeah, you only care that a build is T4 viable, as in killing Uber bosses at T4 and doing everything else in T4. Yeah, to tell you the truth, I have gotten my builds up to Torment 4 because that's like a good benchmark, but actually being able to comfortably clear the lair bosses in T4 is something that I haven't actually reached yet. I don't know how long that would take, but it already takes me like 16 hours of total gameplay to get like a fresh character from level 1 all the way into Torment 4, generally speaking. So I wouldn't really go out of my way to, I guess, test it. If that makes sense. All right. You wish this game had gear set like Diablo 3 was. Yeah, fair enough. I'm gonna be playing a bit of Diablo 3 when S35 starts. I miss Crusader lol. Yeah, fair enough. I wonder if they'll end up releasing a Crusader class or something, since everyone's been asking for it. Understandably so. I think that yeah, I feel like in the I'm sure they'll release something like Crusader or Paladin or just something called Holy Knight, something of that archetype. But I do kind of wonder if they're gonna release like when I was playing Spiritborn, I remember using Razor Wings, right? Razor Wings shoots out like this little projectile that kind of goes in a spiral around you. And immediately I thought of, I think Diablo 2 has a skill called Blessed Hammers. Yeah, I wonder if, like, if I were to play a Paladin, I'd love to do some sort of build like that with like a spinning hammer that goes around you. I think that they have something like that in Last Epoch too. I need to play Diablo 3. I missed that game. Fair enough. I didn't really get to play Diablo 3 that much. I'll be upfront with you folks about that. Yeah. Wait a second. I need to get some points into maybe this one. And then the next one is going to be Power Kick. And then I think this one also could help. Okay, yeah. Let's go this way. That's what I wanted the VOH class to be Paladin. SP is okay, though. It's going on me over time. You know what? Same here. I used to hate it. It's still my least favorite class, don't get me wrong, but on launch, I hated it. I hated it, like, just because... Why is this still only doing 1 damage? I hated it mainly because I just don't... It doesn't feel very... Like, I think I've talked about this before, right? Like, it doesn't really feel like it fits into the game, as bizarre as it sounds, or rather, it's... I'm familiar with, like, rogues, I'm familiar with sorcerer, and all the other classes, but I have no understanding of... Like, Spiritborn is, like, a brand new, like, archetype that's being introduced, right? Some people really like that. It's never really been my cup of tea. So, I guess partially the aesthetic of it, I don't really enjoy, and Season 6 left a really bitter aftertaste in my mouth with how overpowered it was. But, you know, over time, I've become a little more... I'm a little more receptive to Spiritborn now, and I actually understand why people enjoy the class. It's like got a lot of really fun options for builds that you can play. I think that's great. Waves of Darkness. Okay, sure. All right. Yeah, it helps being able to see where all the monsters are with Subo. Yeah, this makes leveling like so much easier compared to before. Anyway. Yeah. Just need them all to come at me. Yeah, this is one issue, though. I need them to, like, all focus me specifically to trigger Thorns. That would be better, ideally. Anyway, I'm just gonna sit here and wait. I wanted to read. Oh, we need a new class in this game. Monk class me nice. Yeah, I get behind that. I mean, yeah. I mean, give the people what they want, right? Like, I do think that they'll probably end up catering to like this holy knight or holy sort of character. They'll probably release something like that. I mean, I don't know. I'm not like dying to see like a paladin or a monk or a crusader. I don't really think I care for that. But at the same time, yeah, I don't know. I don't really have like a good. I'm not like I don't have any strong objections to seeing like a paladin or a crusader or like a monk, whatever. All right. SB is pretty much a monk-like class. Yeah, I guess it is, but maybe the archetype is what people care about more. Who knows? I think I got like 2,500 XP out of that. That was pretty bad. I should probably just keep focusing on killing everything. I don't even get any like rares out of this.
I'm not ready yet.
All right. Alright, anyway, yeah, while I talk to you folks, I can... Oh, actually, wait, which whispers am I still missing? Oh, I need to do Blood Maiden. I have 3 hearts. You know what? I'm actually in the wrong place. I should actually be going to the other... I should go to the other Helltide. I just realized there's 2 Helltides, right? So I can actually get credited for whispers on both. So I should go here. And there's even some other whispers attached to it too. Tortured Gifts. Harbinger. I don't think I need to kill Harbinger for anything. You need to buy DLC for this game. You don't have VOH. Missing out on SB and the runes. Oh, yeah, I'd forgotten about that. But I guess, yeah, he is missing out on the DLC. Okay, I'll use this for now. I think at this point I could probably get away with salvaging everything else. Strength. I don't. Sure, good enough. Okay, I'm gonna salvage everything aside from that. I do eventually want to get some tempers on my equipment, but I think I'll save that for start of the next hour or something, and focus on just trying to turn in my cinders like I usually do. How long have I been at this for? Like an hour? Yeah, but it's been about an hour. Almost an hour. Yeah, I need more damage though. I need more thorns actually. Yeah, I'm still spamming Upheaval, but I'm hoping that later I can change it up and get something else. If you played Monk in D3, I think you will. Okay, yeah, that's fair. I mean, I know you're talking to Lee, but I kind of agree with that. Like, I've seen some gameplay of Monk before in D3, and yeah, Spiritborn has some comparable skills. It's highly mobile, you know, you can move around pretty quickly with it. I think they had like a trial weekend for Spiritborn, didn't they? Like 2 seasons ago? Anyway. Yeah, what play with that class is Spirit good? Yeah, Spiritborn is pretty nuts. Well, I guess not as broken as it was in season 6. But yeah, like people will tell you that nothing comes close in levels of broken as the season 6 Spiritborn. And I kind of agree. I remember that season. That season was kind of interesting because there were a whole bunch of S tier builds that could push like pit 1, let's say like 115 or like 120 or something. And then Spiritborn could clear 150. So yeah, that's why I think the people who are running Max Roll, I'm sure you've heard of Max Roll before. Yeah, there's like these like veteran players for the game that decided, you know what, we probably do need an S+ tier because the power disparity is so large between Spiritborn itself and every other character class and even build in the game that, yeah, they just couldn't Like, they had to do something about it. There was no way. Like, yeah, they had to... yeah, they had to compensate for that, or accommodate that little... like, how strong it actually was, so... get the idea. Okay. I... do hope that one day these guys will stop poking me. There, I got one of them. Okay, yeah, that's the end of it. Yeah, but I think I said this before. I got my $70. You feel like you got your money's worth out of the expansion just because of how broken Spiritborn was? Well, I'll be honest with you, mate. I completely understand and respect that. I don't judge people for enjoying playing Spiritborn. Like yeah, I mean, it was fun. People used it. Heck, I even used it, like Spiritborn, right? It was the last character I made because I wasn't really interested in grinding out 150. But, you know, at some point I had to actually try the class for myself, at least play around with it. And I tried it, and oh man, it was broken. It was completely broken. There was no contest. It wasn't even... these builds were just not comparable to one another. Like, it was completely nuts. Yeah, maybe I need to run Frenzy to pump up my damage on this upheaval, but yeah, whatever.
I must wait.
How am I running this Helltide Commander? Do I even really get anything out of it? I'm just playing on autopilot, but these guys are not... like, these events are, like, not worthwhile. I mean, like, I like how the events in the Nightmare Dungeon gave, like, what, 20% of my XP bar? That actually made a lot of sense. Here, not so much. The fact that I only get, like, what, a tenth, less than a tenth of my XP bar? Okay, let's see, 74. Yeah, I got, like, 3,000 XP. I need 75,000 to level up. So, that's, like, I don't know. That's, like, 4%, which is terrible. It makes no sense that I have to sit here. Like, it should feel good to run those kinds of events. Hey, something, Medivh. Glad you're back. How's it? What would you end up grabbing for yourself for food? And how is it? Okay. There seems to be some monsters up here, so I'm gonna go on up here. Slay cultists. Can I actually do these ones? Tortured gifts opened. Might be. I think I can manage. I'm glad I checked this Helltide. Yeah, I could attempt to run a Blood Maiden, but I don't think that I'm strong enough for it yet. I think I'll save my parts for later. It's kind of unfortunate because this is two... like, these are two Blood Maidens that I'm going to miss out on, but I just don't think I have the damage at all to kill a Blood Maiden, let alone the survivability. It's not like Companion Druid where I can just keep throwing my wolves at her over and over and keep my distance. Like, I actually need to be, like, right next to her. Never mind the fact that most of my damage comes from Thorns and maybe a little bit from Upheaval. Anyway, yeah. Wasn't too keen on the... I am David, I'm by DLC this weekend. Okay. Try the Spiritborn, let's see how you like it. If you played Monk in D3, I think you will. Okay. I wasn't too keen on the Monk in D3, then didn't play it that much. I see. Or what play with that class is Spirit good? Yep, I think I said this before, but yep. You said it was overpowered. Alright, I missed some of these comments from earlier. Egg, bread, and shake. Ooh, that sounds like a really nice combination. Well balanced and healthy combination of food. Yeah, it's good. Good for you. Okay, there, dead. More Harbingers. I think they're supposed to be those Hellspires, right? Supposed to mess around with some of them. Anyway, alright. I got some sigil powder out of this too. Did I get veiled crystals? Please tell me I have veiled crystals. Yeah, I'm actually starting to pick up veiled crystals from the monsters I kill. That's good, now that I've hit level 15. It's about time. It's annoying that I have to wait so long for these veiled crystals, but anyway. Slay Harbingers. Good.
I must wait.
Alright, I think I said this before. Yeah, so man, you should have a restream chat thing that shows people on Twitch say on YouTube. I've seen some people use that. David Reitman. You think so? Hmm. I guess... Let me think about that one. I'll try to see if I can maybe attach something like that for future streams. Probably I'll have to look into it after this PTR. But yeah, that's duly noted. That's a good point. I guess that way the context would make more sense. So you folks would know who I'm like if I'm responding to those of you on YouTube or people on Twitch and vice versa, right? That's true. You're right. You're absolutely right. I think part of the issue, like one of my reservations on that is that I'd rather be able to like do the recording than kind of want it to display just the gameplay. But I think it's more important. Well, I guess it would help the people who are watching this as a video too, if anyone actually bothers to watch this as a video, to see like what I'm actually responding to. Yeah. Okay. That's something to think about. Hey, Highland Trousers. Good. I'm actually starting to get these bigger and better items. Max Life, Fury on Kill. Oh, Strength and Max Life. Okay. Yeah, right, man. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Hold on. Tortured Gifts opened. I still have a couple minutes. I'm kind of feeling a little greedy here. I'll give another minute and a half. I'm trying to like trigger the threat meter. But then again, do I care if I activate the threat meter? Like, what do I even gain out of it? I don't really gain much of anything out of it. There's like no point. Alright. I think I'm gonna switch the oh, wait, hold on. I just realized it's 70 out of 75 for cultists. Let me finish that whisper real quick, and then I think I can set it over to expert or well, no, penitent for sure. Only problem is I don't know how I'm going to survive. It is a lot of monsters. Maybe I need to go get rubies or something, just to avoid dying temporarily. Yeah, too bad it's not like Companion Druid. I can just bypass a lot of the monsters or some of the other characters. I can just use like Flame Shield and all that. Yeah, I don't have those luxuries here. And I'm already taking a substantial amount of damage as it is, so... Alright, let's budget a bit of time. Yeah. I'm gonna get out of here now. Oh yeah, the Thorns saved me there. Okay. Oh, oh. Do you need any runes or anything on live? Man, I feel like I owe you something for the few things you gave me. Talking to me or Lee Burgess? I don't remember. Did I give you something? Did I actually give you stuff on live? I actually lost track. I don't keep track of don't really much keep track of who I give items to or who I don't give items to tell you the truth. So, wait, that doesn't look right. Why? Huh, interesting. Okay, I'll talk about that in a second. Yeah, I need to actually set the difficulty to Penitent. I got sidetracked because I saw that the quest marker is down there. Because the reason I'm kind of surprised is because I know that when I was playing on my Companion Druid, when I played on my Companion Druid just yesterday, whenever I pulled the quest over from live, it didn't actually pull over any of the progress quests or like the Vessel of Hatred stuff. So I'm surprised that they actually fixed that. Like they chose to fix that, but I mean, I don't. Yeah, I wasn't expecting them to actually do anything about that. So that's good. It's really good that they did. Oh shoot. Do I have a way to like scare these guys off? I think I'm trying to get back on my horse here. I came back for 12 sigil powder. Well, that doesn't really do me much good. Oh, shoot. There's so many of these. Uh-oh. I gotta get off my horse before they... Oh, okay. I love how they're positioned perfectly to just completely block off the path. Yeah, if I had, like, more materials, I would love to actually have thrown on tempers for thorns and life by now. That would help a lot. I have 74 life. I could actually double my life that way. If I get all the right tempers. Just life, that by itself. Never mind the amount of thorns I'd get too. Okay, hold on a second. Tortured Gift of Mysteries. Okay. Okay, Angel Breath, Sigil Powder, and then a Baneful Heart. Alright, that's fine. There's another gift up here. Oh, hold on.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Okay, sorry about that. Trying to grab the stupid chest here. Yep, there we go. Hey, it's starting to get some rares out here. I'm glad that I'm not, like, instantly dying here. I remember in some of the past, well, instances of doing all, like, collecting these chests, I just, like, instantly die when I try to open these chests, so this is kind of good, I would say.
Time to do
Alright. Tortured Gift of Mysteries. Whoa, lag. Oh, dude, no. Why does it lag like that? Okay, maybe...
I must wait.
I really don't have a way to pull these monsters outside of, like, the radius of this chest, huh? That's actually pretty annoying. Maybe one of the other chests might have fewer monsters if I'm lucky. Yeah, if I hit it from this side, I can bypass those monsters at least and see that. Then I can go down to this one. I don't think I can hit all of them, but I'll at least hit as many as I can. I think 5 more, right? Yeah. And takes me some time to grab these too. There's one up there. And I still have a pretty decent amount of space, so it's okay. One more. Sorry, guys. I know you guys are chatting about stuff and... Whoa. Ah! What? Like, the lag spikes just get worse and worse every time. Like, I actually can't... Oh, I actually hit it, though. I actually succeeded somehow. I wonder if it's because I lagged and the game, like, disconnected me for a second or something, and then that de-aggroed the monsters while I was hitting the chest there, and I actually ran over something and got some gloves here.
I need more time.
Okay. I'm gonna try one more time to hit this. Okay, I actually managed to hit it. Warcry stuns for like a second when I use it, it seems, so figured I could use that to my advantage. There's one here. Then I'll have 2 more chests after this one. I might be able to, if I get lucky, get them from one of the other regions. 1 second. Sorry, guys. I'm locked in right now. I'm concentrating pretty hard on trying to get all of the chests because yeah, I farm all these cinders and I hate it when I can't actually get credited for all these cinders that I worked for, right? Okay, hold on. That's a bit of a problem. I really do need, like, Thorns aspects. Yeah, there's still another chest down there. I might still be able to get maybe 2? No, there. Good. That doesn't help me. All these magic items. There's one down here. Oh, there's still two. Okay. There's two back to back. Oh, wow. There's so many in Nahantu that are available. I wasn't expecting there to be so many. But because there's so many, there's actually a slim chance I can use up all of my cinders. Okay, there. Baneful Heart. Yep. I can get out of the way, and then now my last one is here. There. Oh. Oh. Okay, when I make it to town, I can actually chat with you guys proper. This setting into Penitent is way too much work for me. It really is. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to grab this one. I mean, that's pretty good, I would say. No, they actually interrupted me. Aw, I'm just like a little short. I'm actually kind of sad by that. One sec. You know what, forget it. I'm just gonna let myself die. There's no penalty to it. I mean, that was like my first death. And yeah, I've like been trying to find a place to hide out and TP back to town safely, but they just refuse to give me a good spot to safely TP, which is kind of annoying. All right, give me like a minute here real quick, and then I can I just gotta do something, and then I can talk to you folks. Okay, there, I'm back. So if I can safely make it back to town. So David, you were saying, do you need any runes or anything? You said you gave me pants for my Necro and Veteran for my TB Rogue. Oh yeah, I did give you pants, didn't I? Oh, that's all good. I mean, I'm just happy to help you folks out. You guys are helping me out just by being here and keeping me company, so I'm not like just talking at the air nonstop all the time. I'm still talking at the air, but you know what I mean. It helped me out a lot too. Yeah, that's all good. I mean, don't mention it. Like, I mean, as long as you folks are having fun, as long as I'm having fun, there's, you know, that's good enough for me. Don't really, it's not really, it's not like I'm looking for like huge amounts of recognition or anything. Just trying to help folks out who need, who could use it, right? That's basically it. Okay, hold on a second. There's a problem here. I don't have any veiled crystals. Okay, so the first, like, I gotta prioritize. Death Wish comes first. Not Death Wish, sorry. I would run Needle Flare, actually, so that's AoE. Then after that, I can start salvaging everything, except for... Well, I gotta salvage all magic, it's a given. Then that leaves these. I can salvage these three, I suppose. That should give me a bunch of veiled crystals. And then now I have to figure out like which temper I want. I can go like natural finesse across the board if I want, but I think a much better, like, I don't even have like a proper two-hander either. In fact, come to think of it, I don't have a proper two-hander. I should probably... I'm gonna go finish these whispers here. I should actually go to these ones. I'm gonna set the difficulty back to normal, and then I'm gonna turn in the whispers so that I can actually get like better equipment, and then that should carry me all the way up to level 40. That I think is how it'll go. Right now my thorn stat is only I only have 17 thorns base, but pretty soon that'll change. I'm really just gated on materials right now. When the live server, when I actually play on the live server, or if I were to play Thorns Barb on the live server, which I won't, I'm probably gonna play Whirlwind instead. But if I were to play Thorns Barb on the live server, it would be so much easier for me, because I would already have had a bunch of materials from my companion druid, right? So that's like one thing to consider. That yeah, this this shouldn't be so difficult. But yeah, no worries, guys. Don't mention it. I appreciate you folks even for tuning in and hanging out. You know, like you guys see it as like, oh, well, at least in Lee's case, you might see it as, oh, I'm doing you a favor because I've been helping you out. But really, I mean, it's the least I could do since, you guys are just here all the time and keeping me company. And, like if I were to ask for certain items, then, you guys would help me out. Medivh helped me out, right? It's just, what's the phrase? I think it's, paying it forward? I believe that's how it goes. I might as well do this event. Just get this one over with real quick. It's a 2-minute. Okay, fine. I'll just stand here. I don't think I care. I'm just gonna look through what else I can pick up. I'm gonna stop using this. I don't really need upheaval anymore. I'd rather core and weapon mastery. Oh shoot, they're actually killing me. 3 points. Ground Stomp. Yeah, this is the one I was looking for. Ground Stomp. Tactical Ground Stomp, and then I'm supposed to get Belligerence too. Okay, yeah. Sorry about that. I just had to sort that out. Okay. Not a person that just likes to take and not give back, though, not my nature. Hey, I totally respect that, dude. I completely feel you there. That's how I felt when Medivh actually hooked me up with a whole bunch of stuff. But at the same time, like, at the end of the day, it's just like a couple items from, like farming uniques, right? Like you need it for your build. And I think originally, if I remember right, you found my channel probably from like when I did like ice shards or something. So, it's helping me too to help people put their builds together, because then I know if I'm just talking mad nonsense, or if, like if people can follow along, then, I've done my job properly for trying to assist people and getting into like endgame and all that. So, you get the idea. I got you, brother. No need to thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that, Medivh. But I get it, though. I mean, that's why I'm telling David on YouTube that I get it, how he feels, because that's sort of how I feel, right? Like, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of, like, oh, hey, yeah, I'm just going to take a whole bunch of stuff and not really give anything in return. It's just how... It's the nature of how some folks are going to be, myself included. Yeah, I also... So, what I was saying earlier, I don't know if I mentioned this, but... Oh yeah, no, I did talk about it earlier very briefly. For my companion druid, there were a lot of quests that were missing that didn't get ported over from the live servers for some reason. But here, they've been ported over, so I think I should be able to get dungeon keys, like Infernal Horde compasses, and I get... Good here. I could probably even get tributes, right? Sometimes I get tributes. Maybe not this time. Bold Chieftains right away? Wow, that's actually insane. This is a high roll on Bold Chieftains too. Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. Okay, how many Veiled Crystals do I have now? I should have gotten a bunch of Veiled Crystals from that last set of Whispers that I did, so now I can properly kit myself out. Finally. I mean, it's about time. Okay. Warpath Belligerence, wow. I thought, cool, somebody playing DOK and not Death Trap. Ah, there you go. DOK. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, that's very in line with the kind of content I want to put out, right? Like, not just because I'm trying to attract viewers, but because, yeah, as a personal, like me personally, I enjoy putting content out there that, isn't like, Like, I don't need to do the 100th Death Trap rogue. That's really just it. And at the same time, I know that there are some people who like playing these lesser used builds, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm so sick of hearing, you know, there's folks who are gonna say like barrier generation. Oh yeah, no, that's right. There's gonna be folks out there saying things like, no, you know, you should only be playing these builds at this particular time, and I think it's like it's nonsense, right? You should feel free to play whatever build you want, if that's what you want to play. But like, what are the limitations, and is it possible to reach all of the endgame content you want? Of course, you know this. I'm kind of preaching out to the choir, but yeah, that's kind of the, I guess, well, where the motivation comes from for me. Wow, I'm actually getting all the right rolls on these. Yeah, and probably I'd like mobility too, but I think this is more important right now. Fortify gen, fortify gen, fortify gen 4 times in a row. Wow. Natural finesse. Okay. Do I get thorns now? I got fortify generation 6 times in a row. Wow. Well, that's fine. Bull Chieftains is still infinitely more useful. But sure, like the selected tempering recipe. Oh, right. I should do natural finesse. Do I have? Oh yeah, I still have some. Still have some materials here. I'll salvage these. I think this one I can throw on. Hold on. I'm just a little short from getting tempers on everything. Maybe this weapon. Yeah, I think this one is highest priority. Damage to crowd control. Really? I don't even know why I tried. That's fine. Well, okay, now I have like thorns on all. And I think even my helm is pretty good, so. Oh, okay, I got another attempt here. Maybe. Come on, natural finesse. Damage to distant. Okay, that's like almost acceptable. Alright, there we go. So I went from having like 17 thorns, now I'm up to 73. So yeah, let's go see what we can do there. I also just realized I probably should have imprinted Death Wish on my... Oh wait, that doesn't make any sense. I can't really imprint it on my amulet because I have Bold Chieftains on this. Alright. Belligerence, that's fine. So now I think I need to go to this Helltide, and I'll set it to Penitent and see how well this goes. And oh yeah, right, there was also the whole dungeon keys thing. I was supposed to craft the dungeon keys, but I didn't find them to be very useful for leveling, I think I mentioned. However, I think there's some Nightmare dungeons that do have XP that are like you would run them for XP specifically, but anyway, I'm not gonna really worry about that right now. Primary resource, and I think I can set this to Penitent. Alright, yeah, done. You got my Death Trap build working? I did? That doesn't sound right. I helped you with Death Trap? Well, I guess maybe I helped you with uniques maybe, but I know nothing about Death Trap, to tell you the truth. I see it in action, and I'm like, okay, well, yeah, that's a pretty broken build. I gotta get ready for bed, or to head out for work again. Yay, only 2 working days of the week left. Nice. Okay, see you both tomorrow. Yeah, have a good one, man. Good night, and you take care with work. I'm trying to see if there was anything that I missed here. There's like a lot of stuff. Bug damage. Oh yeah, David said he's gonna play Hydra when S9 goes live. That's funny. You're gonna play Hydra too? Normally I would make like I wanted to do Hydra too, and then I realized everyone wants to do Hydra, so there's no need for me to make like a Hydra build. I'll probably do one of the other ones. I'm thinking Blizzard or Ball Lightning, I think. But we'll see. I'll think about it. And then by the way, Lee, I didn't get a chance to address this from like I think like an hour or so ago. You said that you loved my Druid build. I'm glad. I'm really happy to hear that. I mean, oh shoot, I just remembered I was supposed to I never finished the hold on a second. Can I just run into these monsters and kill them? Ah, shoot, I'm not actually strong enough for that yet. I think I still need I can kill them, it just takes a while. I still I'm not quite at the necessary level of strength to take this on Penitent. I still need maybe my key passive. I need some offensive tempers. I need uh maybe some aspects. Maybe I could do expert. I could probably do expert, but before I do any of that, I'm gonna set it to I'll do hard here, just for these whispers at least. Yeah, I'll do the whispers here real quick on hard mode, and then maybe a little bit of the Helltide, and then maybe when I unlock the key passive, I'll get to like expert or something. I don't know. Just gonna incrementally buff myself up. Hmm.
I need more time.
Yeah, so I'm kind of glad. I'm kind of happy for the companion druid. It's always been my back pocket sort of. It's like a what's the phrase? Pocket pick. It's kind of like, I don't know. If ever I, it's like if I wanted to play my or if I wanted to play a build in a season, and I can't decide, or there's gonna be some. If ever there is some scenario where suddenly there's like a race just out of the blue for everybody to compete, and try to get to like Torment 4 as quickly as possible, yeah, I would probably. And then of course like the first 1,000 people get like a trophy or something. I would probably put my efforts towards putting my companion druid together. That's the awesome thing. And wow, this bold chieftain's doing me a solid here. But yeah, companion druid is insane. It's like insane in the sense that it's always gonna be like around like A tier, maybe B tier.
Not ready.
Never like S tier, but that's actually a good thing because then that means that it's never in danger of like getting like the nerf hammer. So that's good for the most part. I mean, maybe one day they'll decide to actually nerf it, but so far I'm pretty happy with kind of how it feels, how it operates. This will get me to my key passive. Are there any other ones that I'm missing? There's a few, but I don't think I care really. I'm not quite done on the whispers, it seems. Yeah, even on hard mode, they are actually a little bit tanky. That's something to keep in mind. Hey, Bat Boy! Long time no see, man. I hope everything's okay with you. What's new with you? Yeah, sorry. What's new with you, dude? Are you... I'm guessing you're not playing Season 9 PTR. Have you played Diablo 4 at all recently? You've been playing Game of Thrones King's Road and I like it? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I actually really enjoy Game of Thrones. I'm not like a fanatic of the series, but, I think it's really cool. And funny enough, I was actually watching some clips for Game of Thrones recently on YouTube, but yeah, I heard that there were some people who were playing King's Road and that it was fun. I don't know if it's any good, though. I haven't like tried it myself. But good for you. Glad that you're enjoying that at least. Yeah, I really need that passive. You're waiting for Elden Ring Night Rain to release tomorrow? Ooh, I didn't realize that there's some new thing for Elden Ring. That's good. You think it's a good game? Got King's Road, I like it a lot. I play Assassin class. They have different classes in that game? That's so funny. I figured that some Game of Thrones game would just be... I felt like it would be kind of like a kingdom management simulator or something. Is it like an RPG? Yeah, is it like the first that I... Well, I wouldn't say the first I'm hearing about it. I know there's some people who are playing it, but I don't really know what it's about. It's an ARPG. Oh, that's nice. No, it's an RPG. Ah, okay. Well, that kind of goes completely against what I had originally thought the game was about, to tell you the truth. But that's cool, in a good way. Is quite the opposite of what I was expecting. Assassin class. I can't believe they actually made like an ARPG based on Game of Thrones. So like what? Are the bosses like the named characters in the series like Jaime Lannister or something? Story-driven action adventure RPG. Making the world of Westeros a life with remarkable detail and never before scale. Okay, you've convinced me. I might actually what? I'm gonna write this in for myself. I'm gonna go take a look and check it out after this stream is over. Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones. King's Road. There. Good. Okay. This is starting to bother me though. I'm playing on hard mode and it's taking forever to like level or to farm cinders and to kill these monsters. Yeah, I really do think that normal is like the way to go. Unless maybe you have like a properly kitted like Dance of Knives rogue or something. Like it's actually such a waste of time to up the difficulty. Thought that maybe hard mode might be okay here. I was almost certain it would be okay here, but I'm struggling quite a bit. It has some microtransactions and all, but it's not pay to play or pay to win. Oh, it's like it's free to play too. The microtransactions thing, I think we talked about this before a while back. I know you're not like the biggest fan of microtransactions, and that's fine. I don't mind microtransactions as long as it's not pay to win. I think that's usually my stance about it. As long as it's not like they're like putting it in your face everywhere in the game, you know. But of course, yeah, it's always a fun little balancing act. You only buy cosmetics. I respect that. I'm like so close to reaching. Oh, Grant's berserking. Yeah, pretty close to getting my key passive. It's like next level. Cosmetics. I mean, I don't know, like, most of the games that I played in recent memory don't really have as much, like, pay to win. I don't even think that Diablo 4 fits into that category. Like, I remember a long time ago, the Battle Pass used to have Smoldering Ashes, but then eventually, or maybe that's how it always was, I think it was eventually they made it so that you can't just use the Battle Pass to give yourself, like, an XP advantage over everyone else. But, yeah. It does have co-op, but it's, like, limited since it's story-driven. Okay. Co-op content in real-time encounter dangerous beasts and creatures of myth and legend from the GOT universe. Defeat them alongside other lords in the Werewood Forest to earn generous rewards and craft high-end gear. I like that. That's cool. That's actually really cool. I mean, the thing is, there's not as many of these, like, bizarre creatures in, like, the actual Game of Thrones TV show. Like, obviously, yeah, there's, infamously, there's dragons in Game of Thrones, but it's not like you're gonna watch Game of Thrones and there's gonna be some like half ape, half cat-looking kind of monster in the show, right? Anyway, okay, let me get Barbed Carapace here. That's good. Good. That was not worth it, but whatever. I'm just limit testing. I'll look at it like that. Co-op content. Nice, nice. Also... yeah. Oh, there we go. That's so much better. Now that I have the key passive, yeah, maybe I can set it to penitent. That I have it. Since, yeah, this is way easier for me now. Yep. That's so much better now. Alright, I'm gonna set it to penitent in a little bit, but I'll have a little bit of fun here first. So you've been liking it, and not that far either, really? Okay.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah. Game of Thrones... where'd you hear about it from, anyway? Like, for some... I'm actually a little surprised that I haven't heard more marketing about it, because, like... you know, Game of Thrones is, like, a pretty big series, right? Like, they have the books, too, and there was that whole... I wouldn't say controversy, but Season 8 was infamously not that good. And then, of course, there's...
I must wait.
There's also House of the Dragon, and then there's, I think, Adventures of, like, a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms that's coming out soon, too. So there's, like, so many, even spin-offs from the main storyline, and yet they have never mentioned anything about this game that I've seen. Other than that, I've been playing Hunshin on Minecraft, RuneScape Dragon Wilds. Oh, that was another one too that I took an interest in. I'd forgotten all about it. It's funny because I think it was like last month, right? I was like gone for a little while, uh, and around that time, like I found out that Dragon Wilds had released, and I actually really wanted to give that game a try. I think it's like I remember reading about it because I was like genuinely interested in it, and I think it was like RuneScape meets Minecraft is how I felt about it. My dad watched GOT, and then yours I watched it on Max or whatever. I liked it, but I didn't watch the spin-offs. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I watched the spin-offs. Well, I watched the main series and I watch or am watching the spin-offs. It's like still ongoing, right? Like I think if I remember right, House of the Dragon season 3 is slated to release this summer, I think. I have to double check that, but I think it's supposed to come out this summer. So I'm pretty excited for that. There's like other things going on this summer too. I think July the 1st is going to be the new season for Diablo 4. But I think in terms of shows, I was going to like watch Sandman too. That was another one that I really enjoy. But that's like very different kind of vibe from House of the Dragon. The game was mobile first, then PC. Right. Okay, let me finish this Whisper. I'm almost done, so let's just get it out of the way. And I can maybe try to set it to Expert or Penitent. Borderlands. Yeah, I played like a bit of Borderlands before, but I'm not like... even though I have a lot of respect for Borderlands, I wouldn't say that it's my kind of game. And then I think the other ones you listed, Minecraft, yeah, I mean, for as long as it's been out, I have never really played it. Like, I don't really play too many games. There's like a select few set of games that I really enjoy, and I just don't ever really bother to migrate from those games, I find. I'm playing through the prequel, but they made it so hard for no reason. The prequel. Prequel for... Wait, no, not pre-sequel. Or not prequel, sorry, pre-sequel. You're talking about the, talk about Borderlands, right? Yeah, I remember Borderlands, there was like a whole thing about that they released a pre-sequel, and everyone was wondering, myself included. It was like, what the heck is a pre-sequel? It doesn't even really make much sense. Okay. Yeah, if I were to make like another Thorns Barbarian, I think I'd just go through the campaign. Like VOH campaign. This is not... Like, this is fine. But I just think that it would be way faster to go through the campaign than having to, like, scrounge around for all these, like, chests and whatnot. That's interesting, though. I wouldn't have expected Borderlands to be, like, this very difficult game. I know that it's, like, a couch co-op shooter, right? I think that they still kept that in recent times, which is good. That's one of the reasons I respect that series a lot. I think that that's something that we don't see enough of nowadays. This whole couch co-op aspect. Yeah. That's cool, though. Glad you're alive and well. And, yeah, just to kind of fill you in really quickly on what I'm up to. I'm just playing Diablo 4 Season 9 PTR. And, yeah, like, surprise, surprise, I'm playing Diablo. I'm playing Diablo 4, but I usually do, but I mean... Hold up a second, I think I should set it to expert here. There are the Harbingers, though. Sure, I'll farm a little bit more. Try to see if I can find some Harbingers in the process. Yeah, because, like, this PTR that came out, like... I wanted to take advantage of this PTR to try out, like, different builds and see how well they do. Since, I think last season, like Season 8, right? I put out these, like, build guides where it kind of, like, show people individual builds. Like, you know, for Rogue, there's, like, Dance of Knives. For Barbarian, I played, like, Thorns Barb. And, yeah, I did one for, like, each of the classes, except for Druid, funny enough. And then, yeah, after I did that, like, there were a lot of people who seemed to really find that content valuable. I mean, I got like a couple thousand views on each of the guides that I did, so clearly it was something that people were at least somewhat interested in checking out. So yeah, that's what I've been up to recently. It's been good. Nope, I went to the wrong town here, but actually, I might even be able to temper some of these items with like offensive. All right. Let me do Death Wish aspect first on my weapon. Oh, yeah. I think I'm gonna need to salvage these real quick. Maybe salvage everything? Yeah, I'll salvage everything. I lose out on armor, though. I'm a little concerned about that. But still, has to be done. Everything now is rare or greater, right? Yeah, okay. Well, then in that case, I gotta prioritize Death Wish aspect on my weapon. That's probably the most important one. And then 61 Thorns Barbarian. That's sweet. Then I probably would need to temper damage on this one. Okay. So natural finesse. Damage to crowd control. Maybe I'll switch it up and I'll try to do the rings just so that I have damage on everything. Sure. Yeah, and come to think of it, I still have 2 weapons I haven't tempered, but that's fine. For now, while I'm waiting for more materials, I can set it to expert. I think I could probably handle expert. Yeah. It's not to say that I'm not having fun with Helltides, by the way. I was like saying like, oh yeah, maybe I should have just done campaign. I'm saying that from like a speed perspective here, because normally my method of leveling is like running Helltides and Whispers, like, you know, side by side with each other. But truth be told, part of me feels like it'd just be, well, yeah, it would be easier to just go through the campaign. Like, I think campaign, when Rax did it, he's able to get through it in like 4 hours, right? I can't top that with this build, or with most builds. The fastest I've ever gotten from 1 to 60 is 2 hours. That was off stream, and that was like using all of the things at my disposal. And I think I had the, it was with my minion Necro. I think I probably could have done it even quicker with Dance of Knives. But I picked a build that I was like most comfortable with for like speed leveling. Like, I'm most comfortable with Companion Druid overall, especially for pushing to Torment 4. But if I'm just looking in terms of raw, like level 1 to 60 gameplay, yeah, Season 7 on the live server with Minion Necro and most of my like aspects and tempers already unlocked was the absolute fastest I've ever been able to go 1 to 60. So, but yeah, I mean, I didn't record that. I didn't really see a point. Like, I was just doing it out of curiosity, like one afternoon. I didn't really feel like streaming. I was like, okay, why don't I see how long it takes me to do this challenge? And I did it, and yeah, 2 hours. A little under 2 hours. I think it was like 1:59. I was like desperate to try to get it in under 2 hours. Timed it and everything. But, of course, yeah. I just want to hit this. Yeah. Oh. Hold on. Why can't I? What? Wow. What a death. That was a crazy death. Whoa. I just lost half my cinders for that, too. No, I'm switching it back to hard mode. Like, why am I wasting my time like this? Or, not even hard. I'm gonna set it back down to normal. Like, I could kill these monsters, but it takes way too long. The reason I'm saying that was an insane death is... So, what happened was I actually got hit by the, like... I think that's a new monster type. The one where they spawn these, like, chains and then just root you around those chains. Or the chains. And then I also happened to be in a spot where I was like dazed or silenced or whatever. So I had no way to attack. I had no way to like move out of there. The only possible way I could have saved myself in that situation is if my thorns killed the elite before. Yeah, if my thorns killed the elite before I ran out of health and potions, or if I had like flame shield or some way to give myself unstoppable. That's kind of lame. I think that that's something new they added this season, and it's getting really annoying. I actually don't like that new monster type. I just don't. It's not that it doesn't make any sense. I just don't think it's really fun to play around. Yeah. Oh shoot. Yeah. Why am I wasting my time fighting these useless bosses? Okay, I'm gonna try this again really quickly, but just to see. I don't know, I feel like the chests are just way faster. Whenever I'm here in Helltide, I'm like trying to like clear these monsters one by one. Even on hard, even on expert, I just don't think it's worth it. Like, because I can't group them up fast enough. If I had Dance of Knives Rogue, maybe. Because Dance of Knives Rogue... Yeah, with, like, Dance of Knives Rogue, like, I can actually just off-screen a lot of these monsters. I don't even need to be there in front of them. But with my Barb, I have to be, like, 5 feet away from them. And I don't like that. So I think that the best way to level with my Thorns Barb here would have been to either... grind out on normal and then turn in Cinders on Penitent. I just do that over and over, or I do Whispers. And to tell you the truth, at this level, I feel like normal mode grinding Cinders into Penitent turn-ins is still much better. So that's just my 2 cents on it, I would say. Okay, I'll do Pit Fighter now. Let's start getting some multiplicative damage modifiers. There's some more monsters down this way. Okay, another point into this one, I guess. Okay. Wow, yeah, they hurt. There's like too many close calls, and if I get chained by those like stupid monsters, I don't know what they're called, but that is like, that's a pretty dumb mechanic that I have no way to really get around. I'm probably gonna have to tone it back down to normal, but at least I got a chance to see how well this works, because I know sometimes what people would do is they would run on Penitent and they'd level quickly like that, because I'm playing on like normal mode usually, and it takes a long time to like level up by killing monsters, but at the end of the day it's really just a conduit for what I said to Penitent and get XP like that from the chests. Oh good. I'm just reflecting. I mean, like, this is the whole point of the PTR, to test like different leveling methods and inform people. And I think that, yeah, like, yeah, setting it to normal also means that I don't have to actually upgrade my equipment for a very long time, too. I think on the next one, I'll just do normal. I'll just do Helltide, like, from start to finish on normal. And I'll try to see how much XP I can get off of that. Incinerate Sorcerer. That's another one that I need to do too. I'll have to see. Incinerate Sorcerer. Either Incinerate Sorcerer or Dance of Knives Rogue. One of those two would be pretty good for campaign, but oh, whatever. I usually don't like to do campaign leveling with Dance of Knives, just because I feel like traditionally Dance of Knives gets a lot more out of more value out of just abusing Helltides, since they have like ridiculous AoE, they have ridiculous mobility, they have everything you could possibly ever dream of running a Helltide on. So, yeah. Expert. The good news is, at least my damage is scaled up in such a way where I can kill these monsters even though I'm leveling up. So like, whenever I level up, their health goes up, but I think that Outburst, this passive, also, well, I mean, right now it's not that great, but like later it'll scale up quite nicely. Okay. I'm also gonna restart my game, I think, pretty soon. Just don't know if I want to do it before or after this Helltide. I think I'll do it after this Helltide. That would be the perfect time. Because I don't want to run the risk of crashing and having my entire PC freeze up, as is customary with Diablo 4 PTR. I'm getting a decent bit of XP from, like, walking through these monsters. I'm not really, like, timing anything, though. That's the issue. Maybe this should be my... I should be timing this based off of, like, whenever I run through the monsters. Like, this is... Like, this is me running Helltides and just walking through the monsters as I find them. But then later, when I switch it to, let's say, Incinerate Sorcerer, maybe I'll use... Or, like, let's say Dance of Knives Rogue, I'll do what I usually do, which is set it to normal, try to get farm as many Cinders as possible, turn it all in on Penitent, that kind of thing. And then Incinerate Sorcerer, well... I feel like the Sorcerer might be a good one to do the, seasonal quest line, or not the seasonal quest line, the campaign with. So, yeah. You have Night Rain pre-ordered the deluxe edition? Night Rain. Man, you are a gamer. You have so many different games that you play. I think Hellbound. Yeah, that's the modifier. That's new. That's only something that they recently added. I only just realized that they haven't, that was never present, like, previously. It's dumb. Yeah, I don't like that. I actually don't like it. Like, maybe they're trying to add risk to the game, but I thought that, like, I remember when Diablo 4 first came out, there used to be monsters that were able to, like, CC you, and then they dialed that back down because everyone hated it, and now they're trying to re-add this. It's always, like, they can't make up their mind as to whether or not they want to add something, or not have it. Or they want to, like, make something stronger, and then they want to make it weaker. I mean, I get that they're trying to find, like a good balance, but it does feel very back and forth. Okay, yeah. Alright. Yeah. I have to set it to expert after this. Night Rain. Yeah, I don't think I've heard of that one. I've heard a lot about a lot of the other games that you listed before, but that's one that's not really in my like, repertoire of game knowledge. And I think I find it worth noting that yeah, like usually when I play games, there's like a select few that I really enjoy at any given time. Like right now, play a little bit of like League with well, I mean not recently, but I was playing a bit of League with Cam a while ago, and then of course there's Diablo 4, and then there's like Call of Duty, Warzone, also from time to time, but that's really it. Like I'm not somebody who plays like tons of different games, so I just can't juggle that many. My brain is not cut out for it. I usually like to play one specific game and know it like really, I shouldn't say like really well, but I mean like relative to if I were to play a bunch of smaller games, it's obviously get a lot more out of the one game that I really prioritize and focus on. You play a lot at once, yeah, I noticed. I genuinely don't understand how you do it. It's like, even if you have all the time, like even if you're like maybe like not in school, you're unemployed, maybe taking a break from like everything or something,
I must wait.
uh, like it would still be like if I were in that position, like no work, no school,
I must wait.
I just don't think, or with like unlimited time, unlimited money on my hands, I don't think that I would be able to divide my time and energy up between so many different games. Like I just wouldn't be able to do it. I'm not trying to discourage other people from doing it. I just find it like really impressive. That's all. I find it impressive because yeah, like I would just not be able to go back and forth between all. Oh, yeah, I would not be able to go back and forth between all those games. Yeah, this aspect is just so useful. It's actually insanely useful. Yeah. Need a way to pull these monsters in too. Maybe Wrath of the Berserker. Yeah. Hmm. I need to think about that. Wrath of the Berserker might be a good way to like pull mobs in. Yeah. I need to take a look at how my end game like Thorns Bar build looks. I actually forgot. I gotta be honest. I actually really don't remember. I have to look back through all my notes and all that.
I'm not ready.
Yeah. Can't wait for the season to go live. It'll be a fun chance to play a pure Whirlwind Barb again. It's one thing to look forward to at least. I lost like 100 cinders earlier. I guess it's not the worst. And I still love how they keep giving me like magic items that I know I'll never use. And it'll just only be for salvage.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait.
Alright.
I must wait.
Going here. Wow. Challenging shout is off cooldown again. I think I'll farm to like maybe 500 cinders. Oh, Horses of Hell grow frenzied. Yeah, don't want to make the mistake of taking on one of those Hellborns, so probably try to play it safe on this one. Oh shoot! See, get hit by the CC. You play a lot of ones. I play a lot of different stuff because I get bored-ish kind of easily depending on the game. Huh. Okay. Like, I can understand getting bored of Diablo 4. But yeah, all those other games you mentioned, well, I guess it really depends. For me, I think I can kind of understand that. Like, when I play.
I'm not ready yet.
Like, I think part of the reason why I can play Diablo 4 for such long periods of time is because I have very specific goals. Not only do I have, like, goals not just within the game, but I have, like, a specific reasons for playing this game, right? Like, I play it to like make videos and do streams for other people. But I think if I were to play this as a single player game, or well, not a single player game, but if I wasn't really in it to, you know, show these like different builds to others, I definitely don't think I get as much enjoyment out of the game as a whole. I'd probably get bored pretty quickly. Like especially because I know that I'm already aware that I can make it a Torment 4 most seasons in just one night, right? With like my companion druid, just outright. But even if it's not one day, let's say, okay, fine, maybe it takes me 2, maybe 3 days, right? But okay, once I make it to Torment 4, what am I aiming for? I'm aiming to be able to clear bosses, maybe level up my equipment, and for what? Just so that I can try to get as high a pit clear as I can. And then most of the time, whatever pit clear I have is going to be superseded by people who use like who trade with others or get handouts from others anyway. So I don't really feel particularly motivated to. I don't want to play like that, so I have no motivation to try and uh I guess compete with people in like the pit, which is like the only real like end game activity. So whereas if I were to play like Warzone, well, Warzone is a game where, you know, like you start the game and then, you know, you finish it after 30 minutes, but you have to outsmart other players or try to, or like outskill them to get the win, or you have to like work together with others, or well, it's a lot more intense. So I don't ever really get bored of that. Same thing with like League of Legends. I'm like not that good at League at all, but frankly, it's still way more exciting than just killing like mobs over and over. But the thing I appreciate about Diablo 4 and these other kinds of like RPGs is that they're chill, right? I don't have to stress out. I'm not like constantly, well, yeah, I mean, I'm not constantly like trying to stress out over, you know, bad teammates or how badly I played or anything of that sort. I'm just playing, and I think that's an awesome thing. You've been playing League as well. Oh shoot. You have nearly like, are you playing like ranked or yeah? What's the story for you in League? Yeah, for me, I'm like level 20, like level 23. Kind of embarrassed to say that, but you have nearly 3K hours on Ark Survival Evolved and Siege. Yeah, I think that's a good example, right? Like, I don't know about Ark Survival, but Rainbow Six Siege, like that's a game that I know a lot of people love. Well, maybe it's a love-hate relationship, but you know, it's kind of game which is definitely not perfect, but it's a game with, you know, competition and ranks. Usually competition and ranks would give people something to strive towards. Like, yeah, people are going to complain about things within the game. There's always going to be problems within a game, but at the end of the day, they're gonna like the game. Like a lot of PvP games, I find tend to have a lot more longevity than like, non-PvP games. Now maybe it's like a personal preference thing, but I think that it's just how it is. Like, well, there's only so much I can get out of farming the same monster packs over and over again, I guess is what I'm trying to get at here. I also just realized I was supposed to put some gems in my equipment. Maybe that's why I'm getting hit so hard. Yeah, it's I think a mistake on my part. Helltide Harbinger. Yeah, I don't need to worry about that one. I'll go this way. Open 5 chests and then do the Helltide. The Blood Maiden, yeah. You're level 17. I don't play comp like that. Oh, okay. Well, it makes you feel a bit better. Yeah, I don't play comp like that anymore like I did in Siege. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, that's fine. Either way, it's still... Even if you're not playing for rank, right? You are still playing against other human opponents, and other human opponents are trickier. Like, not everyone wants to deal with the stress of playing against other players, but it's worth noting that when you play up against other people, it's not going to be the same as... Like, in my case, it's always the same thing. I just kill the same monster, like... In order to unlock Pit 55, I'm going to be clear... sorry, in order to unlock Torment 4, I have to clear Pit 55, right? Like, it's a fact. And there's no... I mean, that's not like there's any real wiggle room around that, right? That's just how the game is. But then, of course, with Siege and other PvP games, even if there's no ranking system, yeah, at least every game is different. Similar situation with X Defiant. To tell you the truth, I actually really, really enjoyed X Defiant. I had a lot of fun with it. I think that there were certain things about that game that were really mismanaged. But sure, fine. Like, well, whatever. Mismanagement aside, like, I think the biggest issue for me was not really anything to do with the gameplay. It was just the fact that there weren't enough people playing it. And so it actually was like nigh impossible to find a game. Like I might have hopped on around like 4 or like, 1 a.m. in the morning, after a long day, maybe try to get a couple of games in. And I love the gameplay. Don't get me wrong, I actually really, really enjoy the gameplay, but I would try to play like a couple games and I wouldn't even be able to find one lobby. Like actually. I love domination and I think there weren't even enough people playing that. And that's like almost acceptable in a game that has skill-based matchmaking, but uh you can't advertise a game on purely like no skill-based matchmaking and then proceed to not give me a game. At that point, you're just saying that either you're lying or that's a dead game. Um yeah. Oh, you know what I'm missing? I'm actually missing some potions here. Where is the potions person? Or is it not here? Oh yeah, here. Let me go up my potion. Well, not just up my potion, but I need to get... Ah, yeah, here it is. Elixir of Iron Barbs. Yeah, I'll just do 2. Yeah, I think that's worth it for now. Well, actually, I'm going to restart my game after this, so I should probably only activate this for the next Hell Tide, but anyway. You play Swift in League and trying new characters, but I main Nauses. I personally don't like Swift play. I gotta be honest. Swift play doesn't... I understand why other people enjoy it, but I feel like, for me personally, I usually like to try to push for objectives. And I feel like in Swift play, that's just not valued. And I don't think it really makes much sense to me that somebody can walk out a laning phase, maybe like 0-6, and then 20 minutes into the game, they're like, they got 4 or 5 items. That's usually what happens when I play Swift play. So I don't really like the flow of the game, but I actually like the concept behind it. Like people should have like a means to enjoy the game, however they want. But yeah, just me personally, it's definitely not my preferred playstyle, I guess. Oh, shoot. Where's the next chest? Oh no, I actually skipped this one. Or I didn't skip it, but they interrupted me. Let's try to hit it. Yeah, at least I have the means to actually kill these. That's good. Ah. Okay. Whatever. Here's my next Tortured Gift of Mysteries. I like how this brings me to like level 31, but I actually do think that I would have been way better off just... Oh shoot, I only have 2 minutes left. I spent too much time on these. I couldn't even do the Blood Maiden after all. Yeah, would have been nice to do Blood Maiden here, get some whispers out of it. But oh well. Shoot, man. Okay. Fine. 29th level going good, brother. Yeah, it's going alright. Again, not like super satisfied with this progress. If I were like level 40 by now, I'd be a lot happier, but I'm not. You know, like last season, I think Ponyhoff was able to get like 1 to 60 in like 2 hours. Maybe a little more than that. I'll have to take a look again. So I'll have a good metric for next time, but...
I need time to do that.
Yeah, so far, not very pleased with my progress. Can these guys please just leave me alone? Like, how... I just want to open one chest. Like, it actually takes forever because these guys just keep interrupting me. Boots to perpetual stomping. The one upside to all this is that I'm getting all the right... Okay. Trying to... Trying to get the things that matter the most here. Okay, and then the last one, funny enough, is the first chest as I was eyeballing.
I need more time.
Okay, this will be my last chest, and I'm gonna restart my game. Then I can actually gear myself up proper, and then get ready for the next Helltide. It's so stupid that I have to keep restarting my game just because PTR is so buggy. And then I think this one, you deal 4% increased life. Okay, or 4% increased life if I have enough Fortify. That's the one I need. Okay, and oh, good enough. I'm getting out of here. They let me. Done. Yeah, but that's good. You get to grind League, try new characters, but you main Nasus. Ah, you're a Nasus main. I see. Grinded Siege rank every day, all the time. When I play Arc every day nonstop, I'd switch. Yeah, I respect that. I don't remember like the last time I had. Actually, yeah, that's how I was. Even like last year. I think the two games I was binging last year were Modern Warfare 3, like the yeah, it was Modern Warfare 3. So it was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Warzone, right? Like those two together, and also Diablo 4. Now, you probably would have seen me stream like Diablo 4. That's fine, whatever. But yeah, like on my downtime, I'd be playing a lot of Call of Duty, and occasionally I'd play League every now and then, but not that much, right? But yeah, usually for me it's just one or two games tops, and I would alternate on my downtime. But in your case, you're saying that yeah, like you can play like 4 or 5 different games at once, which yeah, I would just never be able to do, even if I had the time to do so. I just would never be able to. Got to remember, I was playing Siege and Lost Ark since 2017 up until maybe 2020. Well, there were a lot of games I've played for a long time, like way back in the past. Let's say like the older like Call of Duties, like let's say COD 4, World at War, all those. Um, but even then, it's not like I'm playing them now, right? How much longer time I'm gonna stream more? Probably until at okay, like unless something happens, I'll be streaming until at least I hit level 60. So I think that's like what I predict it'll be another 3 hours ish before I make it to level 60. And then after level 60, or after I reach level 60 and I clear Torment 1, I'll probably take like an hour break, come back, and I'll play until like 2, 3 in the morning. I'm gonna sleep, I'll be back after 2, 3 hours. Won't be possible to go jog today, so hope I'll come back online. Okay. Yeah, that's you're only gonna be sleeping for 2 to 3 hours? Wow. Okay. Well, good luck and have fun with that. I should be here when you get back though. And if I'm not here when you get back, then I'll probably be back shortly after. Because I'm gonna do this until I make it to level 60, then I'm going to switch over to Torment. Actually, I should probably restart the game while I talk. Um, yeah, so, okay, you have a good one. I should be here later. Hey, Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf McQuaid. Okay, see ya, Medivh. Lone Wolf McQuaid was saying, what's up? Nothing much here. I'm just playing some Diablo 4 Season 9 PTR. Last night, I don't know if you saw, I completed my level 1 to Torment 4 run on my companion druid all in one, well, basically all in one night, right? And then this morning I was trying to put together the build guide for my companion druid. I'll probably be releasing that along with others closer to when the season launches. So that's gonna be my plan. Okay, brother, take care. Yeah, see you soon, Medivh. How are you doing, Lone Wolf McQuaid? What's up with you? But logically, I've had them for 8 years now. Yeah, I get that. Uh, owning a game has never really been like this is for Bat Boy, of course. This like owning a game has never been a consideration for whether or not I keep like playing that game. I just play a game based off of like vibes, and I don't know. I enjoy Diablo 4, so I play it, right? Like It's chill. I'm not like super excited to play other games. And the thing about Diablo 4 is I guess because I've played it so much, I've invested so much time into it, I kind of have a good feel for how the game is, how it's been. Um and so I can actually like leverage that knowledge and make content with it. If I were to like there's like one game I'm kind of eyeballing that I might want to stream in the future now. It's called where is it? It's called Supervive. It's kind of like a MOBA hero shooter hybrid, I think. That's one that I am really tempted to get in on in the future, but I don't know anything about that game. So starting from scratch, it would be very difficult, right? Okay. 1 second here. All right. Okay, so I managed to restart. So hopefully it doesn't crash as much anymore. Now I can actually sift through my gear and sort out how I want well, everything to look. So, advanced tooltip information would be helpful. So, yeah, this is a nice weapon to use, I guess. This one would be good, because then I can temper defense on it too. Oh, actually, this one would be even better. Because I can roll... Well, I have armor on this, so I'll actually stay alive longer. Do I have enough materials? Oh, I don't have any materials, though. It's stupid. I will salvage this one, because I kind of need the perpetual stomping aspect, anyway. Vocalized empowerment would be helpful. Strength. Strength. Yeah, I'm gated on materials. I need to actually run some whispers. I think that's what I'm missing right now. I'd love to... I think I... Hold on. Just trying to sort this out in my head here. Uh... yeah, I need to run more whispers. I think that's the problem here. Kind of annoying to... Like, I've done nothing but Hell Tides, mostly. And, yeah, I'm, like, gated on materials. I need to make a note of that for myself. I don't even have that many herbs. So let's write that down here. Emphasis on Hell Tides. Not enough herbs. Not enough veiled crystals. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's something to look out for, I guess. Because I want to be able to just put on thorns and like additive damage modifiers on everything, but I'm actually really at a disadvantage on this. Strength, movement, speed. No, don't need these. Alright. I'll salvage these at least. I got 24 veiled crystals off that, but nothing else, so... let's work through these one by one. So... I'll replace this one and try to get some damage to close. That's good enough, I suppose. Resource cost reduction, resource generation. I don't need either of those. Actually, why am I trying to re-roll on this? Why does it matter? I should actually just be trying to temper, like, every offensive on everything. I think that's what I'm missing here. Natural finesse on this. There. I should try to get belligerence, but if I don't get belligerence, then oh well, yes. Natural finesse. Okay, so damage, damage. This one should not be... I should actually be using this weapon. Because... I want to roll this aspect on it, Death Wish aspect, and I think I get a lot more thorns out of it. Yep. There we are. I would salvage these ones. My chest plate is way worse than one that's being offered to me. And I also have these boots here. I kind of want to run them over movement speed. I think that would be advisable. Especially because I would want to put on perpetual stomping aspect. Thorns. Thorns, okay.
Come back if you need the forge.
I don't have thorns on a couple of pieces of equipment. Come on, thorns. I hate this. Okay, 9 thorns finally. So I have thorns on everything except for my pants. Finally have damage tempers on like pretty much everything, as far as I can tell. And I have like good aspect. It's kind of funny because these are the most like these are pretty much the only aspects that I need that are outside of the offensive aspects, and I actually managed to get both of them, so that's actually pretty awesome. Let me salvage this old one. I got like no veiled crystals out of that. Nice. And then there's one aspect of perpetual stomping that I can throw on here. That's good. Oh, I only need 3. Okay, well that's better than I thought. Well then in that case, I can get some more life. Or, just realized, I should probably buff up my resistances a little bit.
Akarat's blessing on that.
Where's my diamonds here? Is it 2%? It's actually so pathetic. Yeah, I definitely need to do more. I need to either find more treasure goblins, or I gotta do more of those whispers. Because otherwise, like, I just wouldn't... I don't have enough resistances. I really don't. Like, I have enough damage for Torment, or for Penitent. Just don't have enough
Good business. Good.
resistance to survive. I can switch over to Rahir at this point, in place of Subo. That's one option I have. If I switched over to Rahir, I can get resistances that way, but kind of wanted to have some fun with Subo, right?
We could use the respite, I suppose.
Well, I'm already on Penitent. Was I supposed to do something else? No, I guess not. I guess that's it. Thorns, thorns, thorns. Almost thorns. Thorns. Damage, damage, damage. Damage, damage, damage. Some of them are damage to crowd control, which I don't like, but I think it's fine. I mean, I guess damage to crowd control kind of works out in my favor because damage to crowd controlled is... yeah, I'll come in for vehicle. Damage to crowd controlled would be like if I taunted them with my challenging shout, so that helps too. It wouldn't be as useful against bosses, but it's perfect against ads, which is what I'm going up against mostly here. Okay, all the whispers are up on that side, so that's where I'm headed. There's no hell tides in Nahantu as far as I can tell, so I'll just play this normally. I do want to get the waypoints before I keep farming.
I need time to do that.
Yeah, I think when I did the campaign last time with the Blizzard Sorcerer, I cleared it in like, what, like 1 to 60 was like 4.5 hours, so... I can't help but feel like that's still much faster than what I can pull off with most of these builds, really. I'll deal with the PvP zone later. I have this waypoint, Iron Wolves encampment, so that's fine. Okay. So in this case, I guess it's time for me to actually start doing some whispers finally. Yeah. Also, I gotta look into whether or not I can craft a nightmare sigil. I think I should always be crafting nightmare sigils until I find one that has like treasure goblins, because the treasure goblins one is like really, really good. But then again, if I have one for treasure goblins, I would save that for Torment though. So I would save all the treasure goblins I find for Torment. That's just the reality of it. I just need to do like 1 or 2 of them, and then all of a sudden I'm like fully kitted out for Torment. Man, I'm slow. Or is it because they're slowing me? Yeah, see, this is... Having Subo is nice. Like, I don't have as many resistances as if I were to use Rahir, but here I can see that... Yeah, here they all are, right? Oh, this is good. This is really good. Alright. Yep. Just... trying to keep resetting my berserking, that's all. Whole arm of creeping death. Well, isn't that something? Yeah. I don't know if I'll really be able to use it, though. I won't have enough materials. I don't have any Forgotten Souls, of course. 620 damage, I'm liking it. Yeah, I was talking about this before, that, yeah, as soon as I get all of the necessary tempers, I can actually properly... Uh-oh. I probably need to avoid this Hellborn. I actually can't kill it. I'm actually surprised I even managed to stay alive, but that probably has something to do with the fact that I was, like, fortified. Otherwise, that would have been it. I would have been dead there. Okay, anyway. Sorry, which is better with Thorns Barb or Spiritborn? That's a really good question. Sorry, I don't know when you asked that. Whoa, wait, why is this guy still here? The, Hellborn, I mean. That's a really good question. I haven't made a Thorn Spiritborn, so I can't really say for certain. Honestly, if I were to guess, I'd say Thorns. Or Thorns Spiritborn, because Thorns Spiritborn actually has a way to convert their thorns into, like, on-hit damage. And then that damage can be modified with, like, can have, like, crit and overpower, right? I think that's, like, the biggest pain point when you're trying to, like, push anything to do with, like, Torment 4 onward, whether it be layer bosses or, you're trying to... do like pit 90 or something. You don't really have like a good source of like damage against bosses, because if you're a barb, like a pure like a Thorns Barb specifically, right? And you're not relying on any other skill to do your damage for you, then you're gonna struggle a lot. You're gonna struggle a lot with you're gonna struggle a lot trying to deal with bosses, since there's no way to consistently keep doing damage to them. Unless, for example, like the best case scenario, I've talked to people about this before. The very best case scenario that you have if you are playing a Thorns Barbarian is that when you fight the boss, right? Wait, hold on a second. Maybe I'll come back and turn these in later. Never mind. Yeah, like the best case scenario when you're playing a Thorns Barb is that you roll something like Seething Hive Master that has an attack where they shoot multiple projectiles at you, and then each one of those projectiles, when they hit you, they take, you know, the amount of damage that they're supposed to. But with a Spiritborn, you can stack thorns, and then you can convert it into like on-hit like attacks, right? And I think that that's a way more effective... That's a way more efficient method of putting together like a Thorn setup that can push higher tier pits or lair bosses in Torment 4. So, yeah, if you were to ask me, if I were to guess, tentatively, I would say Spiritborn is better for that reason. If you were to try to make like just pure thorns, like the, oh, I'm just gonna let everything like hit me, I think Barbarian's better for that, because Barbarian has, like, ways to scale their Thorns sky high with things like with like a Thorns Wall fortified recipe. They have challenging shout, which gives life equal to your or thorns equal to percentage of your max life. Things like that, right? Like really good scalers. But at the end of the day, because you don't have a way to actually hit anything with those thorns unless they hit you first, yeah, that's the real problem. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. I'm a Dead by Daylight killer sweat. I'm a sweat. I don't deny that. But my question is, what the heck is Dead by Daylight? I mean, I've heard it, but I haven't played it. Like I said, my knowledge of games is just nowhere near as extensive as yours or anyone else's, really. Well, yeah. Well, the one thing about running all of these Hell Tides is that at least I managed to farm a whole bunch of Baneful Hearts. So the good news is, later if I have to run like Lord Zir, I have a pretty easy way to keep spawning Blood Maidens. That's like the one upside to this. There's no way that by the time I make it into Torment 1 that I'll have used up all these hearts. Like, there's just no reason for me to. Okay, fun. Alright. It's a game where you have like four... Oh, hold on. I can leap over this, I guess. Yeah. It's nice to have all these damage modifiers now, because now, even on Penitent, I can like actually walk right into them and they die. Which is kind of what I was aiming for with this build. But, of course, it's not... Oh, I can't jump over that. It's too bad. Well, obviously, for as great as it is, that I can kill them pretty quickly, it's still nowhere near as fast as a lot of the other builds. I bet even Incinerate would be faster for clearing this. I wonder about Minion Necro, but... It's a game where you have like 4 survivors or 5, can't remember, okay. And you have a killer trying to kill you, but to escape you gotta fix the generators to power the exit gates to escape. Is it like Among Us? I remember playing Among Us during the first wave of like lockdowns. I remember Among Us is like, you know, somebody's going around pretending to be an imposter. Well, no, they are an imposter, and you have to guess who the imposter is. It is not like Among Us. Okay, I see. Lone Wolf McQuaid, you were asking how I've seen the new unique pants for the Spiritborn. I did when they announced it in the campfire chat, but I can't for the life of me remember it at all. I'll have to take a look in a second. That's good. Okay. It has... You have an actual killer trying to kill you. I see. It has licensed characters like Freddy Krueger and Chucky and stuff. Well, that's bizarre and interesting, I guess. Here, let me just go look it up. One sec. New Spiritborn pants might be OP. No, not Sunbird's Gorget. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong season, I think. Season 9 Pants Spiritborn. Ah, yeah, Balazan's Maxtlatl. Don't know how to say that one. Dexterity, Max Life, Thorns. Ah, yeah, that's the one. Each attack damages close enemies for 200 to 300% of your thorns and also deals 100% of this poisoning at over 3 seconds. Each time you've retaliated with thorns for 5 seconds, the poisoning damage is increased by 100%. Yeah, yeah, right, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess Thorn Spiritborn would be pretty nice, but now makes me kind of wonder if next season there's going to be like a ton of other people playing Thorn Spiritborn, you know? I gotta be mindful of that. Gotta make sure that I'm not just playing what everyone else is playing, because I need to keep my content varied, I guess. In comparison to others. I'm gonna have a similar situation with Hydra. I'm gonna be playing, like, I wanted to play Hydra, but since everyone else is playing Hydra, I kind of want to avoid that. And I think that now that they actually have unique pants, like, that are built specifically for helping Spiritborn, I'm not so sure anymore. Yeah, that's cool though. I mean, that's a cool set of pants, but like, I think the implication of that is that there's gonna be a lot of people who play Spiritborn who don't want to try it out. Or maybe you're still gonna be too busy spamming Quill Volley. Who knows? I'm not entirely sure. Okay, good. Yeah, put Fortify on this. Ooh.
I'm not ready yet.
Alright. Wonder if I should try using Wrath of the Berserker more. I had to think about that one. Wrath of the Berserker could be good to, like, pull everything in place of Steel Grasp, perhaps. I'm using Steel Grasp, but yeah, sooner or later maybe I should run Wrath of the Berserker. Still trying to sort that out. Alright, so 3440. Level 40, level 33. Let's say... So that's like, what, 9 minutes? Here, I'll just write 3540 because I was like distracted for a little bit. 3540. And then that comes out to about, what, 7 minutes of gameplay? Can't math today. Employ in 5 minutes. Okay, so it takes me about 7.5 minutes to get from one level to the next just by running this on Penitent. Oh yeah, I want a town because of the Raven. Yeah, I just don't kill these quickly enough, huh? I don't know why they put this Raven in the weirdest, most inconvenient spots, but alright. Definitely use more aspects. Ooh, a lot of rares, a lot of legendary aspects. Ah, Fury per second, max life, and armor. I already have a pretty nice chunk of armor on mine though, so probably end up just salvaging this. Similar with this. This one's got 3 thorns, but 3 thorns is just not worth it. Plus 50 armor. Now that is a set of gloves worth considering. I think I would actually use these. Utility, thorns. And now that I've actually done some of the whispers, I have some more materials to work with. Thorns, and if I actually try to put an aspect on this, do I have any aspects to throw in here? It'd be nice if I did. Apparently not. Mobility aspects. I think I can put offense and utility, right? You know what? What I'm gonna do here? I'm actually gonna throw on Needle Flare just so that I have an aspect on my gloves.
Good business and fortune to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that on. And then now I can temper offensive, natural finesse. Damage to close. Why not? There, yeah. Good set of gloves.
Come back if you need
I wonder if they fixed the bug with tempering and all that. Oh, that's fine. Oh, nope, it's still broken like it was before, I think. Yep, they haven't fixed it. So I should always be tempering off, or enchanting off whatever affix I want gone first. Before anything else. Okay, that's good to know. Everything else, okay, so thorns. go get like life thorns, like life plus thorns on these items, but I had to drain out all my materials for it. I have 69 thorns, but yeah, I don't have any defensive aspects either, do I? I do have these boots of anemia. If I salvage that, then I think I'd have an aspect that I could throw in on my other pieces of gear. So let me try that real quick. Aspect of the deflecting barrier. Oh, I didn't even know I had that, but all right, why not? Utility aspect of anemia. I don't care for either of these. I just need to have them be legendary so that I can properly start tempering the things that I need on them. Strength max life armor. This is better than my current one, but I think I would need some... probably need some other materials, right? No, I don't, actually. Except it costs like 5 veiled crystals per roll. 9 thorns. Okay. I can throw that on. And then, temper. Okay, well, I only have 3 of these coiling wards, but sure, why not? And then the other ones I can salvage. Got a good chunk of armor out of this. Could use the armor because 510, well, yeah, kind of need that. Use that armor stat being as high as possible, right? Speaking of which, I don't know why I haven't activated this yet. Yeah, I'm actually kind of basically griefing by not using this. This is like more than double my thorns just by itself. That's like triple my thorns. Okay, now maybe I can dogwalk Penitent. I'd forgotten about that completely. I didn't realize I'd be struggling so much. Well, yeah, I didn't realize I'd be struggling so much like this. It's kind of painful. Opposing presence, why not? Okay, Dunes of Despair. I think I was... Oh yeah, I was in the middle of doing some whispers and... Helltides. Do that now. Now that my guy is a bit stronger. Don't have very many aspects, but it'll do. Okay, 2839. 2940. 840? Okay. Okay, this is when I started it at level 34. Hate to spam up my YouTube chat, but need somewhere to track it. It's the easiest way to go about it. Yeah, it kind of makes me think that if I play my companion druid, it might be way easier for me to just go through the campaign, because all I need to really fight in the campaign are bosses, and my companion druid is like perfect for that. Yeah, like taking all this time to like level this way or that way. Maybe I'll actually try to do the campaign for once when the live server or the season actually goes live. Try to see if I can cheese the game and go right into Torment after I run the campaign. I mean, there's still, once I finish the campaign, I think I finish off at like level like 55, or at least that's how it was last time. So I would need to spend a little bit of time trying to maybe do like some strongholds before I can get into the pit, but that's still much quicker, I think. It's like, I think my record was like, well, I mean, I've only done it like a few times, and I think I did it in like 4.5 hours. But again, that was before they did all the changes to XP, so who knows. Four and a half hours, huh? Makes me think about how last season, the quickest run that I was able to do last season was a little under 4 hours. I think that was with either Dance of Knives Rogue or Minion Necro. And for those, of course, no, I didn't do campaign, but... so I guess there's some builds for which it would be possible. Well, I mean, I can still do pretty well for leveling, um, even without the campaign, but yeah, I feel like if I played Thorns Barbarian campaign, it would have been much quicker. I think that applies to, like, I don't want to say most builds, but a lot of builds. At least last season, you could argue for overworld leveling because the incursions existed. And incursions not only had whispers attached to them, but when you clear them, they give like a very big bonus to how much XP you get, right? Like you finish an incursion and let's say you're like level 15, then all of a sudden you get like 75% of your bars worth of XP. But yeah, this next season they don't have any seasonal zones. They just have Nightmare Dungeons, which I actually, one of the reasons I don't like Nightmare Dungeons either is that you don't even get to interact with other people in the Nightmare Dungeons. Unless you like invite them to your party, of course, but I'm obviously not talking about that. Like if I wanted to play with others, I don't have the option to do that in the Nightmare Dungeon. At least not directly. Like that's the main activity that they have in store, right? So the only time I'll actually see people is either at Legion event, but I mean Legion event itself is kind of worthless, I would say. So it's either Legion event or it's going to be
I'm not ready yet.
hold on. It's either gonna be Legion event or World Boss. Those are the only two times I encounter other people. I don't like that. Like maybe some people like not having to interact with people, but at that point, well, yeah, I just think that's silly. At least with incursions, it was fun because I got to like, you know, hang out with other people. But I don't even get to do that here anymore. Oh, the Hellborn spawned. Can he? That's a Necro. Do I need him for anything? No, I don't. Okay, I already did the one for Cinders. I'm not gonna risk trying to fight him because I don't really. The potential benefits are being outweighed by the risk. Oh, I did get Blast Wave Shrine. Hold on. I just found this. Oh, I did like no damage. Maybe? This is silly. I'm trying to cheese him with Blast Wave Shrine. Despite that, it's still not enough. I'm hitting him for ticks of like 12k. That's how stupid this is. Hitting him for ticks of 12k, and he still takes like no damage. Well, maybe if I... Well, my Thorns actually does something at least. It's also pretty dangerous because I need, like, I don't know how much damage the spell he casts is going to do to me. Okay, there we go. See, got like nothing. I got 2 rares out of it. When I kill like Hellborn, it should be like a guarantee of at least 1 legendary. That's how I feel. Even if you're like level 1, it should be a guaranteed 1 legendary. It should feel good. Like killing a treasure goblin feels good. Killing a Hellborn, don't really get anything. It's a similar situation with these side quests too. Like, why do they even still exist in the game? I like side quests existing in the game, but each side quest should give like, it should give you like a full level up, you know? It should give you like a full level up, and it should give you a legendary. That would be one way to stir up the pot, or it should give you the same as what turning in 10 Grim Favors would give at the Tree of Whispers. I don't know. That would be cool. Just like crank it up, right? Like, well, I don't know why they're so stingy about making updates that would vary up the gameplay a little bit. Like, I'd love to do some of those side quests again. Like going through the storyline was actually a lot of fun. Like I was dreading it. I remember dreading it when I needed to do the whole renown reward grind, but then I realized like when I was doing those quests that actually the stories that are being told in these quests are actually pretty cool. At least I found them to be cool. Every season that comes out now, the stories that are being told are largely like not all that interesting. Like season 7 was okay. I actually really liked season 3's storyline. But like season 6, I guess most of the storytelling went towards the Vessel of Hatred, so I don't count that one. But I don't even think I think season 5 or season 4 just did not have a story altogether. Season 7, season 8, season 7 story was all right. I give it like maybe like a 7, no, 6.5 out of 10, I guess. And then like season 8 wasn't even really a storyline. It really did feel like if it were like some anime, it would have felt like that was actually just filler. That's what it felt like. But yeah, in comparison, the side quests that came with the game originally feel a lot more fleshed out. And I suspect that it's because when this game was first conceived, like, it was being handled by, like, a very different group of people that are handling it now. Probably the people who were, like, hired on board for, like, storytelling and all that. Because, like, I'm just guessing. Probably, you know, they've moved on to other roles or something. Because now I feel like the storytelling is, like, really basic in comparison to what we had back when the game first launched. And even, like, I'd say like season 3. I think season 3 at least had some cinematics, but I feel like they got rid of the cinematics once they realized that people don't care enough for it to be worth them investing that much time into it. That's my suspicion, I guess. Okay, level 35. I'm actually liking this. Hold on. 1955, level 36. Yeah, so 10 minutes I get 2 levels. Yeah, that's a good pace. I still have like a bunch of cinders and still haven't done the Blood Maiden.
I need more time.
Yeah, just wish I had an easier way to deal with Blood Maiden. They should always just start with Blood Maiden. I always say they're gonna leave it for last, I never do it, but... And again, I guess Blood Maiden, the problem with Blood Maiden is it takes forever to clear a Blood Maiden if I don't have like a proper core skill. Although, I guess Flay is a lot stronger now than it used to be in the past, right? So with all the buffs that they did, basic skills, like Flay is actually kind of decent. Yeah, look at that. So this is Penitent. It doesn't even feel like Penitent. I just walk right in and I kill everything. Granted, of course, I had to get all the right tempers and aspects and all that, but yeah, it's looking much better now than it did before. Oh, did I not bother to temper max life on these? I guess I didn't. Okay, so I can actually boost my thorns up even higher. 917 damage. Definitely don't think I'm pumping out as much damage as my companion druid, but oh well. I feel like usually when it comes to just leveling, my companion druid tends to have a lot more raw damage than most of their builds. I feel like the only one that I've played that comes close, like even more so than like, especially more so than like, let's say Lightning Spear, Death Trap, and so on. The reason why Death Trap and Lightning Spear and all those other builds are like so strong is because that when you get into the end game, they can actually start to get things that pump up their like ability to overpower and all that. But Companion Druid, like right out of the box, just need Shepherd's Aspect and some crit, and then yeah, you're able to do whatever you want. Anything you feel like. So, I don't know.
Not ready yet.
Alright. I have 2 points. Trying to... Oh, you know what? Where I'm gonna throw them into? I should put them in here. Boost my life by 15%. Good.
I must wait.
Oh yeah, this stupid thing. Yeah, I like that I got a substantial amount of Fortify too.
I must wait.
But I need to... I think I need to start using Wrath of the Berserker. I think that's what it boils down to here. I think I'm gonna do it. Need to get rid of something in exchange though. Maybe Ground Stomp? No, that doesn't make any sense. I need Ground Stomp because of... I need Ground Stomp because it actually resets my cooldowns. Okay. Ground Stomp. Maybe Leap? Maybe I do need to get rid of Leap. Yeah, I might have to skip Leap and then put on Wrath of the Berserker. Where's Leap? Oh, because I was trying to use this for berserking. I see. Ugh, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, I have Warcry, don't I? I can always just Warcry. Warcry by itself already gives me berserking, and because of that aspect that I have, I'm actually always like good on berserking, I think. Wait, when did I... Oh, okay, I have something that's giving me heavy hitter. I think it was my weapon temper. Okay, there we go. Wrath of the Berserker. Actually, what am I doing? I should be maxing this. That should be first priority. In fact, I'm doing this wrong. I need to take out 3 of these and then throw them in here for now. Now I can actually pull mobs in. So I'm gonna try this real quick. Okay, here's a big pack. Nah, it's not as... Like, the radius on this is not as large as Petrify. Wait. Oh, this is the wrong ground stomp. I'm gonna replace this ground stomp for the other ground stomp. There, okay. This is a little bit better. Now I can pull monsters in with Wrath of the Berserker. Oh, shoot. Oh, they hurt.
I must wait.
And I need to go get Third Blade, too. It's another... Oh, Hellspire. Can I even survive one of those? Yeah, I definitely can't give her a challenging shout. Flay is nice, but... Yeah, sooner or later I'm gonna need to switch it out for something else, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe I just run Third Blade later. Or is it... I keep saying Third Blade, but I don't... Oh, it's Shard of Varathiel. That's the one I need. Shard of Varathiel makes it so that basic skills deal, like, increased damage, but they cost primary resource. That's the one that I need. Because then I have a way to keep generating and spending resource. Last season I was using the boss power, or relying on the boss power for that, but the one that, like, drains out all my primary resource to do increased damage. But yeah, I can't afford to use that one this season. Oh shoot, it really hurt.
I must wait.
Well, good news is I'm getting a pretty sizable amount of XP from this, but I don't know how long I'll be able to stay in this for. At least it's not a Soul Spire. Those are way worse. And actually, with this aspect, I can just keep resetting my cooldown. Oh, there we go. Done. Oh, shoot. There. That's good. What about my runes? Take a healing potion. Restore primary resource, crit strike chance. Huh? Don't really spend resource, except for on kick. Healing potion is for resource right now. I think I'd rather use this rune for a rune there. Yeah, so Cur Lump. Cur is easy to trigger because I'm always casting skills, so good. Alright. Maybe this time I'll actually try to run a Blood Maiden.
I'm not ready yet.
It's gonna be...
I must wait.
Oh yeah, I don't have Leap anymore, so I'm a little slower, but speed was never really a huge consideration anyway. I don't like being this slow, but,
I'm not ready
you know, I had to make a trade-off. Well, I guess I could have gone for mobility temper for a bit of movement speed, but right now... Oh, shoot.
ready yet.
Not exactly swimming in movement speed, and it's not like I have too many places I can get it.
I'm not ready.
Okay. I just realized something. Don't I have vocalized empowerment? So every time my shouts are up, I should have plenty of primary resource generation. I should have tons of primary resource generation. Why am I using Flay? Like, what am I using Flay for here? Yeah, I should be using core skills. Oh shoot, almost died there. 1050. Okay.
I must wait.
All right. Opposing presence. Yeah, and I'm like thinking about it. Those pants for the Spiritborn to give Thorns, it'd be really cool if I could have used those for the Barbarian. Yeah. I think the other thing I'm a little curious about is these heraldic powers. I guess I could argue that, like, if this were the beginning of a season, the way to get these heraldic powers would be to run Nightmare Dungeons, but while leveling 1 to 60, I would try to bypass Nightmare Dungeons and only really try to unlock the heraldic powers after I make it into Torment. Because that's when they actually start to become worthwhile, since they actually drop Obdicite and give relevant items, not just random scrap, useless garbage. Oh, yeah, it's a Hellborn. Yeah, I'm gonna skip that. Okay, so I can open 10 chests with the amount of cinders I've accumulated. That's good. I lost out on 100 cinders earlier, but yeah, that's acceptable. Maybe with any luck I can... might be able...
Not ready yet.
Blast Wave again. Oh shoot. Okay, let me pull them in then.
I'm not ready yet.
Pretty decent bit of gold. No treasure goblin, sadly. I'm still ridiculously slow, so I can't really move anywhere of value.
I must wait.
There's a Hellspire here too, but...
I must wait.
Alright. Time to go... trigger this. Wait. Did the... I'm stuck here? Oh, okay. I guess with a bait I can get out. Ah, I got Death Wish aspect. Oh, that's a nice roll on this. I'll salvage that and throw it on whatever my next two-hander will be. I should have plenty of materials when I do a couple more of these, oh, shoot. Just dropped one on my head.
I need more time. Not ready yet.
Oh, Treasure Goblin. Okay, yeah. Must hit those. Very high priority. This one's for gems, though. I mean, I guess that's still kind of important, but... just gonna make sure I don't misclick on the seller here. There. Tech Rune, bunch of cinders, gem fragments should enable me to
I must wait.
gear up. On my jewelry and use like proper diamonds or something. Alright, chest armor of disobedience, that should also be helpful. Very helpful.
I'm not ready yet.
Weapon mastery efficiency. Okay, so 705, level 38. Or, wait no, 39. Wow, I'm actually getting like XP really fast with all these cinders. Yeah. This is still really the fastest way to get XP that doesn't involve campaign that I know. And it feels like the amount of XP I get is like, well, it's actually really high relative to... well, yeah, it's just really high. whispers. I can't even get off my horse. You guys are all just blocking the road perfectly. Okay. I wonder if I have a way to reduce the cooldown on ground stomp. Yeah, I don't know which temper that would be, but it would help. Also, Rahir is about to reach level 4 too. But I like to save those rewards for when it's time to gear up on gear up and attempt Torment. Torment 1, I mean. Alright. Come on. Okay. Level 40. Level 40. 525, level 40. Anyway, I'll stop cluttering up the chat. In the future, I should just write it into like my little notepad, but yeah, I just wanted like a general trend so I can kind of keep track of how well the this setup is like doing, I guess, or like this approach to leveling. Because right now I've gotten from like, in the span of about 15 minutes, I've gone from like level 36 all the way to like level almost 41. Probably hit level 41. Where's the chests? Actually, I just knew where the remaining chests were. Oh, there's one up there. I actually missed that one. Alright. Well, maybe I go this way. I can also do the Venus Moats one real quick too, while I swing by down there. I don't know if I'll be able to hit everything though. I think that might be a little ambitious. I'm also gonna salvage all rares. I don't have enough room as it is. Should only keep legendaries at this point. Yeah, I'm gonna read through every individual item. There's just no time.
I need time to do that.
And again, where's the... okay, that's where... Oh yeah, I got like 4 of them, like right next to each other. This is good. Oh, oh no, no. That's scary. Almost got me there. Yeah, I'm gonna need to make a mention of that to run the Iron Barb Elixir. And I need to actually take a look at when that gets unlocked too. I think that gets unlocked at like level 20. So that's a pretty massive power spike. When I open the chest, there should be plenty more monsters, so I shouldn't get sidetracked here. Okay, yeah. More skeletons? I need to open 2 more chests. Or not skeletons, sorry, flies. Hey, this is the chamber for Duriel. 999 damage. Alright. That should be almost everything. There we go, level 41. And yeah, that was like 3 minutes for that. Kingmaker, I think, is axe, right? And here's one more chest. Okay, they triggered... Oh, I managed to trigger the thing. I'm just trying to figure out if I'd be able to clear Blood Maiden in like 2 minutes. No, I don't think that would be possible. I just don't have the damage for it. I just, yeah, like, for all these like big monsters. Hey, 2-hander. What is this? A 2-handed sword? Fields of Crimson. Damage to bleeding enemies? That's a lot of damage. I might actually run that. Because I actually apply bleeding, don't I? Yeah, I apply bleeding. Alright, sure, why not? 400% damage on my weapon. Oh yeah, now suddenly my damage is up to 5.4k? Getting a little bit overconfident. He can still kill me. seems. Oh shoot. Yeah, I mean, my thorns does cause them to bleed, I think. So, be
Not ready yet.
be in line with what they're capable of. I'm gonna go pull that open. Venus motes. And my armor and thorns are wearing off pretty soon, too. Very convenient. Okay. Yeah, in the end, I guess it didn't matter too much that I only lost like 100 cinders. I guess that would have been an extra level, but yeah, it's okay. Alright. I could do more, but I think I'll just leave it there. Or I could try to do more, but I think that's... I don't think I'm gonna make it to the next chest anyway. Okay. Level 42, right? I know that there's this priority
I
quest.
need time to do that.
Turn that in.
It is done.
Two-handed weapons, collection of amulets, and a collection of chest plates. I feel like all of these are pretty useless. I think I should do the two-handed weapons. The more legendary weapons I get, the better. Just so that I could potentially get one that has the right aspects I'm looking for from it. I have Death Wish and Needle Flare, which are like core aspects for my build, but who knows, maybe get like Conceited or something later.
I must wait.
Actually, what am I doing? Why am I even looking at rares? I gotta make it a habit to just salvage all rares after a certain point. Two-handed sword of delayed extinction. Yeah, I don't know if I would ever care to run these anymore, instead of just using Fields of Crimson. I'll probably be stuck with that for a little while. Yeah, that's a pretty big boost, and then even this one. This obedience aspect, sure, count me in.
That looks worn.
Tempering on this armor, hoping for thorns. Nice. 9 thorns. Okay. And sure, let's get some life. Total armor, like acceptable, but 12 life. Okay, yeah. Same thing here. Maximum life. Okay. All right. Thorns. Barrier generation. Barrier generation. Barrier generation 4 times in a row. I don't even know how they managed to pull that off. Same thing here. Might as well get some max life. I am running low on materials though. By the way, Elden Ring Night Rain is a roguelike Souls-like. Okay. I mean, it is Elden Ring, so that's kind of what I would have expected. I'll probably salvage this, and I think I would salvage this too. Now, the only thing that comes after that is figuring out what I'm, like, which aspect I'm putting into what item. So... Oh, yeah. I don't think I have a choice. I think I have to... I already have a pretty good chunk of thorns, right? Like, I don't need to have Death Wish. At least not right now. Like, later, yeah, for sure. But this is a lot of damage. 426% damage to bleeding enemies. Not even running Rupture, and that's still ridiculously strong for some reason. Well, I could at least put Death Wish aspect on the highest item power weapon. Oh, I guess I salvaged all of the one-handers and whatnot. And yeah, the items I maybe this one. Yeah, okay, I can do it in here. Just have some Death Wish aspect. Doesn't need to be a good one. Okay, world boss in 2 minutes. It's over here and over here. Okay, probably I can
I need time.
go. Well, I don't ever really feel like world boss is worth it unless I'm just there to grab the Grim Favors. I don't think that there's ever really been anything that it drops that I'm like super happy with. If it were like a guaranteed legendary rune or something in Torment, that'd be nice. or even a guaranteed ancestral. I remember that used to be one way to get guaranteed like 925s. That actually made a lot of sense. I'll go around.
I need time to do that.
And then from like normal to penitent, like what do I even get out of it? There's like nothing. I'm really just running it for 5 grim favors, that's it.
I need more time.
Level 42. Yeah, closing in on it. I'm closing in on level 50. Hey, what's up, Freak BC? How are you doing? Hope you're enjoying the show so far. Just to give you some idea as to what I'm trying to do here, I'm playing a Thorns Barbarian. And I'm trying to go from level 1 all the way to Torment 4 on just Thorns. Well, Thorns and some supporting skills, right? Like Warcry for more damage, Wrath of the Berserker to pull monsters in, that kind of stuff. So, yeah. You're kidding. Why? There we go. So yeah, I'm doing all this in the PTR so that I have a good grasp of how each of the builds perform. And then I'm also going to try and do like a build guide video for each of the characters, or each of the, well, yeah, each of the characters that I make. So that's my plan. I already finished my Companion Druid, got into Torment 4 yesterday. Like level 1 all the way to Torment 4, and I think I did that in like a little under 16 hours of total like gameplay time. So that was fun. But now it's time for the Thorns Barb, and I think the Thorns Barb will take a bit longer. Still though, it's good to get a chance to see what these characters are capable of. Alright. Oh, yeah, this is what I was worried about, that I'd be the only one fighting a Shava. All the more reason why to avoid doing the world boss. Feels like it takes forever solo. I don't really get very many good rewards out of it. Well, actually, he doesn't do that much damage. Respec. I'll do Lunging Strike. I think Lunging Strike got buffed too, so it might be okay. I crit for like 5.3k. Oh, it's because of my stupid weapon. My weapon is insane.
Not ready yet.
Alright.
Not ready yet.
I can kill it. I can kill it solo. It'll take a little bit of time here, but yeah, I think this is worth it. I thought it would take like 10 minutes. Last world boss I did took like around 10 minutes, but this one should be a lot quicker. I think because of how much damage I'm getting from my weapon, I can deal, like I can actually kill it. Wait a second. Whoa, whoa, whoa. How long does that poison last for? That was nuts. Okay. Yeah, I don't feel like dealing with that. It's not worth my time, man. I like, okay, if it's just having to kill it, then that's fine, but I guess I just trying to stay alive while fighting it is a problem, it seems. Yeah, it's not really my cup of tea here. I'm getting out of here. Whatever, fine. No world boss. If this were not PTR, like if this were the live server, then I think I could have done it. But again, I'm only really here to get like 5 grim favors, that's it. Nothing else really too special. Alright. This thing is back up again. So, Sleep Demons. I'm gonna do the Blood Maiden first. I always do the Blood Maiden, or try to do the Blood Maiden last, but I can see now that this is a mistake. I'm gonna do Blood Maiden first,
Need more time.
and I also need to respec.
I need time to do
Fields of Crimson. What a weapon. And I only need 2 hearts, right? Is there a second Helltide somewhere? Nice if there were. Oh, apparently not. Okay. I guess the other reason why doing the campaign would be kind of nice as a method of leveling is so that I can actually switch things up. Because I always... like, every season that I play, I always, if there's no crazy leveling method like the headhunts from season 7, then I always end up doing strongholds to end off, right? Because that's just the quickest way. It takes like an hour to get from 50 to 60 like that. I don't have any quicker leveling method than that. But yeah, it'd be nice to switch things up with the campaign because I think it would also mean that I'm doing something else rather than just Helltides or Whispers over and over. Not that I mind Whispers. Maybe I should just do Whispers on the next one. Nice and chill. I don't know which of my characters could benefit from that the most, but... oh yeah, okay. I have to keep my distance on this. Maybe I just burn through all of my cinders or something. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of damage. Blade does a lot of damage by itself now with the changes that were made. Enclave Nightmare Sigil. Oh, yeah, right. I'm also supposed to play around with the Nightmare Sigils and see if they're any good. Ground Stomp size. Nope, don't need that. Maybe I need to replace my weapon. Replace my two-handed mace. Slap the Death Wish on it, and then throw Needle Flare on something else. That could work. Wait, what am I doing? I should actually set this back to Penitent now. But this one unique, I can, like, walk through everything. I mean, I could pretend like I don't have it and just go back to a proper weapon. There's nothing wrong with that either. Wouldn't really make that much of a difference, I don't think. Nah, I could do that. I've had my fun with this. It's fun being able to treat Penitent like it's normal. But, should probably have a more accurate simulation of how things would go. Oh, you know what? While I'm here, I might as well go and run the PvP zones. Yeah, that's nice and easy. Yeah, usually I wait until like level 48 to do this, but I don't know when I'm gonna reach level 50, so should just finish this now. I still can.
I need more time.
Don't just stand there. Help me.
Okay. I could have probably done this on Penitent, but it's the boss that I'm worried about. I want to be able to just clear this quickly and be done with it. I think the campaign also gives, like, quite a number of materials, doesn't it? I remember thinking that, oh, maybe it doesn't give that many materials, but then it turns out that it's actually pretty nuts for materials. Herodric Materials Reserve. Yeah, like I mentioned before, these are... Herodric Materials Reserve is actually pretty decent once I get to Torment, but before that it's pretty lackluster, I think. Those the modifiers are. Yeah, but at the end of the day, I want to roll for the one that has treasure goblins. The treasure goblin dungeon keys are good. I kind of want to try the... There's those, like, dungeon escalation, or nightmare escalations. I gotta try that at some point. The nightmare escalations might have some other cool modifiers behind them as well, but the only way on the PTR to access those is by talking to the cheat vendor, so... I don't know. Don't know when
Not ready yet.
how I'm supposed to get access to them, but I imagine that I would need to finish the seasonal quest line to have that available. Helm of Concussive Strikes. Alright. Gonna turn in my cinders. Or not cinders, but red seeds. I think this would be a good time to go use the bathroom. I'll be back. 1 minute. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, Gia Cool is fine because they have a Raven there too. So, gonna head up on over there, and yeah, sure. Let me switch out the Fields of Crimson Blade for something more in line with what I'm supposed to have. But then in that case, I would actually need a weapon to replace this with.
It is done.
Greater collection of gold? Yes. That sounds good to me. That's a lot of materials too. Yeah, a bunch of veiled crystals. Oh, you know what I should have done? Probably I should have set this to penitent. I wonder if that would have made a difference at all. 4 million gold is fine, I suppose. I like how they're giving me nothing but maces now. I need the opposite, like a two-handed weapon or what? Two-handed polearm or slashing weapon. Actually, I think I could, especially with that tortured gift that I just opened.
Well, let's have a look.
I could probably put Death Wish on this. Either one of these. This one's the better option. Yeah. Yeah.
What a superior product.
Raven Scale. Sure. For my ring. I would run Needle Flare, I suppose. Wait. Oh, shoot. I put the wrong aspect on this. I'm supposed to put... no, wait. No, I was supposed... I threw it on here. Alright, okay. Then I replace Overpower damage for max life.
Another happy customer.
And then salvage these, salvage this one. And I think I'm supposed to temper this with something, right? Well, two things. Vehement Augments, hoping for Belligerence, ideally. And of course, they're giving me everything except for the one I'm looking for. Natural Finesse. Okay, yeah, perfect. For once. Salvage all. And yeah, now, in pretty good shape, aside from now I need to find like a proper two-handed weapon to replace this with. That is more suitable for my build. My core and weapon mastery skills have a chance to make enemies vulnerable. How do I have this? Rend? Well, whatever. I got two. Oh, yeah, I can do this one. Shout skill effect durations are increased. Yeah, that sounds pretty useful. That works with Challenging Shout. So that should help. And what other ones do I have? Okay. Collapse Fortress. Yeah, this will probably end up getting me up to 45. Keep going from there. Oh yeah, there he is. Here I was kind of worried that I wouldn't be able to find him. Yep, there. That's a lot of damage. That's like 400% more damage. I don't know why weapons like this exist with just ludicrously high damage modifiers. But sure. Whatever. Okay, this PvP area has been cleaned out. I'm gonna go to Durandai. And I'm gonna go run the other ones now. And that brings me to 45. I will have to be mindful of how many Grim Favors I have, though, because
I need time to do that.
I'm gonna need to save some Grim Favors for when I reach level 60, so that I can get the Artificer's Stones
I need
and unlock the pit after. Yeah, sounds like a good plan here. I think this PvP zone should get me like level 46. And then the rest of it is just going to be spamming the remaining Helltides. Or I could do the Whispers. Not sure. It's not that I'm bored of Helltide or anything like that, but... I don't know if I'd rather do Whispers or Helltide in this case. Especially when I already cleared the Blood Main. Well, I think I should just do the Helltide. I've already gotten started on spamming Helltide, so I might as well just finish what I started. Oh. I forgot that I'm supposed to follow the Wayward Soul. Oh yeah, Roderick's Spellcraft. That's another Alice require an infusion to be active. Right. Totally forgot to take that off once before. Fusions. Yeah, later when I run the Nightmare Dungeons, I would actually try to buff some of my powers up. Like, deactivating damage resistance seems like a staple. I have a way to apply Vulnerable. A few ways to apply Vulnerable, so that's okay. I don't know if I have any of them active, but still, that's fine, whatever. And then there's one for Execute. Like, I feel like I'm just gonna use the same 3 for, like, most of my character setups, which I don't like. That's, like, one of the things I'm a little iffy about for next season. I, of course, would want the one that executes, right? Hold on. Where is the Execute? Okay, whatever. Let me finish this and then go take a good look. Okay, 26k XP out of my 1 million. Didn't know it's still pretty worthless. Technique. Oh. Yeah, so I would probably... I don't have two-handed axe or polearm expertise. Cool. Those are the 2 that I need for more damage. This one's got thorns, but 6 thorns is pretty negligible. So, yeah, I was looking at the Herodric spells. The ones that I would want, ideally, right? So, Propulsion... Okay, there. Yeah, later, I would want this one. One's a given. I don't care about them having barrier. They very rarely ever have barrier. When they do have barrier, it's kind of insane. But okay, this one is the most important one, actually. Like, I have to use the one that has thorns. Like, that's the whole point of this. Grants unstoppable, grants unhindered. Okay, this is pointless because I have a way to apply unhindered for myself already. Here we go, and then Bloody Charm. I think these are the 3 that I'd use. Well, yeah. Damage from my Catalyst. Has a chance to deal percentage of my Thorns damage. And I would want the one that has the, like, the highest lucky hit chance. It would be the Meteors, but The meteors take forever to land. I've tested them. I'll probably test them each individually, but I think that realistically I would want to use either propulsion or cosmic anomaly. Yeah. I think I might actually use cosmic anomaly. And then I can just keep spamming the active whenever the anomalies come back, since the spawn rate is like every 5 seconds. Yeah, so eventually it'll look like this. Damage by it, arc lightning damage. Too bad I don't have a way to really convert my damage into fire. At least not on this build. With my whirlwind barb later, yeah, I would have a way, but it activates monster explosive, suppressor, vampiric. I don't care about suppressor since I'm like 5 feet away from them most of the time anyway, or I'm pulling them in. Burning damage. Well, there's a way to abuse this, I think. Just not with this build. Like, there's frost burns, right? So maybe a sorcerer. Blizzard sorcerer? Yeah, blizzard sorcerer with smoldering ember could be quite useful. Hmm. But then the problem would be that I wouldn't get access to this cold damage bonus equal to highest damage type bonus, so I need to play around with that later. Anyway, deal reduced damage. I think I could use this one. Just extra damage reduction. I don't really have too many better options. Destroys enemy structures. I don't... Maybe breaks Waller? Yeah, this is the best I've got. I can buff up the damage reduction on this by a little bit. But all in all, I just don't really... I mean, too bad none of these are like a physical damage sort of gem, like, you know, for... Like, wouldn't it be a shame if... I should have actually done, like, looked at the spellcraft stuff when I did the altar here. Because I would have needed to wait anyway. You know, heavens forbid that I would need some kind of spellcraft power for my element as a melee physical type build, right? When I play sorcerer, or not sorcerer, rogue, like Dance of Knives rogue, and I use cold imbuement, I could probably run that with Glacial Nimbus. That's fine. Even my whirlwind barb, I would use the smoldering ember. And when I play sorcerer, I could do like cold or fire with frostburn. Either is fine. But some of these other builds that I have, like Thorns Barb, are like purely physical damage. So I don't know how that's supposed to work. Yeah, like druids, like pulverized druid in particular, I think is physical damage, right? Yeah. Like, what are they gonna do? Okay. How'd I go? I've maxed out on whispers, and then probably do the PvP boss, and then I can focus the rest of my time on... Oh, greater collection of materials? Yes, please. Notepad. 92 Angel Breath, 505 Veiled Crystals, 460 Bundled Herbs. Wow. That's a lot of materials, and a whole bunch of baleful fragments. Yeah, the only thing that can really come close to topping that is like a treasure goblin, so I don't know. Expose vulnerability. And yeah, gotta go clear the boss. And each chest I turn in too is like what, half level's worth of XP? So I'm pretty close now, let's say. Okay, good. 20 rune. Is that a rare rune? Nah, but it's a trigger rune of some kind. Alright. Okay, I think I'm done here. Got what I came for. kind of taking it easy right now. I should be a little bit quicker on this. Oh, you know what? These might... Yeah, I might actually max out on Grim Favors if I do these ones. Losing the area. No, that's okay. I'm gonna go right to Karagar or Kyovashad, yeah. I'm gonna go to Kyovashad. I'm gonna go to Kyovashad and set the statue, or hit the statue to like set the difficulty. Uh, then I'm just gonna run Helltide, yeah. I don't really have too much else. Like, I could switch it up and try to do Whispers instead, but I don't think I'm not really dying to switch it up. Okay.
I need time to do that.
Oh, I have some cinders left over from a previous Helltide. I remember there was one time where I think I was like unable to reach a chest because there were too many monsters guarding it, but I thought that if I stick around for that, then like the number of cinders I have goes to 0. I obviously wasn't here. Oh no, I was here earlier. Never mind. I just remembered. I did Blood Maiden. Of course I still have cinders. Alright. Oh yeah, I still have this stupid unique too. And nothing to replace it with. At least, not yet. $7.3k. 10.6k. Yep. Again, that's doesn't look right, but well, that's what I have to work with. You know, this is a kind of an interesting unique to get at this point of the game. I do wonder, like, what if I got like Razor Plate or something instead? That would have been kind of cool too. Right? I don't think I've ever gotten like unique Razor Plate while doing a Thorns Barb run, or any run really. Wonder if it's something that's like locked behind Torment or what. Because there's some uniques I've just never seen while climbing through the game. Like Storm's Companion, that's a good example. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Gonna go up here just a little bit. I'm running out of life with which I can tank this damage. I gotta reduce damage taken. Oh wow. Actually running low on everything. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of that circle. I couldn't outlast it, fortunately. Don't have enough durability for that, despite having Fortify and damage reduction. Well, I guess it's 40% damage reduction whenever challenging shout is up, but it's not really up all the time. Well, it's supposed to be. Yeah, I don't know. Alright. Gonna head up here. I kind of want to play Blizzard Sorcerer. It's like kind of nagging at me. I'm actually really tempted to run Blizzard Sorcerer, but I feel like I'm just gonna be miserable while I play it. There isn't really anything about Blizzard Sorcerer that got buffed this season, or I guess it's still like the same as what it was before, and previously it wasn't great aside from if I get ice spikes. I guess that's fine.
I need time to do that.
Alright. way to the bottom right here. Okay. And I can use Wrath the Berserker to pull them in. Quite convenient, but it's not end all be all. You get a level up out of that, but it's not quite where I need to be. Maybe I'll start opening up these chests a little more preemptively. Because I don't want to, like, save all my cinders for, let's say, like, level 48, then I open all the cinders and I turn out to be, like, level 51. So I think it makes more sense for me to just open this here. And also I get credited with some grim favors, too, in the process. That's one. Yeah. I feel like this event is a trap. It takes forever. And then I only get enough out of it to make it worthwhile. I only have enough bulls. Something to think about. I think I do like that with the Nightmare Dungeons, now we can choose which set of materials we need, and we can kind of like target farm it off Nightmare Dungeons. I like that. That's cool. Yeah. Like the more I think about it, yeah, actually. In some ways, that's actually a pretty good adjustment to Nightmare Dungeons. They actually have a little bit more use, a little bit more fun in that regard. I just feel like the Nightmare Dungeons themselves are largely the same. It's like the only real drawback there. Wait, why? Hold on, I gotta take a look at this. Whenever I cast a shout skill, active cooldown is reduced by 27% per nearby enemy. That monster that I, like, there was only one guy there. I just noticed this. My Bold Chieftains has never been less than, like, been more than, like, 7 seconds cooldown. Here, let me try this real quick. Yeah, it happened again. That's really strange. That's really bizarre. Active cooldown is reduced by per nearby enemy. Does it, like, what if I cast it here where there's no one else? Okay, so it's not, like, completely broken. Maybe nearby is, like, if they're, like, a screen or two away or something. Maybe the radius is just huge on that. And movement speed. Do I care? Okay, Outside Harbingers. Okay. Go do the next one. I may have to go do some Whispers. Yeah. Should be able to survive. Okay. I guess I can't survive that after all. I thought I'd be able to tank it, so I went in, but I guess I was, I mean, I did survive, but barely. Okay, and then there's one more chest to be opened. And I think I should just... Yeah, I should just turn it in. I'm really tempted to wait. Well, I'll kill all these, the surrounding monsters first. That'd make my life a bit easier. Alright. Maybe I should just do, like, Upheaval, because that gives, Berserking. Like, I keep trying to use, like, Kick, but, wouldn't I be better off just doing Kick with, or play with, Upheaval? I think the reason I don't usually like to do that is because I don't want there to be any doubt that I'm using, that Thorns is my main source of damage, right? It's supposed to be my main source of damage. I don't want anyone to looking at it and then thinking, well, it's not a Thorns barb, it's an upheaval barb. But in all honesty, I'm kind of gimping myself on the Thorns side of things by not using upheaval. And then I think there's also a sticker thought aspect too. I should try to use that sticker thought. That gives like Thorns while channeling. Yeah, there's like some ways to just rework my build, but anyway. That's for me to figure out later. Finally found a good weapon that that I can use to replace my Fields of Crimson. I'm not gonna have nearly as much damage as 400% damage to bleeding enemies, but it's something at least. The other thing I find kind of noteworthy here yeah, I got natural motion. That's good. Is that this is a pole arm, so I can actually start leveling up my expertise. I find it funny too. They still have this stupid aspect. Your summons deal 70% increased damage. Like, why does Barb get an aspect that allows them to increase summon damage? Summon Barbarian? Like, yeah, right. It's for ancients, of course, but I just never understood that. Like, people are right in pointing out that it's so strange how a whirlwind barb, or, well, any barb is a worse, or is a better summoner than some druids or some necros. Oh, yeah, salvage all junk on this one. Two-hander, two-hander. Salvage this. Yeah, why not? Salvage that too. It's not 750. I don't really care about it. This one, kind of tempted to just hold on to these temporarily. These ones I should probably salvage one and throw on the other, but this is raw damage. Yeah, no, this is about as good as it gets, really. I'm gonna get belligerence, or attempt to get belligerence. Natural finesse. Belligerence is more important, I would say. I swear the game knows exactly which one I need. It just refuses to give it to me. But oh, okay. Or sometimes they give me like throw me in for a loop. Okay. In that case, yeah, I'm never switching over to the other one. I don't even think I'm gonna switch over to this. So, salvage.
Come back if you need work.
Oh, yeah, right. And I need to
I'm not ready yet.
re-roll.
All right, traveler.
The needle flare, or actually other way around. I have plenty of materials now, right? I have pretty much unlimited materials with that greater collection. Well, I guess it's not unlimited. I do still have some limitations here, but this is fine. Needle flare. So now I have needle flare act and death wish. So whenever I go berserking, I get 300 thorns, which is kind of double what I have. And keep in mind that I do have this armor and thorns potion active, so this is death wish is starting to ramp up, which is really good. All right, gonna keep farming here. Okay, worshipping cultists, and it's actually pretty scary. I have like pretty good on armor, but my resistances are still horrible. So I need to. Well, ideally, I'd like to figure out something there, but I think this all stems from the fact that I haven't upgraded my weapon in forever. Yay! I finally got to start leveling my polearm expertise.
I'm not ready yet.
here's the big guy, I guess. Oh, ouch. That's not cool. I mean, I'm definitely lacking a lot of damage in comparison to earlier. This much is quite certain. Ah. Yeah, I think there's... Ooh. Whoa, where'd he go? What is that? Where'd all these guys come from? Didn't even know he had like an ability like that. Oh, he used all my skills. Didn't know that he would suddenly get staggered there. Wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I'll be able to kill him, but shoot. Ah. Ow. Fortify. And I also have Wrath of the Berserker up. That helped me stay alive. Yeah, I'm still hitting for like 4.5k. It's pretty decent, all things considered. There, dead. 6.3k on that. Can't wait to start scaling up my life like crazy. Oh, yeah. I think I could probably make it all the way into bit 25, right? At least bit 25 once I get out all my 750 item power stuff. I just wonder about bosses because I don't know what's going on with Bold Chieftains, but yeah, I'm getting like Bold Chieftains is just resetting challenging shouts, so I pretty much always have it up. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna end up struggling with bosses whenever I try to push the pit. That's what it's gonna come down to. Well, either way. Torment is something that I'll sort out later this evening. After dinner. I'm actually pretty hyped for dinner. Dinner is at least another hour and a half out, but yeah, could use a good meal after this is all over. As enjoyable as this is, food does sound good to me. I don't understand why people in the past used to say that strongholds from level 48 could get you all the way to 60. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know if I missed the memo or if people did it on like expert or penitent or something. But I've never been able to go 48 to 60 on strongholds. It's always level 50. 50 is always the magic number for me. 50 to 59 and then renowned. But maybe there's something else I'm missing. Actually, there is one activity I want to try. Hold on. Hold on. Let me finish this up real quick. I'm actually missing like all Grim Favors, but the Grim Favors part can wait a little bit because I'll probably pick up 5 Grim Favors from the next Helltide when I go slay Bloodman. I've got plenty of hearts now. So that makes done all the whispers here. Then after that, maybe I'll need to run something yet. Oh, blood boiling ring. I think there were rituals here, right? Yeah, I could run this area. I think that like clearing the whispers from there should put me in a good position to cap out on whispers. So I'm down to 9 cinders. Yeah, I think I'll go now. I'll run these 2 whispers first, and then I need to hit the nightmare dungeons. There was something I was very curious about because I was saying that nightmare dungeons don't give very good XP. I still stand by that. But there is one particular nightmare dungeon type that does give XP. If I can craft one of those, I could maybe... Yeah. Maybe there's a chance that it can actually be half decent. I don't know. Alright. Oh yeah, this is all on Penitent too, of course. Oh, ouch. I'm amazed that I've been able to live this long. Like, I think my only 2 deaths were when I deliberately died just to save time of trying to find a place to teleport back to town from. And then I think my other death was I got hit by one of those monsters that put pillars that, like, trap you. Oh yeah, there we go. Full arm, reached ranked too. That's good. Glad that it's pole arm they're using. Alright. Good.
I need time to do
Oh, rituals. Alright. Yeah, I did enjoy that I was doing all this on Penitent, though. That's kind of a nice change of pace from how my runs usually go, where I'm just hard stuck on normal. That's one upside to playing this build, I admit. Yeah. Maybe I'll do Ball Lightning tomorrow. Ball Lightning, or not tomorrow, but whenever I do the Sorcerer build. Ball Lightning would be pretty fun. Why am I wasting my time with these regular stragglers? Should be hitting these sites. Okay, there. I think that's done. Wow. A lot of XP out of that. Does the XP scale with difficulty? There's no way, right? Because I remember... I feel like I got a lot more XP than I was accustomed to. Yeah, no, it's the normal amount. Okay, yeah. Still the same between normal and penitent. As far as I can tell, anyway. Okay. Hitter. Oh, yeah, I was going for movement speed. Alright, what can I do now? So, dungeon or not dungeon escalation. Nightmare Dungeons. Okay, let me sort something out there. I'm level 48 right now, so this is a good time to test this. I also find it noteworthy that I didn't get any tributes. I, for whatever reason, can't seem to access Kuras, the Undercity, even now. Beat Alia in the Undercity's Ziggurat district. You know something? Yesterday, I got up to the Undercity, like this particular quest. I wonder if it carried over that progress from yesterday. That doesn't make much sense to me, because why would that be the case when I'm like porting over my progress from live server? But like, alright, sure. Anyway, whatever. I'll salvage all my rares. I don't even think it's... Yeah, alright. Magic's rares. Maybe keep the legendaries for now. Bother looking at them. Right, I'm supposed to go to the occultist. Wandering around aimlessly. Too many things to keep track of. Very overwhelming. I do wonder, like, how much quicker this would go if I didn't have to think too hard about it. Alright. I can always open up these dungeon keys whenever I go into Torment, so it doesn't matter if I open these up now, especially now that I have plenty of gold to do so. Ah, yes, enemies hoard knowledge here, granting extra experience. Yeah, I was wondering about these. I wanted to see if these were at all remotely worthwhile. Domain tunnels? Yeah, sure, why not? So this is, keep in mind this is Penitent, and let me get potion up real quick. One more potion. Yeah, keep in mind this is a Penitent difficulty, right? Oh, not quite enough. This is Penitent difficulty, and I'm about to take on this Nightmare Dungeon where the extra reward is XP and it's Domain Tunnels. Good old Domain Tunnels used to be the go-to leveling method all the way until, like, I think it was Season 2. Yeah, like Season 0, Season 1, Season 2, Domain Tunnels was the way to go. But yeah, now who knows. Nice. Okay, so I'm starting at like 48 point... Whoa, what? What was that? chunk of XP I just got out of nowhere. Or 48.80. Okay, NMD start, 48.80. This will be the last time I'll try to write stuff in the chat. Oh, these guys give orbs? Whoa, whoa, hold on. Yo, this is actually kind of crazy. Maybe this is the way to go for leveling, actually. I mean... That is a lot of XP orbs. Alright. Well, then in that case, I think I know what I need to recommend to people. Or what I need to try on my next character. I think I know just the thing.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm also kind of curious, like, what happens if I were to set it on normal? And what? 34k XP.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, this is pretty nuts. Oh, this is the dead end.
Not ready yet.
And also my movement is ridiculously slow. Alright.
Not ready yet.
More monsters here. I might need to set it to normal and see if this is any good. 34k XP. I might even be able to skip a nightmare dungeon or a stronghold or two if I try to finish this. Dude, this is actually sort of crazy, the amount of XP I'm getting. Wait, hold up. I take back what I said. The nightmare dungeons are not very good for like if I'm grinding out XP, unless I have one that's specifically
I must wait.
for XP, is what I'm finding here. Same thing with those, because I was like thinking about those tributes from Kurast Undercity. Those give a pretty nice chunk of XP too, right? Wow, this is way faster than Helltides. Should have done this sooner, but I mean, I had no way of knowing, but... Huh. I did not expect it to be this good. I don't know if a pet would help me collect these orbs either. That would be nice if... I think the pets do, actually. Because sometimes the orbs just all get eaten up right away. Dude, I leveled all the way up from 48.8 all the way up to 49.8. In like under 2 minutes. Whoa. I actually hit level 50. Hold on. Maybe I'll just do another one of these. I can skip the Nahantu dungeons at this rate. I'd actually be able to make this work out. I'm like limited by sigil powders, but... Yeah. Huh. Spam a whole bunch of whispers, get a whole bunch of sigil powders, and then when you get these, then you just run these. I wonder if you could run these with other people, and then just take turns, like, contributing an XP nightmare sigil.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, it seems to be the go-to way to level. I'm sorry, I take back everything I said. So whatever method exists to get more nightmare, sigil powder seems to be the way to go. Oh, no way. It's a cursed well, too. Well, and they drop XP orbs, and it's on Penitent. Huh. Well then. This is interesting.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait.
Level 51. Alright, sure. Yep.
I must wait.
I'm kind of curious if these orbs actually scale with what difficulty we're on too, huh? Okay, well this gives me a lot to think about. I think what is gonna end up happening, like the fastest way to level for next season,
I'm not ready yet.
is that you're gonna need to like form up a party of like 4 people, maybe all run like whispers together or something, and then from those caches, just make a nightmare dungeon until you get one that has XP shrine or well, XP on it. And then there's like other people that when you play with them, they also can contribute their own. Wow, there's still more orbs. Yeah, basically everyone just takes turns popping a sigil that has XP on it after completing one whisper. I think this is going to be the way to go, actually. Yeah, I have to report this immediately to people. Two-handed axe of incendiary fissures? Sure. Did he give an orb? No, he didn't. 34.6k. I'm gonna probably... I have to make note of how much XP I got here. 34,660, right? And then I'm gonna go to normal and see. I'm gonna go to normal and see if the amount of XP I'm getting from these is still the same, or if it's dependent on which difficulty. I have one more nightmare sigil, so with XP on it, so I can make do with that. Oh, this is kind of insane. I'm actually really excited to try Sorcerer, one of the other ones next. This is good. I've already hit the well once before. Wait, what? Crucial object is missing? Huh. I have cleared pretty much everything.
I must wait.
Don't know, like, I would like to finish this. It's kind of a waste of time to have to backtrack, but I sort of have to, just because I need to see if there's any, like, special reward at the end that they give. This has already been pretty lucrative in terms of XP as it is, right? Like, this is actually way faster than running, like, 4 strongholds. Because that's what it would have been. It would have taken me, like, probably about 4 strongholds to get to this point, maybe even a little more. Oh, shoot, I actually missed some XP orbs, too. And some monsters. I need to kill, like, every last monster. Because each of these gets... Oh, why are there some... Oh, there's a path that I missed. And there's all these orbs. I don't know how I missed all these orbs the first time.
I'm not ready yet.
Very, very confused here. Okay, hold on. Maybe I do need to go back to the entrance. That one didn't give an XP orb. Bloody pile. Wanderer's tunic, sure. Whoa, that is a pretty big boost to everything, really. That's like 130 more life. I only have 440 life right now, so that's like a 30% life increase. Wow, this is so slow. This feels so slow. Okay, maybe I won't backtrack all the way to the entrance. I think that's a bit much.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep going forward. As awkward as this is. Gotta make like a maybe speed farmer. Dance of Knives Rogue Nightmare Dungeons? Get behind that. I just can't snapshot concealment anymore, but that might not matter. That actually might not matter on normal, like for leveling purposes. It's only once a player reaches Torment that I think that Dance of Knives would start to fall off.
Not ready yet.
I also still need to pick up those orbs too. Huh. It'll be much easier in the next... Oh, an XP well. Well, yeah, it would have been nice to grab this a little earlier, I admit. XP increased by 15%. Oh. Yeah, if only I'd grabbed that sooner. Does this work on... No, it doesn't seem to work on these orbs. It still says 34660. Okay. Okay, I finally got the stone carving thing. So, I can keep going. I'm hitting all of these because I don't know if I can get, like, more XP, or if an XP orb will come out from one of these. So far, the answer is no. But, yeah, this one NMD gave me, like, 2 whole levels. Actually, no, it gave me 4, it gave me nearly 4 levels. Wait, hold on, I need to actually finish this, and then I can say, this might take a while, though. That's fine. It's totally acceptable. I don't even think there was, like, a penalty for if I fail this fight, because I can just try again. It's not like Helltide. Yep, I just don't have enough charges on my kick.
At least I can put my skills to use.
Come on, get the tripwire, please. Oh, have I not actually bothered to put in any other points on these? Direct damage to an elite, trip mines. Oh shoot. Okay, I can't really afford to mess around then. It means business. Wait, why didn't that? Oh, I was wondering why that didn't reset my ult, and then I remembered that I only need to have multiple targets to get. Like, it's like 5 seconds per enemy, so against bosses, it's not nearly as effective. Oh, ouch. Yeah, once I have my challenging shout up, it makes things much easier.
I must wait.
Shoot.
I must wait.
Okay, dead. Okay. Oh, I totally forgot to get things of the creator. I remembered now. And there were no orbs that dropped from killing the boss, but I mean, this dungeon alone, like, I took my time with it. If I didn't take my time with this nightmare dungeon, I could have done this in like, I probably could have done this nightmare dungeon in like, what, 5 minutes, really. It's just because I backtrack and I wanted to make sure I had everything, and I'm not used to grabbing every individual orb. Wow, that's kind of nuts. So, yeah, I'm going to take this opportunity to salvage all magics and rares. I will never use them. So that leaves just the legendaries. What a nice, easy way of sorting everything out here. I don't... Okay, this one's good. Oh, I finally got conceited aspect. It's about time. I'll probably find like a better ring for that later anyway. I do think I can do better than this one too. And this weapon, yeah, I'd like to switch. I think I should, because otherwise it'll take forever for me to kill anything. I got forgotten. Did I get another one of those? Nope, unfortunately not. I'm actually kind of tempted to, like, if I crafted all these sigils, right? And I have no more sigil powder. If I really wanted, if I was, like, really desperate, I could salvage all of these to try to pump out a nightmare sigil that has, Forgotten Wisdom. Forgotten Wisdom and Treasure Goblins. Those are the two most important ones. I don't know if I care about any of the other ones, really. Roderick Oval's Reserve? Like, I guess Ovals would be nice, but really, the only thing that matters here are, like, if I do one with Treasure Goblins, suddenly my guy is ready for Torment 3, basically. That's what it feels like, at least from what I can tell. So the two most important Nightmare Sigils so far are just Forgotten Wisdom for leveling, and then Nightmare... what was the other one? Oh yeah, Treasure Goblins, right. So, yeah. I'm gonna do Vehement Augments here. Warpath, Hitter, Belligerence, there it is. Natural Finesse, okay. It's looking good. Although I seem to have made a mistake here because now I can't temper... I can't temper my willpower on this. I keep forgetting. I hope I don't forget for the 750 item power items, but whatever. Well, either way, I'm getting max life and more damage overall than my old weapon. 36%. It goes down to 30%. That's fine. I mean, I'm getting double damage from this, and then, of course, when I throw on Death Wish, suddenly I'm gaining like an extra 130 thorns. That's far better than what I had before. So, 3 more points here. Gain Fortify. Is there some other thing that I'm missing out on here? Oh, they actually scale Flay now. Or no, never mind. I need once I get to like 800 out of power, I think it caps out. 5 thorns for each 23 bonus maximum life you have. That doesn't sound like a whole lot. I feel like they messed up the scaling again for this passive node, but whatever. Like it sounded a lot better before. 1 thorns for 2 life versus now it's 5 thorns for 23 bonus max life. That doesn't sound right, but sure. Get more movement speed. I've already maxed out my ultimate. More crit strike damage. Bludgeoning weapons do increased damage. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to get steel grasp. That's that I'm gonna be doing later. I wonder if Rupture is gonna be really strong next season. The thought had just occurred to me. Because it deals damage to enemies for their total bleeding amount, but there's that like Herodric jewel that allows us to infinitely stack damage over time, right? So just load up on bleed and then just keep spamming Rupture. Anyway, that's like off topic, but this is just a thought that occurred to me that Rupture would be pretty nuts since it's like the only thing now that can infinitely scale. Anyway, whatever. Gonna salvage this one. And I'm done with that last Nightmare dungeon. I still have one more, but this is a good time for me to test out one other thing. Normal mode. This is whereabouts I'd start my strongholds, but maybe there's no need. I just need to run like 1 or 2 more of these. Oh, okay. Conveniently, I can also get some of the renown rewards too. So on my previous run, I was doing it on Penitent. Now I'm going to see if it's worthwhile to do this on normal. If I still get the ridiculous amount of XP that I was getting a moment ago. Oh, okay. 34.6k. Wow. Isn't that something? Oh, there's an event. Well, alright. Yeah, these do no damage, or these die like instantly now because... Wait, this is actually better than what I was doing before then, because I should just focus on like clearing these monsters like super fast, right? Otherwise, in the previous run, I was like taking forever. Maybe I need like Chain Lightning Sorcerer to run these Nightmare dungeons. Maybe that's the fastest way to go. Because then I don't need to worry about having to aim at everything. Or maybe even Incinerate. I don't know. Actually, even Blizzard might be really good. Maybe I'll actually do Blizzard to try to see how quick I can speed level. Okay. That'll be fun to try out. Yeah, they keep dropping orbs too. Yeah. Even the ones that are part of the event. Well. Wait. Oh yeah, it's because I already leveled once before, no wonder. Alright. Yep. 174,000 XP. Oh, that's like 10% of my XP bar. Wow. Well, ain't that something? Okay, so I'm gonna write this in actually. I should be writing all of this information down in my notes. So, not enough Helltide. So, Nightmare dungeons with Forgotten Wisdom. Affix are by far the best way to level, it seems. The amount of XP does not seem to scale with difficulty. The golden XP orb gives 34,660 XP on normal, and, well, regardless of whether it is on penitent or normal or penitent. Alright, good. Yeah, this is very useful information. I mean, only question is... no Curse Shrine. Oh, that's fine. I can't win them all. Imagine if I could got Curse Shrine too. I need to be like, need to actually make sure that I don't miss out on any orbs. It's just because I have Artillery Shrine that I want to clear everything really quickly. Yeah, I tanked that one on purpose because I know that they can't kill me here. It seems that these caches are like these small, random chests and whatnot can't seem to drop these orbs. At least not as far as I can tell. I missed out on some orbs earlier. Yeah, seems I did. More of these. Okay. Events in NMDs give way more XP. It's about 10% of XP bar. XP bar versus like less than 5% on overworld events. Okay. Doesn't seem like orbs spawn from chests or poppables. Barrels. I'll just say chests or barrels.
I'm not ready yet.
Or other environmental objects. Yes, good. Oh, they're actually doing damage to me. I guess that would make sense considering my equipment is like fresh out of like level 30 or something. Yeah, like my equipment is like so outdated. Oh. I'm supposed to return 2 of these. Okay. Yeah, I wonder how many people are gonna realize that this is the way to go, but I'm gonna maybe need to make a video on this if they don't change it for next season. Yeah, yeah, that's. I can see the video now. Fastest way to level. Season 9. Must watch. Yeah. But I'm sure somebody else will notice. There's gotta be somebody who tells like Rax or Wadijo or Rob or someone else. Then. Oh, it stacks the duration? Well, alright then. XP well is guaranteed. In Forgotten Wisdom. MDs. Alright. I remember they used to have these wells, Nightmare Dungeons, and I think they quietly took them out, because, well, it's not like anyone was really running these anyway. Alright. Well, never mind doing all those strongholds. I was fully prepared to do like a whole bunch of strongholds, but little did I know that it would be completely unnecessary because this leveling method exists. And which way? I feel like this leads to the boss. Also, some of these monsters take forever to drop their orb, huh? So I have to actually sit and wait for like a moment or two.
I must wait.
I take back everything I said earlier. Like, why am I wasting all this time with the leveling? Like, I should just keep doing this with all the other characters. Because with like my companion druid, yeah, with my companion druid, I had to go and like go through the standard leveling method. And then I think earlier I was even saying that like my record for going from like 1 to 60 is like 2 hours. But with this with this discovery on Nightmare Dungeons, I could probably go 1 to 60 in like, well, I'd need enough Nightmare Sigils though, that's the problem. The only way to really get those Nightmare Sigils is by
I'm not ready yet.
the only way to get those Nightmare Sigils, or Sigil Powder, is to really do the whispers, right? Okay. See, it took forever for that monster to drop one of the orbs. Yeah, it's not a complaint, it's just, it's kind of scary. That means that sometimes I might end up, like, missing 1 or 2 orbs if I don't backtrack. Or if I don't wait, like, an extra second or 2. Orbs sometimes take about 3 seconds to drop, or it does say 2 seconds to drop. Okay, good. Yeah, see? There, it happened again. I like walked away and then it spawned one. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I might actually just bypass all the strongholds in a second. What I might do is I might actually just salvage all of my other nightmare sigils and try to roll for one that has Forgotten Wisdom. And this is like a magic grade one too, so it should give like plenty of XP, right? Oh, Ink Mats. Wow, it even gave me some extra... Oh, Tacits? Nice. And gave me some extra uniques. Alright then.
I must wait.
Oh, nope, not a cursed spell. That would have been nice, wouldn't it? So yeah, I got another, like, 4 levels out of that. Oh, that's nuts. Oh, nice and easy. Rapid Mace, Berserking Innovation, not bad. Aspect of Potent Blood. Alright, so. I don't know if there's really anything else that I care to pay attention to here. I'll leave it on normal. Normal is far and away the better difficulty to play this on. Yeah, I need to devise like some way to like speed farm these. In the future. Yeah, again, all magics, all rares. I shouldn't even bother looking. That's the way to go. I need to make it like a built-in habit or something. Level 56. Okay, so... Yeah, this also means that Helltides are pretty useless. Helltide, like, me stacking all these Baneful Hearts was completely pointless. Like, I would have been just much better off spamming Whispers until I could get the right amount of Sigil Powder or, like, the right, yeah, the right Nightmare Sigil. And at least with Whispers, I still get XP from turning in Whispers, and I get rewards, like materials. I get everything. I get gold, I get materials, there's a chance for me to hit goblins while I do these kinds of Whispers. And then perhaps now, most importantly, I get Sigil Powder. And then while I get the Sigil Powder, I would just focus on trying to get the ones that have XP, or the ones that have, treasure goblins. So, okay. Now I know for the next 1 to 60 run, but yeah, I'm gonna have to try to finish this one first before I try to move on to the next character. Exciting. Roderick Materials Reserve. Okay, so let me get rid of the ones that I don't intend to use. Equipment Delve, Roderick Obols. I don't need Equipment Delves. I don't need anything except for maybe this one? Strong Room? I don't even know what the point of the Strong Rooms. I guess it's for Delve, like the powers, but by and large, it's not, hasn't been particularly useful. Any materials chests? Yeah, materials chests are useful, but they're common. You can always get more of those. Oh, and all these combined only give me 4 more. Oh, Forgotten Wisdom. Alright, yep. See? Easy. And I might do it just one more time. All junk. Can I craft one more? Yes, I can. Roderick Obols, that's okay. So I just had to do that over and over. But I'm only one player, right? And keep in mind, I have very few of these. I have very little Sigil Powder, probably because I didn't bother to do any Whispers. If I spam more Whispers, I'd probably have a lot more. And perhaps most of all, if I played with other players, then suddenly I could go 1 to 60. Like, all of us could probably go 1 to 60 in a matter of, like, less than... Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's less than 3 hours. I'm hitting, like, 52 to 56 on one Nightmare Dungeon. I'm taking it easy, too. But each one could be, like, 5 minutes. Be, like, 5 minutes long. This is actually better XP, faster XP, than even the headhunts from season 7, and that's like the fastest leveling I think I've seen yet up until now. This is even faster. um so yeah, I'm gonna go and run this. Yeah, I kind of makes you sort of wonder, like, the attributes of Harmony or whatever, are those any good? Because I was running them like last season, and yeah, I'd like get like a level for each one. I don't know if I get the same amount of XP. What these spiders give? Each give like a chunk of XP? That's actually so stupid. Why do the little spiders give XP too? I mean, that's great for me, I guess. Oh, isn't that something? Oh, yeah, look at that. It took a second for it to pop. Okay, I need to kill every individual monster in this dungeon. I can't afford to let any of them stay. Huh. Wow. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm hitting 60 on this nightmare dungeon. What are these orbs that are spawning out of thin air? Okay. Well, this run has been 6 hours of my life. I don't think I'll ever be getting back, but on the other hand, it's, I guess the way I should look at it is just that I've learned something pretty valuable. I don't know if anyone else is aware of it. I'm sure that there's at least one other player who must know, right? Like I pointed out much earlier that no one else really does the leveling process. Like, no one bothers to test this, because usually in PTR people care about like endgame builds and how high Hydra or like some other build can push, but yeah, like, unless they nerf this or change this, then yeah, this is pretty good. 36k XP. Takes 2.1 million to level. Might have missed a few orbs, but I don't want to backtrack for it. I feel like I've already grabbed the majority of them. I really wish I had my pet. This is like a loot pinata nightmare dungeon, and it's in the Hantu one. Maybe that has something to do with it. The fact that there's so many monsters in comparison to the previous 2 nightmare dungeons that I did. Well, let me kick that one real quick. There's an orb. I don't want to miss it. Wow. I swear that the orbs sometimes take forever to come out. I'll write they take up to 5 seconds. Take up to about 5 seconds to drop. Yeah, okay. And I still have another, there's another XP shrine. Their duration stack. Alright. Yeah, it really makes me wonder. I guess it's okay, because this run, like, I didn't have that many. Like, I mean, testing these methods of leveling is kind of why I'm here, right? I didn't really have an unlimited number of Nightmare Sigils. Like, I burned through all my Nightmare Sigils, and I got 3 Nightmare Dungeons that had like Forgotten Wisdom on them. I think the first batch gave me 2, and then I had to salvage all the remaining ones to get the 3rd one. So, I guess at the end of the day, like, this is, it's not like I can just cook up free levels whenever I want. At least when I'm playing by myself. If I'm playing with other people, then yeah, suddenly it becomes way easier to do that. And still, I think strongholds are Well, who am I kidding? This is a far faster method of leveling than strongholds. I was gonna say that strongholds are more reliable in that regard, but this is like so much faster. I got like 10 levels in. I'd say about 15 minutes of playtime. It's just because I was like writing stuff down and backtracking and make sure I didn't miss anything and like experimenting that is causing this to take longer than it should have. But I'm just gonna wait right here in case an orb spawns. Oh, no orb.
I'm not ready yet.
And I have a whole bunch of Paragon points too, or not Paragon points, skill points. But I don't really, I always forget at this point what I'm supposed to toss them into. Oh yeah, steel grass maybe.
I must wait.
Look later. Oh. Lag. I hope I don't crash while I'm midway through this run. I was really reluctant to hop out because I have an XP well. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have actually put on this potion. So I could get even more XP. Sure. Oh, cool. That fear actually led me back to where these XP orbs were.
Not ready yet.
They should drop more quickly. I'm gonna write that in. Feedback. Dungeons. Forgotten Wisdom NMD or Nightmare Dungeons should have orbs drop more quickly. Right now, if a monster drops an XP orb, it takes too long for it to show up. So sometimes I miss it. Since even if I wait a few seconds, yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's good. I don't know if they actually read that, but I mean, that's the least I can do because, wow. To tell you the truth, I don't know if I really suppose. Like, look at that. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Right there. I don't know if I really condone
Need more time.
this sort of like. This is pretty crazy. Like the amount of XP I'm getting. Like this is actually, I think, maybe too much XP even. But also, I guess to be fair, it's not like it's not exactly free. All these orbs. Oh,
Not
hold on.
ready yet.
I heard the sounds. Does that mean that they dropped? Ah, I gotta pay attention to when that sound plays. There's a special sound that seems to play when the orbs drop. Here, let me see if I can. Yeah, that's how I saw it earlier, or that's how I heard one drop, so that's why I backtracked. Okay, see when I pick it up, it goes. Okay, I'm about to level again. Another gold orb. Yeah, I think it's safe to say though that I don't get these orbs out of chests.
They sealed up the sewers.
This is done.
Trapping us below as a plague quickly spread.
Yeah,
There is
I could get chain lightning sorcerer. That'd be nice. But then again, if I play chain lightning sorcerer, there's a slim chance that I'll chain lightning things off screen, and then I actually won't see these orbs. These orbs don't show up on Subo's map pack either, so it's a little concerned.
Thus, my realization. Was my quick life meaningful? I know.
Hmm. Okay. Good treasure room door. Oh, okay. Even better. There's treasure and wait, a resplendent chest. Do I get like do I get something out of this? Do I get more orbs? Ah, that would have been nice if I got even more orbs, but well, I'll take what I can get, I suppose. Eh.
I must wait.
Okay. I think wait. Those orbs that showed up, I think they might actually appear on Subo's map, like on my mini map, and I just wasn't paying attention. Maybe. Let's take a look. Okay, next pack. Let's see. Yeah, is anyone still in chat, by the way? I see that it's like... hold on. Oh, no, they're not showing up on the mini map, these orbs. Yeah, I'm just curious if anyone wants to just chime in real quick. I'm kind of curious if my stream died or something. It's unusual that no one's like talking for like that long a period of time. No pressure, but it would be nice to know. Oh, and this healing well is unfortunately not a cursed one. That's fine. Alright, well, that's fine. Guess I'll just do one stronghold. One stronghold should be enough, right? Oh yeah, I just realized I should probably do some whispers. Oh, did he spawn? Oh, does he spawn like a bunch of little monsters? Yeah, because I could like insta-kill it right now, but these ones drop orbs, right? So can't I just keep killing the monsters that it spawns to get more XP orbs? That's... Or is it like limited the number of monsters that it spawns? Yeah, I'm gonna... Oh, yeah, there... No, it actually does spawn more spiders. Wait a second. I think I... So, as long as I avoid hitting the boss, and I just kill all the little monsters, we'll eventually spawn some more of these guys. I can kill them. And I can get more XP. Wow. That's... That's quite a way to do it. Yeah, I don't know what to say here. You're on Windcraft MC. Oh, okay. Okay, well, thanks for letting me know. Alright, so stream's still working. Good to know. Just people aren't saying anything, which is also fine. Yeah, it's good information. Speaking of good information, yeah, let me report that real quick. I could probably even... You know what? I should just let myself die here. If I die here, I can just come back and then I can fight him on first phase, and he spawns a bunch of spiders, right? So... Okay. Monsters. Yeah. So, Forgotten Wisdom... Nightmare Dungeons... I can get infinite XP from Forgotten Wisdom Nightmare Dungeons with spawn monsters. Okay, so since even the spawned monsters, like spiders, such as spiders from the boss, so since even the spawn monsters of an NMD, such as spiders from the boss, can drop XP orbs, I can just wait for... and just wait at the boss lair and stay at the boss lair and wait for the boss to keep infinitely spawning spiders. Spinning minion or spider minions while I keep killing them to get an unlimited number of XP orbs. Like, that was quite wordy, but yeah. You may need to tone... Well, yeah, I mean, like, I'm all for, like, crazy amounts of XP, but I think that this is basically an unintended, behavior. Well, yeah. You may need to tone down, or, like, get rid of XP orbs from spawn monsters. And maybe I'll actually report it as a bug. I think that's unintended. It's not like, oh yeah, this Nightmare Dungeon is terrible. No, it's like straight up, I can get infinite XP.
I must wait.
Anyway, with that in mind, I'm gonna try this one more time. So, the first phase, Carapace, does it spawn more spiders? It can, right? Yep, there's some more spiders. But... I guess it doesn't really spawn. Oh yeah, there we go. It slowly spawns spiders, but it'll spawn them. Hey, there's an orb that for some reason spawned really far away from where it's supposed to. I'm taking a lot of damage because my equipment is like... my resistances are really low, I think. Why doesn't he target the other guy? Maybe... You know, it's funny because the boss always targets me even though Subo is here. One of the reasons I didn't bother to play Subo or run Subo the last time I played Thorns Barb is I was worried that he would soak up aggro, but he never soaks up aggro anyway. He always just chased me. Okay, so I can use that to my advantage. Oh. Okay, so I think that he spawns spiders very slowly. Let me try to get him into second phase, and I think he'll be a little faster. Oh, no. Should be report a bug, right? XP orbs are spawned too far away from where a monster was killed. When they kill a monster in a Forgotten Wisdom NMD, the XP orb sometimes spawns, well, 2 screens away. Too far, maybe 2 screens away. See, maybe. Yeah, okay, that's fine. These orbs should spawn closer or directly on the dead monster's body. Okay. Yeah, sure.
I must wait.
And there's more XP orbs, right? Yep, here's another XP orb. Yeah, there's no way that they... I wonder if they're gonna keep these XP orbs the way they are in these Nightmare Dungeons. Like, yeah, this is supposed to be a good way to level, but I don't know if it's supposed to be this good a way to level, right? Okay. Yeah, so here... I can... Yeah, he spawns like more spiders now. What if I just wait? Oh, he spawned a bunch of little ones. I know at this point it's basically bug abuse, but I'm trying to see, like... if he's regular, like... how frequently he spawns spiders. He definitely spawns spiders a lot more frequently in this, on this phase. And these spiders seem to actually drop these XP orbs more frequently. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. I think I'm done here. I mean, I've learned plenty, and very likely they're gonna fix that bug, but at least I learned something out of it. Okay, he himself dropped a bunch of XP orbs. I'm a little short from leveling, but as it so happens, I have just 1 renown reward, so I'm going to turn that in real quick, and that brings me directly to Paragon level 1. Unfortunately, though, I am short on the Grim Favors, and they actually spawned 2 Helltides this time. That's funny. Like, a lot of things about this are just hilarious. Like, I didn't... yeah, I didn't mean... to run Nightmare Dungeons all the way to level 60. I was going to do Strongholds, right? But I was going to do just one of these to see how bad it was. I didn't expect that I'd hit the jackpot with how good all the rewards are. Well, with that in mind, I think it's time to go slay the Blood Maiden, and yeah, I'm already level 60, so yeah, I can just start prepping for Pit after that. Save myself a pretty substantial amount of time. And I think my next few characters are going to be pretty fast too, but... yeah, I'm scared to tell people that, yeah, Nightmare dungeons are the way to go for leveling, just because if I do that, like, I don't know how much they're going to readjust the Nightmare Dungeons when the season actually goes live. Not even talking about the infinitely spawning... Well, yeah, I'm not even talking about the fact that, yeah, like, those Nightmare, like, that they can infinitely spawn spiders, and I can just farm orbs off of them. I'm not talking about that. Like, yeah, okay, that's one problem, but what about in terms of how much XP I'm getting? Like, I could probably, if I had enough of these sigils, I could go from like 1 to 60, just like, well, I guess that's one of the limitations. But the fact that, like, yeah, if I had enough Nightmare Sigils, I could go from 1 to 60 in a couple of hours. But on the other hand, I wouldn't have that much sigil powder. But I think that that problem could be circumvented if you just play with a party and just keep running Whispers. You're either running Whispers or you're running Nightmare Dungeons. That's it. All the way to 60. That's the way to go. If you're doing it solo, you can still do that, but it's going to be 4 times slower. Which is kind of nuts. At least the way that it is right now. That's how it is. I mean, I guess that's not really anything different from how the game is in its current state, because in the game's current state, or, well, rather, I mean, like, in past seasons, I remember, like, was it, like, Season 4, like, when Helltide was new, and it was, like, the fastest way to level. Players would just pull in materials and just, you know, one person would plug in their Baneful Hearts to spawn Blood Maiden, and then the next person would go, and then the next person would go, and they would just keep taking turns and rotating. And that was like the way that you could get 1 to 60 like super fast. But now, I don't know. Oh, okay, there. Slay the Blood Maiden. All right. Yeah, so now I think it's a little bit similar to what it was before. Okay, I think at this point I can turn in my Grim Favors. And maybe, well, it doesn't really matter which gift I get. I mean, all of them would be useful, or not gift, but greater collection, or any collection, really. And then I'm gonna be turning in my Pale Marks anyway to get stuff. Okay, chestplates, boots, and rings. I gotta be honest. I think of all of these, chestplate would be nice because I get razor plate, but I wouldn't bank on getting a razor plate out of like a collection. I'd rather do rings. I think I'm more likely to find something through that. Yeah, I feel like I'm a lot more likely to get like a useful ring, because even a 750 item power ring is like 10 to all resistances. It doesn't even need to be a good ring. It doesn't even need to be like a great ring or anything like that. Just a 750 item power ring is good. Okay, your daughter is here. Over here. Okay. And then I go to bartering. I don't have any on hand right now, but... Oh, hold on a second. Didn't actually bother to put anything in with the remaining points, but... utility aspects. Pale Marks, Legendary Amulets. Oh, okay, I can get amulets off this guy, and then what about for here? Defensive, right? Defensive aspect, yeah. Legendary armor. Okay, now I can get a defensive aspect cache. Oh, okay, I can also yank this. It's perfect, this is what I'm talking about. It's a great way to gear up for Torment 4. And then you can save your obols for Torment 1. I found an Ancient's Oath? Wow. Yeah. Let me make things easy for myself for a change. This will save me a great deal of time. Yeah. I'll do the same with all the stuff in my stash. Oh, yeah, I already took the liberty of going and doing that, it seems. I would not run this, right? Yeah, I would not. Throw that in. Okay, now let's go through these one by one. Collection of rings. Natural resistance. So, yeah, let me turn in those recipes. And I got some offensive recipe there. Okay, next one. That was for chest armor. Like armor cache from right here. Come on, give me some pants too. Oh, they give me gloves. Let's see, Subo cache. Maybe I should have actually opened these on Penitent. I wonder if it makes a difference. Oh, hey, look, masterworking material too. Okay, that's good. I feel like that's like the only way to get these masterworking caches, or to get Obdicite before Torment. You have to like open these caches. So this amulet's looking good. I'm gonna get ready to use that. Oh, this one's even better. So I have some good options there. Okay, let me get rid of these first so that I have fewer items to look at. So let's go through these one by one. All right, helm. With 3 fury per second. Well, this helm of mine has thorns, but I actually would much prefer to have some tankiness if possible. So I think I would use this one instead over it. And I remember, because I've made the mistake plenty, this run, that I need to roll off fury per second first. Again, I'm not really spending fury at the moment. Armor is fine. It's either that or like willpower, right? Do I have Juggernaut's aspect yet? I don't think I do. $683. Yeah, I don't need that. I should have actually salvaged all the non like 750s earlier. Okay. Yeah, I don't need that one. Yeah, I should use this one. This is a no-brainer. Challenging Shout. No, I don't need to buff Challenging Shout. If it reduced the cooldown on it, then I would, but this is very clearly going to be plus strength. Rallying Cry? I don't need that either. It's getting expensive. No, okay, cool, strength. So strength, max life, and cold resistance. This should help me on the resistance side of things. Who's this one? Undying? Yeah, I'll circle back to that a little later. I can run that with Aspect of Might. Strength, lucky hit, max life, damage over time. Do I care about lucky hit chance? I don't think I do. I think this one would be the way to go, but not by much. Just don't have very many better options for gloves. Just keep getting like bad rolls on these. Chance to restore primary resource. No, I don't think I care there. Damage over time. I mean, I do apply some sort of bleed, I guess. So, CSC, but I mean, strength is the one I'm looking for. Strength, max life, damage over time. It's acceptable. I mean, I would have much preferred to have a resistance as the last modifier, but it's okay. I'll make do with what I have. Okay. Those three are good. Boots. Not good. What about my ring? Oh, they actually upped the life per 5 modifier so that it's actually worthwhile now. That's actually amazing. Yeah, that's the right call, I think. Yeah, like I could totally make some AFKable builds with that, at least. Okay, I found 2 rings that have 750 item power, so yeah, I could use them. And then just switch them out for like one useless modifier for like strength on this one. Because I don't need a crit, right? I'm not really looking for crit. I'm just looking for strength, max life, and then ideally one resistance, one survivability thing. Lucky hit chance. I don't need lucky hit. I'm gonna go for, I mean, ideally again, strength and life would have been good, but sure. I guess this is acceptable. Although, yeah, life still would have been better. Weapons. I'm gonna throw this on. And I don't need to get vulnerable damage or anything else on this, so yeah, I think I'm good to put Vehement Augments first. Natural Finesse. Didn't I find like a rare one? Nah, I didn't really find any good rares. I guess it's because I didn't do any of the strongholds. I bypassed it all by doing the Nightmare Dungeons, so I'm missing out on a lot of rare recipes that I would have normally had. Huh, that's interesting. Damage distant. Yeah, I don't need as many additive damage modifiers. I think Belligerence is king here. I'm so happy. You have no idea. Because I was able to get XP quicker, that means I can actually go grab some food much sooner than I was originally anticipating. Oh, heavy hitter and no belligerence. I swear that this is rigged sometimes. Anyway, whatever. Damage to distant, it's fine. I don't need belligerence. It's a nice to have, but if I don't have it, then oh well. I got tacits earlier.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, let's shelve that for the time being. Okay, now this one, I need to use this. I need to get rid of resource cost reduction before anything else. Resource cost reduction. Oh, it would have been nice to level Aldkin a little bit for Field of Languish, but whatever. Hey, total armor? Could that? Well, yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. Are there any better options? Resistance to all elements, I guess. Or, well, one of the passives that are useful, I suppose. But, this is decent. I can stick with this for now. I'm not running Iron Skin, so I don't care about that aspect. I'll worry about the aspects later. Yeah, I'm gonna throw that in there. Okay, so, oh, you know what else I'm missing? I actually didn't bother to put in the 29 Paragon points I'm supposed to start off with here. So let's boost my guy up to where he should actually be. And then I usually run Challenger, right? Yeah, run Challenger Glyph. Plus Strength. Okay, so there you go, okay. Because I'm supposed to have 29 Paragon points. Exactly 29. This gives me enough to pick up the max life nodes. I miss out on the damage nodes, but that's okay. And then I did also manage to get the 10% increased damage to elites activated from the additional bonus. Okay, so now I can kind of build my barbarian around that. Yeah, this should make it easier to read through everything. So, yeah, this is my ring. These are the best rings I had available. I think yeah, let me try to restock. Is there any other use? Oh, you know what? What am I doing? I should just buy these. Yeah, wait, oh. Didn't mean to get the two-handed axe. I thought it was a one-handed axe. Pants. Yeah, I could probably use another set of pants. Let me do the defensive aspect cache first, though. Oh, okay, yeah, the two juggernauts? Well, yeah, don't mind if I do. Okay, this one will be salvaged. This one I will use. Now, this is a good set of pants. I'm glad I didn't buy the other one right away. I was under the impression that I might find one out of this defensive cache, and that was right. Bash. Definitely bash. Get rid of that for max life. Ugh, I love these. The Mercenaries Den. Such a good source of free items. I didn't use them in the past because... I don't know, actually. I guess it's because I saved the pale marks for when I make it into Torment, but considering that even in Torment, I don't think that they ever really roll Ancestrals. Or they do, but very rarely. Like, I'm actually better off using this as my leveling for my Torment one push, like, source of equipment, right? Okay, where... on my pants. Okay, I have juggernauts on this. I can just leave that for now. My armor is 750. That one's 750. My gloves are 750. My boots are not 750. Maybe utility aspect cache will give me what I'm looking for. They not give me the boots I was hoping for. But that's fine. That's totally okay. Actually, this one is better than my old gloves. I'm gonna replace Lucky Hit Chance here and get some CSC. Or not CSC, strength. Really? Come on. There we go, strength. Okay, lose out on a little bit of strength, but get a lot of cold resistance. Nice. And I thought I got like a couple one-handers, right? So definitely need to replace my current weapon here with this one-handed mace. Replace this overpower with just regular damage, yeah. And I'll worry about what to imprint onto it later, or I could even do it now, can't I? Conceited aspect. I don't have enough aspects for my, like, all of my weapons, unfortunately. I actually don't have enough aspects. Maybe I just need to like start salvaging a lot of these. Strength, max life, and life for 5. Actually, this one might be even better. I get a bit more damage, and maybe I can get some resistance. I approve of the fact that they up the amount of regen we get, though, on the life per 5. That was... yeah, that's the right call. Otherwise, like, no one would use it. But now I'd at least consider it, because I can make some pretty fun builds where I can just kind of sit and go AFK. Yeah. I think there's nothing wrong with that either, right? Like, why not let people have the option to make some of these more bizarre builds? Okay, finally, I have... I like how I have fire, cold, cold, and poison. Pretty nice and well-rounded. Now I need to figure out my boots. Yeah, I'm not gonna run these like 700 item power. I should probably just salvage these other ones. I'm not gonna use 674 item power. Or maybe I would. Wait. No. These are 750s. No, I'm not switching out. Not gonna downgrade. Similar thing here. My amulet's better than those two. Probably not as good as this, though. I probably would need bold chieftains on something. Oh, okay. I should probably salvage this one. It's got a better roll on needle flare. I would salvage this one too, I think. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is disobedience aspect. Cold resistance, attack speed, lucky hit chance. You know something? What if the tempers that I get on these gloves are just not very good? Then what? Wow. Yeah, my tempering recipes are on the lower side of things. Sure. I mean, I don't even know if Fortified Generation, good enough. Like, what, 12 thorns, I think, is what I'll be working with? That's like nothing. Like, here's the interesting thing about my character right now. I have all of the right items and all the right item power, minus my 2 of my weapons, I guess, and my boots. But I have like terrible recipes. What about defensive? I think I have... oh, there is actually a way to reduce Ground Stomp's cooldown. Yeah, that might actually work really nicely with Wrath of the Berserker in the future. But for the time being, yeah, I'd like to... well, I mean, Barbarian's strategy for challenging Shout is pretty useful too, but then again, I have it up like all the time because of Bold Chieftain, so I don't even need to do that. Probably natural resistance here and just kit out my resistances all the way to Torment 2. I think that's the way to go. Alright, at least I kitted that out. Shadow resistance next. Yeah, I don't even need to bother putting on a utility temper. It's not like I'm masterworking. Why am I wasting my time here? Lightning resistance again. That's actually okay, because now it's like overstacked. Now I just have to worry about shadow. It's still lightning resistance. But maybe I can roll for Anything other than lightning, please. Fire. Okay, fine. I'm just gonna leave it. That's fine. Fire, fire. This one's cold lightning. This one's poison lightning. Sure. And for shadow, I'm just gonna stuff a bunch of amethysts in here, I guess. Let me salvage all of my equipment. All of these items that I don't need. That way it's easier to look at all this. Okay. Helm will go. I know I have thorns on some of these. I just don't think it justifies. I don't think it's worth it. I'd rather have more resistances for when I push Torment too. Legendary axe. I'll look for a proper one-hander. Actually, yeah, this is a nice replacement for my current weapon. It's not a polearm. Polearm would be ideal, but this is still better than the alternative of not having a 750. Okay, let me replace crit strike damage for regular damage. Okay, and now I can also temper Death Wish. I think this is kind of a no-brainer. I gotta throw on Death Wish on my weapon, and then I gotta throw Thorns on this thing. Although, I guess an argument could be made that I should run Inner Calm on this instead. I get more damage out of it, but I like having Needle Flare on my mace, at least until I realize I'm lacking on damage, then I worry about it then. But okay, and yeah, now I can actually begin tempering. Belligerence. I would at least get Belligerence. Try to. Okay, good. I got Belligerence. I don't need to worry about the other temper just yet. This one needs to be replaced. In fact, I should salvage this so I can get Inner Calm and probably slam it into my amulet or something. Okay. All junk. Now I'm getting some good aspects here. So, Inner Calm. Oh, I don't really have a way to get barrier, do I? Yeah, it's too bad I don't. In the future I will, but not yet. Yeah, I'm really low on aspects. I don't like the way this run went at all, like... Yeah, I don't like the way this run went. I don't really feel like I got enough of anything. If I spam more whispers, I think that'd just be better. That's something to try next time. Aspect of Inner Calm. I do have to restart my game in a second, I think. Just to prevent the potential issue of crashing. Alright. Casting an ultimate skill increases my damage by 20%. I'll leave that one there for now. At least that's some extra source of damage that I even think about. Before Bold Chieftains. Yeah, there's another one, aspect of Vocalized Empowerment, but I don't really think I need it. Like, what am I generating primary resource for? I have so many ways to generate resource as it is. So, this should be Bold Chieftains. That one's kind of a given. Alright. So, these three together. I'm going to be keeping those rings no matter what anyway. Even if the temper rolls on it are bad. Actually, come to think of it, what do I even want to temper? I would want to temper probably Wrath of the Berserker. But I might actually hold off on it until I actually get some better recipes. It's so funny. Never thought that I would just avoid tempering, but here we are. And I also have like a bunch of skill points that I need to sort out too. I guess usually I don't do Wrath of the Berserker. I think usually I do Steel Grasp because it's faster, huh? Yeah, I'll do Steel Grasp. Damages an enemy gain berserking for 2 seconds, 2 additional charges. It takes forever to charge these back up anyway. Increase crit strike chance. I could get this, I guess. Oh yeah, damage reduction while berserking. seems pretty useful. I've already maxed out most other things. Ground Stomp. Not really using. Applies vulnerable for 4 seconds. There we are. That could help. Iron Skin could be something to consider for later. But otherwise, I think this is fine. Increase your maximum fury by 5. Do I care to get more fury? Not really. Core and weapon mastery skills. This thing applies vulnerable automatically, right? Well, whatever, I suppose. Bleeding over 5 seconds. Wow, they really did pump up the amount of damage these basic attacks do, but whatever. Oh, yeah, no, I don't bother with those. Oh, do I max out Warcry? Yeah, that's what I'm missing. I'm actually supposed to max out Warcry. Yeah, I remember now. It's supposed to be Warcry that I'm maxing out here. What did I get? Yeah, this is actually kind of useful. I'll do this one. There we go. Kick is good. Maxing out aggressive resistance is good. Attack speed is increased. No, I don't need that. I don't really use my one-handed weapons anyway. Gain 2 fury. Heal when I drain out fury. Yeah? Okay. I'm kind of liking what I have for the time being. I don't need this. Like, I'm probably better off just... basic skills generate more fury? Yeah, that actually seems kind of useful. I can combo that with, kick. Right. There. That's skill tree. Paragon board is fine. Mercenaries. Okay. I'm running Suba over here. Like, my resistances are fine. Like, I'm gonna be gated on damage before I'm gated on resistances at this point. I'm gonna go to Karagar and then actually try and figure out my resistance situation. Oh yeah, and I need better boots. That's the other problem. See if I can get some proper boots here.
Shame that. Not a bad pull, that.
Are you kidding me? Ah, no, these are actually pretty good. I mean, they're not 750s, but resistance to all elements? Sure. Yeah, my resistances are actually kind of insane with this setup. Shadow resistance. Okay, well, I mean, this one's kind of a no-brainer then. Oh, and when I evade, I get plenty of movement speed too. Do I even need Juggernaut's aspect? I could probably get by without Juggernauts at this rate.
That is no use to me.
Wrong one. There. Okay. So, I also have plenty of... Thankfully, I have plenty of gem fragments. 1, 2. This should kit out my shadow resistance. And then... I'm actually pumped up to the moon on my resistances and armor. I have so many, like, my resistances and my armor are so high that I could go all the way into Torment 4 and almost be able to still be capped on armor and resistances. That's how ridiculous it is. This isn't even factoring in disobedience. I haven't masterworked anything. None of my gear is ancestral. I'm not even using right here, come to think of it. So, I don't know.
The stars made manifest.
Alright. Yeah. And I probably... What do I even have access to? The Alchemist. I don't even have that much Angel Breath. I should do it anyway. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. I'm actually pretty low on materials. Okay. Well... I do need the Redamine Buzz. I need some stats. I would need this. I'm just trying to do it in order of, like, which materials I need. Yeah. Oh, did my game crash? Shoot. think this might drop my PC. Here. The stream stops for a second, then, well, my bad, but yeah, I should have restarted it much sooner. Oh, is my computer still good? I'm not sure. Just okay. Well, I'll be back on in a second. Yeah, I'm gonna grab some water while I wait for the game to load, and hopefully my PC doesn't go haywire. Um, okay, wow. Maybe they changed something with D4 because it didn't completely drop me like yesterday. That was like a crazy crash. Maybe they actually rolled a fix for that at least. Okay, cool. Restarting Diablo 4. I'll be back in a minute or so. Luckily, I was in the middle of my run, so this is perfect. Okay, folks, I am back here. Yeah, just gonna wait for this to come back up. Whew.
Magic in a bottle.
Okay. Yeah, where was I? Yeah, right. I was in the middle of trying to fetch a couple potions.
Potent
All right,
quantity, eh?
and then oh, I can still make 2 of these. Well, isn't that something? I actually have just enough. Uh, yeah, I have everything that I wanted except these. Well, I don't really know if I care to use this one. I might actually just hold on to it until I actually need it in Torment because I'm actually so overstacked on resistances right now and everything else. All stats, max life, and type or stat defensive. Just double check real quick. For stat, defensive, and resistance. Okay, yeah. So definitely need this for stats. Definitely need this for life. Need this for life too, but I probably just hold off on this. Well, it does give me maximum resistance, but I don't think I need it for pit 10. That would be a bit much. That'll save me some materials at least. Anyway. Oh, yeah. The other thing I should do is put this on. How long has this run been going on for? 6 hours? That's actually pretty good. And I have the Nightmare Dungeon to thank for that. Otherwise, I'd still be running Strongholds right now. Okay, gonna salvage this. Oh, yeah, right. Let me temper now. Now that I have the right rolls on this. Belligerence. Heavy Hitter. Warpath. Warpath. Belligerence. Okay, good. Belligerence, Warpath, and now I'm missing a 750 item power weapon. But just before I do anything about that, mobility, aspect of perpetual stomping, I think would be the one. Wait, this is useless. I don't actually even run leap anymore. Well, in that case, my cooldowns. Yeah, okay. Might as well get some movement speed out of this. Oh, alright. And... Sure. Get some movement speed, ideally. Yeah, movement speed after killing an elite. Why not? Alright. Yeah, time to throw sockets in all my equipment. Wow. I might actually run out of veiled crystals at this rate. Let me go through these one by one. So, drink a healing potion, primary resource, swarm stunning and dealing damage. I don't need to stun them though. Can't believe I'm saying this, but aside from ability and macabre skills, yeah, I don't need CSC either. So this is the only combination I can think of that's actually remotely useful. Restore 210 primary resource after I use a bunch of my skills. Occasionally it could be useful for kick. But frankly, I think I'm better off just loading up on rubies. In fact, I might actually just do that. It's like 40 strength I'd be missing out on, and for what? More primary resource? It should be fine, whatever. Okay. So this is movement speed, resistance to all elements, tempered everything I needed here. I already have Juggernauts. I don't need Disobedience with Juggernauts. Undying. I'm gonna see if there's any other... There's gotta be some other defensive aspects I could use. Oh, Aspect of Might. Yeah, get some DR there. Each point of Fury generated while at max Fury grants 13 Fortify. Okay, I take back what I said completely. This might actually be quite useful. It's either that or Aspect of Might. Whenever I cast a skill, I heal for like 1% of my life. I think I'd rather have damage reduction. And the thing is, I don't have this aspect. Like, I don't have Undying yet, so... Yeah, I don't have Undying aspect yet, so I don't want to override it. This one, though, I'm okay to override. I mean, I already have it, and frankly, I'm never going to be using it. Okay, let's do this then. I can always do the Might aspect later. Yeah. Each one of Fury generated at maximum Fury grants Fortify. Well, this actually works out perfectly with the Cur alum I have. So there's actually a perfectly good reason to run Cur alum. It's because I'm not generating just Fury, but I'm also generating Fortify with this arrangement. Like, why not? Okay. So, Helm's good. Chest armor's good. Pants are good. Boots are good. Gloves. Okay, I'll come back to gloves. Maybe try to see if I can imprint a more relevant aspect. Do I have Inner Calm somewhere? Wait, while enemies are unstoppable, I deal increased damage to them. Actually, I might be better off just running that. I already have Inner Calm. Take back what I said. What I need is Conceited. And where Conceited goes would be in my main hand. Yes. Okay, got 2 temps here. I'll probably salvage this one, though. I don't think I'd ever be using that one. Definitely salvage that. And I like how this is grants somewhere between 1 to 2 Fortify, so I have no idea what rank that would be. Anyway, guessing not a good one. Poison resistance, resource cost reduction. I'll just leave it. Who knows, maybe I can get something useful out of that later. Oh yeah, I have Tacits. I remember I have Tacits, but there's 2 problems I have with Tacits. First is that I'm already maxed out on resistances, and the other problem is it's a unique. I'm trying to avoid using uniques, so just in case other people who are trying to emulate my gameplay don't get access to the same uniques. But 750s are perfectly reasonable to assume that people can get, I think. Speaking of which, I should probably try to get a... Oh, shoot, that's a 2-handed sword. Man, I'm making these weird...
Not a bad pull, that.
I'll say weird plays here, but... Yeah, okay, fine. I guess I'll have to I'll just run this. Kind of unusual that I'm down one sword, but it's fine. Like, what's the difference here? Losing out on 20 strength and about 100 life. I already have 5,000, so I think that this is quite reasonable. Whatever. Um. Okay, so now I just gotta temper one more aspect. I can do conceited, I guess, although I don't really think I get barrier from anywhere. Maybe just for show. And yeah, I can temper like offensive and resource aspects, but I'd rather wait until I get like the legendary recipes. Even if it means that I'm losing out on a bit of damage this way.
I can't.
But on the other hand, I would like to,
Color.
again, this is for show more than anything else, but gotta max out on as much damage as I can get. And that would be from sapphires. I should do regular sapphires. I think it's a little greedy to do it otherwise. Why are skulls only giving 4 life on kill? It should be like percentage of life on kill. Make it relevant, I think. Well, I think that's it. Yeah, I have way more than enough resistances to make it all the way into Torment 2. If I switched out, like, swapped Rahir and Subo, suddenly I could probably make it all the way into Torment 3. But like I said, I think it's going to be a damage issue that's the problem. At least I have my work cut out for me in Torment 2. I just need to go get Razor Plate. That's like the main thing. But I should be able to make it all the way to Torment 2, or just before Torment 2. With this level of gear, I can survive it. I just don't know if I have any damage, especially against the bosses. And of course, a lot of that damage, I think, will come from, like, when the actual season begins, I would need to pick up the spellcraft stuff, but I don't think they do nearly as much damage as the boss powers, so we'll see. Okay, folks, it's been a fun run. Yeah, I'm gonna, as is customary, I'm gonna mute myself, and I mean, I think I have everything in order, so now I'm just going to go over my, well, yeah, I'm gonna mute myself, and then, oh, hold on, sorry, I just remembered I should probably put this on. Wait, ranked and additional bonus. Which one is bonus damage? Oh yeah, two-handed axe there. Yeah, totally forgotten to throw on a weapon expertise. Skill tree's good, Paragon's good, Mercenary's good, Character's good. I have my elixirs and incense, but I don't even have my Roderick, whatever it's called, Roderick power. I have all the right aspects. Yes, this is fine. Casting an ultimate skill. I don't run an ultimate skill anymore, but sure, whatever. Not that this would have helped me for that anyway. Like this. Oh yeah, there we go. Vehement Brawler is the one. Yeah. Anyway. Missing a lot of aspects. That's what it boils down to. Anyway, okay, gonna mute myself, and yeah, you folks know the drill. I'm gonna go over all my equipment, and yeah, then proceed to do the Pit 10 run with no commentary. And then when that's all done, I'll kind of give my final remarks on my 1 to 60 run and talk about where we're going from here. Torment 1 and onward, maybe a little bit. But yeah, this should be very quick though. It should probably take like maybe 5 to 10 minutes tops. So I'll see you all very soon. We'll chat afterwards, and then maybe I can go grab some dinner before I continue on with the Torment stuff. So yeah, see you all in a moment.
appreciate that till our roads cross again.
Okay, I think we're just about done here. I hope that you all enjoyed that little spectacle. Um, yeah, that was my clear of Torment 1, Pit 10. Hey, Earthbound. A lot of bugs on PTR across the board. Well, yeah. Someone else was playing Druid and the poison stuff was bugged. Yeah, I mean, I caught a few of my own, mainly to do with, like, it's not really a, well, I mean, there's the master working with enchanting. That one's kind of a weird one. I have one that I think is a bug, the fact that these, monsters that spawn in the nightmare dungeons that are tagged with forgotten wisdom, the ones that drop like these XP orbs, like you can have some monsters or like some, let's say, bosses or elites that spawn other monsters, and if you kill those monsters that spawn but you just ignore the summoner, you can just get like infinite XP orbs. You just sit and wait for them to just keep spawning monsters, and then you'll just kill them. So I found that it's not like as bad as the masterworking and occultist stuff, but yeah, this is probably something they should address for when the season goes live. Anyway, um, yeah, glad to hear that you're enjoying the druid and the poison stuff. Now, here's the big overarching question that well, you know what? Before I go any further, so let me talk about this 1 to 60 run real quick. Oh, also conveniently, I did manage to get my first ancestral already. Okay, let me level this up first, too. Yeah, I got my first ancestral already, an ancestral legendary sword. It rolled max life, so this is already a massive upgrade over the current one that I have. That's like 300 more life. But the GA is unfortunately on damage over time, which doesn't really help me. But still, an ancestral's an ancestral. This one, yeah, has like 3 good modifiers, but I don't need it. And yeah, same thing here. Anyway, yeah, so that was a good Pit 10 run. It was nice and smooth and easy. I don't really think I have too much to really say there. I think that it was a really straightforward run overall. I don't, yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to really say. It was a pretty easy run, really. Like, clearing Pit 10. Just go in, I can instantly kill everything. Now, probably the next pit tier that I try after this is going to be Pit 20 to unlock Pit 25, right? Pit 20, I imagine the monsters will be tougher, but I probably still will be able to kill them with minimal difficulty. And then Pit 25 is where I'll start to struggle, but I'll still be able to clear it. But I'll probably hit a hard stop at Pit 30. I don't think I'll be able to go much further than that. So, yeah, that's kind of how things are looking right now. In terms of like the 1 to 60 itself and how Thorns Barbarian feels, yeah, Thorns Barbarian feels the same as it always does. It's pretty reliable for leveling, especially once you get like 1 or 2 more tempers, and like once you get like Thorns tempers, like from level 1 to like 35-ish, I guess. But I think that, you know, like, even though I was clearly capable of handling Penitent, I think that it just, like, if you really are insistent on running Hell Tides, then you should really just commit to this idea of always run it on either normal, at most run it on hard, and then just farm up Cinders, and then last, like, couple minutes, then you do Penitent. And, yeah, that's for if you bother with Hell Tides at all or any other activities, right? For the 1 to 60 grind, I'll test this with a different character, but yeah, like those Nightmare Dungeons were insane. Oh, I got another one with Forgotten Wisdom. Wasn't that something? Yeah, these Forgotten Wisdom Nightmare Sigils are far and away the best XP I have ever seen. For solo leveling, I mean, I'm not talking about like, okay, you get boosted by something in the pit. Obviously, I'm not counting that. Like, this, I think, might even be faster than running the headhunts from like 2 seasons ago, and the headhunts themselves were like on that season, like leveling itself was just generally easier than it is now. So yeah, I ran one of these and I got 4 levels, like from 48 to 52, then 52 to 56. I ran one more and I got 56 to 60. That's kind of absurd. So yeah, if your goal is the level, then yeah, do make sure to hit the Nightmare Sigils. That seems to be the way to go here. Uh, yeah, like the next character I make, I'm just gonna spam Whispers, and then every time I clear Whispers, I will make as many Nightmare Sigils as I can until I get Forgotten Wisdoms. Or maybe I should hoard them until later. I don't know. I don't know exactly what sequence I would want to do it in, but yeah, so far, like, these sigils are pretty nuts. I don't know if, like, they scale well in, like, the early levels. I don't know if, like, from, like, level 1 to 15, if I run one of these, do I get, like, 15 levels? I have no idea. So I have so many questions with these Nightmare Sigils. But, yeah, if you're coming in now, if you're just tuning into my stream now, then please just know that, yeah, these Nightmare Dungeons, there's very specific Nightmare Dungeons that are really good. Those being the Forgotten Wisdom ones. So yeah, at least so far in the PTR. I don't know, like that's subject to change. Maybe that'll, you know, that won't be the case later. I have no idea. And there's only a limited number of these if you're playing solo, so I don't know if it makes more sense to do these earlier or later. With the limited number of Nightmare Sigils that have Forgotten Wisdom that you'll have. So a lot to think about. Also, I note that I still have yet to come across any tributes, so I need to figure out why that is. Anyway, all right, a lot of stuff to think about. Um, yeah, I guess just what to keep in mind is run your aspects first probably, then spam whispers, and then save your nightmare sigils for well, yeah, like the run the nightmare sigils when you get them. I guess I just don't know if you run them later or would you do them right away, because these are like a lot of levels. But I don't know if it scales. And yeah, if you run out of these nightmare sigils, then you could probably start to hit the strongholds. And then after the strongholds, yeah, you just turn in your renown rewards. So I think that's what it's looking like right now. These sigils are kind of nuts if you can get them, but if not, then oh well. And yeah, playing in a party is the way to go. So that's what I can say for the leveling. This was an hour faster than my companion druid, mainly because of this, and because I've already kind of gotten a feel for how these nightmare dungeons work on my companion druid. Now I have a better understanding, and same with the heraldic spells. Now I have kind of learned about all that already, so it's good. Next character I make, normal mode all the way. Probably sorcerer. Well, I feel like I feel like Incinerate Sorcerer is quite capable of handling hard mode and onward though, but anyway, I'll figure that out next time. Okay, uh, yeah, and also all my gear is good, or pretty solid. I have 2 items that are not 750s, but hey, still got good rolls, so I'm not complaining. The next time I come back, or the next time I play, which is probably going to be in about an hour, uh, or right away if you're watching this as a recording, I'm going to be pushing for Pit 25, so yeah, this is a good place for me to stop. As is tradition, I'm going to go to Kmart, aka Kyovashad, and set it to Torment 1. And yeah, I will stop the recording, and I'll see you folks for when I push Torment 1. So, yeah, I appreciate y'all. Well,
I need more
so
time.
yeah, I think I've said everything I needed to. So, I appreciate y'all tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the show. Thanks everyone for watching. Adventure out. I see that there's still a fair number of people hanging out. I'm just debating whether or not I should drop the stream or if I should. Because there's like still quite a few people watching. It says there's like 9 people watching the stream right now. No one's been saying anything the last couple hours though, so I don't know. Yeah, like I could continue here if I really wanted to, but I do want to grab food. Let me check some stuff out. I need like a minute or two. Uh, Diablo 4 category. Are there people streaming in Diablo 4 category right now? Yeah, I don't understand the viewer count sometimes. Like, it says that on both Twitch and YouTube that I have like 7 viewers, but I don't know if that's accurate or not. I think I will drop the stream here. This is a good place for me to drop the stream, and then yeah, go grab some food, and then do what I need to do, like I usually do. So, all right, folks. Yeah, I'll be back shortly though. Check back in like an hour. I should be back in an hour. And yeah, I'll probably do a little bit of gameplay for the Thorns Barb until I get tired, and then I'll stop. Yeah, that's my plan at least. So yeah, maybe I'll see you then. And yeah, I'm excited for this. I want to see how far we get on this character, and then I want to play around with the herodic powers too. Okay, take care, everyone. Yeah, like I said earlier, hope you enjoyed the stream. Thanks for watching. Adventure out.